Well, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and particularly all of those who were in this building on November 11, 1975, welcome back 50 years after the event. What a day that was, the most dramatic of all, an unprecedented day in the true sense of the word. Never before or since have we seen the dismissal of a federal government. Our very system of democracy went on trial. It was tested, but it prevailed. And to this day, we have a democracy that is one of the most sustainable and effective in the world. There are, of course, stresses and challenges in many countries around the world, and because of that, we need to be vigilant. And that is what I think makes the purpose of this building now so important. In 2009, it became not just Old Parliament House, heritage listed as it is, so central to our political history, but in 2009 it also became the Museum of Australian Democracy, and that gave it an even greater purpose, to not only celebrate democracy, educate the next generation around democracy, but it gave us a responsibility to take on the even more urgent task, I think, of helping to maintain and sustain that democratic system that has served us so well. And in part, that's what we're endeavouring to do with our program today. It's a packed program of conversations and discussions. It got off to a flying start last night, and I'm looking forward to it again today. We thank in advance all of our panellists, but especially former Prime Ministers, John Howard, Paul Keating, who will be joining us on videotape, and of course Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who joined us last night. And we are especially privileged to be joined today by the Governor-General. And just before Her Excellency speaks, we will hear now from Paul House, Ngunnawal Ngambri Custodian, to perform the Welcome to Country.
Mandangu, Wurrigawurri, thank you, Barrie, and Naramarang, Jumburabura Marambang, Maranyam, Mayan. Good morning, everyone. Noya Goyamalang, Marambang Malang, Nina Nain Mura Buramba Bira, Goyambana, Nina Nurumbango, Muramaginya. It's wonderful to be able to be here to share this Welcome to Country with you all. Yinjamata Bala Nama, Dr. Matilda Williams House, my respects to my mother, Dr. Matilda Williams House. Yinjamata Bala Bayami Walamara Maramal Dainumba Yukumbrak Yibai Mullian. Respecting our creator and protector Bayami, our key totems, the crow and the eagle. Yuandu, Paul Girrawah House, Nadu, Maradu, Mare Biringo, Gujigango, Ngambri-Ngunnawal, Nuru Nurumbango, Murrumanginya. I was born here, the centre of my ancestral country at the Old Canberra Hospital. And once again, God bless the Old Canberra Hospital. So, Wirai Nyang, Wirai Mayin, no language, no people, Wallawin Mayin, Wallawin Nurumbango. Healthy people, healthy country. Yilangalangbu, Gibabango, Wogabo, Migabo, Didanilbang Mayin. Ladies and gentlemen, young men, young women, distinguished guests, Her Excellency, Simeon, wonderful to see you here today. Nyari and Jamali, Ngambri-Ngunnawal, Walgalu, Wallabalawa, Ngunnawal, Ngarigo, Waradri, Mujigang, Yanang Bujayandu, our respects to Ngambri-Ngunnawal, Walgalu, Wallabalawa, Ngunnawal, Ngarigo, Waradri, elders past and present. Nyari and Jamarabu, Mujigangu, Nurumbanjigu, Ninya Yiridu, my respects to all people and First Nation people from all parts of the country. Ngambri-Ngunnawal, Walgalu, Wallabalawa, Mayingai, Banya, Ninyoga, Nuru, Bangaldara, Ngambri-Ngunnawal, Walgalu, Wallabalawa, people welcome you all to country. Nadu, Wurugabigi, Balabambo Gubu, Balagi Bangubu, Guingulila, Dumbalina, Murway, Marambo. We listen to our old people, the ancestors, the elders, and they show us the good path, the right path, the straight path. Maramara Muru, creating pathways. Muru Waro, on track. Dulagang Muru, the good path. Mamba Warana Minyagu, Wuragabinya Wuradaregu, Winningalagu Baligu, looking to see, listening to hear, and learning to understand. Our Welcome to Country is always made in the spirit of peace, harmony and justice for all people of modern Australia. Our main aim as local custodians always to establish an atmosphere of mutual respect through the acknowledgement of our ancestors and the recognition of our rights to declare our special place in the pre and post history of the Canberra region. The name Canberra is derived from the name of our people and country here, the Ngambri, Canberra. Murun Maginya Yinjamara, Muramuru Wirambira, Nurumbango. Living a respectful way of life, cares for country, Yinjamara Wirambira, Marando Gobu, Gira Gobu, Yanda Gobu. Respect is taking responsibility for the now, the past, the present and the future. Yinjamarabala Wagadai Nanu Dangawa Bumira Daganda. Respect is in the soles of the feet of our old people walking on country. Yinjamarabala Henry Black Harry Williams, Johnny Noble Marvellous, and Jimmy Clements Nanga. We acknowledge our Ngambri-Ngunnawal and Wiradjuri ancestors who were here at the opening, the 1927 opening of the Provisional Parliament. So with that, Maragaladal, Wallanmay and Mayangalang, we hold fast to each other, we empower the people. Wallangunmala, Maramaragure, we be brave, we make change. Diriyawana, Murawara, Nawan better. We get up, stand up, and we show up. Wuray Dirigana, Dugabin Wheel, Gul, Nia Binya Dalango. Never give up, encourage others, and do your best. So Gawai Mbana, Nina Nurumbango, welcome everyone. Mandangul, thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Paul Girrawah House. Well, this is an extraordinary building. The late, great Peter Bowers, who wrote for the Sydney Morning Herald, was fond of saying that the building had a pulse, and you only needed to walk in the doors to know whether the pulse was normal or the pulse was racing. The place was so intimate and unrestricted. King's Hall was a crossroads, a sort of an intersection where politicians, very senior ministers, the journalists, staff, even the public would bump into one another. It may have been on that day, November 11, 1975, that the pulse sensor wasn't working all that well, because anecdotally I just hear from a lot of people who should have been here and were elsewhere at lunch, but they did scramble back in a hurry when the news broke. So many of those in the building on that day are here again today, and we hope that you have a great reunion. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce the Governor-General, Her Excellency, Ms Sam Mostyn.
Thank you, Barry, and good morning, everybody. You'll be pleased to know I have my constitution with me. It is never far from reach. Good morning. Thank you, Paul Girrawah House, for your beautiful welcome to country and your playing. You always give so generously and graciously. We have known each other a very long time. We were both born in the same hospital, in the Royal Canberra Hospital, not in the same year, but we share that antecedent. And we've known each other since school days as a Canberra girl. I acknowledge the Ngambri-Ngunnawal people and the Ngunnawal and those who have long-standing relationships with the traditional lands of the lands we meet on, and I recognise all people and families with connections to the lands of the ACT and the surrounding regions. I pay my respects, Paul, to your mother, Matilda House, to your elders, past and present, and I acknowledge any other Aboriginal or First Nations people joining us in the chamber this morning. Thank you, Barry, for inviting me and welcoming me here this morning. Thank you for your lifetime contribution to Australia's political and civic life, most particularly today as Chair of the Board of Old Parliament House. Ms Stephanie Bull, Director of MoAD at Old Parliament House, I'm delighted that we could arrange the loan of the desk that Sir John Kerr sat at to formalise the document of dismissal for your wonderfully informative exhibition in the King's Hall about the events leading up to and after the 11th of November 1975. Mr Kim Williams, AM, Chair of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, of course, you have a particular and unique connection to the events of this anniversary. Now, when I looked at the list of people I would usually acknowledge, it became impossible to single you out. There are as many people here worthy of acknowledgement as there is the list of attendees. So I often look for a collective noun for groups of important people. Perhaps today I might describe you all as a parliament of wise elders representing the first to the fourth estate. But there's no doubt that you are all distinguished and that we are here to commemorate an extraordinary moment in our history. It is a special pleasure to be here, not least because, as many of you know, it is a long-standing convention that the Governor-General does not enter the House of Representatives. At Australia's new Parliament House in July, I was bound by that convention, so I delivered the opening of the 48th Parliament speech from the Senate chamber, the same chamber where the Chief Justice of the High Court swore me into office a year earlier on the 1st of July 2024. Here at Old Parliament House, those rules do not apply. So I'm delighted in this unique opportunity to stand with you in this chamber, the House of Representatives, where the echoes of the fierce debates of November 1975 continue to reverberate. I'm very conscious that today, the 11th of November, is also profoundly important for Australians as a day of sombre commemoration. Today is Remembrance Day, and as your Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief, as patron of many organisations doing exceptional work across the country to support and celebrate Australia's servicewomen and men, veterans and their families, and as the daughter of an Army veteran, it will be my privilege and honour this morning to attend and lay a wreath at the Australian War Memorial's Remembrance Day ceremony not far from here. I want to acknowledge all of those who have served our nation, honour those no longer with us, and give thanks for the service of generations of Australian Defence Force personnel and their families in preserving the rule of law, peace, and our way of life. And I know that you will also all pause for a moment of silence at the 11th hour on the 11th day of the 11th month. Now, the anniversary of the political events of this day has long been a landmark in Australia's constitutional history, but also in my memory. I'm the first Governor-General, as you now know, to be born in Canberra, at the Royal Canberra Hospital, and we were not living far from here in Curtin in 1975. As a 10-year-old, having broken my ankle playing elastics in the backyard the day before with my sisters, I watched the events of the dismissal unfold on the TV screens at the Woden Valley Hospital, now Canberra Hospital, while waiting for my ankle to be plastered in the old white plaster. Of course, it was the behaviour and reaction of the adults around me, the doctors, the nurses, the parents of others, and the other patients who were paused in stunned silence watching the events unfold on those television screens around the casualty ward. That had a significant impact on me, and it certainly piqued my curiosity into our system very early. At 10, of course, I could not properly comprehend that the events being broadcast, what they meant for us, what they were speaking to at that time, but it was clear, even for a 10-year-old, that it was a dramatic moment in the life of our nation. It certainly occupied my parents that evening around the dining table. And it may be too long a bow to draw, who knows, but it may be those events ultimately that led me to study arts law at the Australian National University in the 1980s, including studying constitutional law. Now, as we mark 50 years since that day, I hope that young Australians across the country do feel the same sense of curiosity about our system, the functions of responsible and representative government, and about who we are as a country. But as you all know, I hold that hope against a tide of mounting evidence that tells us, now 50 years on from those events, Australians' general interest in and understanding of our democratic institutions is much weaker than we need it to be, that we need to pay close attention to the potential fragility of our system today. The findings this week of the inaugural McKinnon Index must give us pause for thought, revealing that Australia's trust in democracy is waning, with people in regional and remote areas, and young people in particular, having the lowest confidence in democratic institutions. The Scanlon Foundation's 2024 Mapping Social Cohesion report found that 53% of Australians trust the federal government only some of the time. Now, these findings need to be read alongside the recent Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority, ACARA, their report. It sadly confirms that only 28% of Australian Year 10 students are proficient in civics, a substantial decrease on their proficiency when they are in grade 6, where that sits at 43%. A little better, but still troubling. And this is the phenomenon I often see up close since taking office. And it will need an energetic, collaborative effort with insight, imagination and innovation to reverse. And we must. When I was sworn in as your Governor-General, I promised to put care, kindness and respect at the core of everything I do. Care for each other. Care for those who care for others. Care for our continent and its extraordinary environmental riches. Care for civics and institutions, and care for the way in which we discuss the issues of our time, the very tough issues of our time, without rancour, anger or judgment. And for today, it is care for our civics and the institutions of our great democracy that shapes so much of my work as your Governor-General, and is why I'm very happy that Barrie invited me to join you here in the chamber this morning. My decision to elevate education and transparency of all that I do is in part a response to that contemporary poor understanding of our civics and constitutional arrangements. In speeches, videos and on social media, I am working hard with my team to tell that story in a modern and accurate way, and sharing the aspects of my role that may not have traditionally been seen by the public. Some might say activities that seem mired in secrecy. Now, I hope that overnight you may have seen my most recent social media post. I recorded it with constitutional scholar and celebrated Australian, Professor Emerita Anne Toomey AO. We held our conversation in the room where it happened, the official study at Government House at Yarralumla. In our discussion, which I encourage you to have a look at, Anne explained the role of the Governor-General in relation to the Constitution and unpacked both the context and the constitutional conventions at play during the dismissal proceedings. And today, and over the past week, of course, we've had a significant backdrop of media commentary on those events, and it brings us here today. I was particularly interested in Paul Kelly's first-hand account in the Weekend Australian. He described Prime Minister Gough Whitlam and Opposition Leader Malcolm Fraser as, and I quote, political giants from another age, ready to smash conventions in their quest for power and principle. Now, as a close witness to those events, he certainly brought the drama of the time to life. In my conversation with Professor Toomey, I was keen to bring some of the same history of our reflections on those extraordinary events that unfolded at Government House. And of course, the history was physically all around us, including the chair that Sir John Kerr sat in as he dismissed Prime Minister Whitlam, and a room nearby where Malcolm Fraser was sitting, waiting. For that reason, in recent weeks, I was also pleased to invite to Government House and the study where it happened a number of journalists who have written and recorded accounts in anticipation of this anniversary, including Troy Bramston, Greg Jennett and Chris Uhlmann. Now, there's been some recent commentary on my remarks that I made in some of those interviews. And while I very much welcome the discussion and careful consideration many have given, I fear some of the headlines have drawn a long bow. When asked about 1975 and Sir John Kerr, I prefaced carefully that I would not be judging my predecessor as a person, rather considering how I, or any modern Governor-General, would approach the role, particularly considering all that we have learnt since. It is true that I could not imagine a situation in modern Australia where a Prime Minister would be surprised or blindsided by the Governor-General in the circumstances that occurred in 1975. Importantly, nor am I taking a more expansive approach to my role or redefining any of the core principles of responsible and representative government. These are incontrovertible principles and sit at the core of our democracy. Former Governors-General have understood this, and I learned that from all the former living Governors-General who I took time to meet with before I was sworn into my office, to learn from them. These principles are part of the strong mosaic the very strong mosaic of checks and balances that make our system so respected around the world. The role of Governors-General has always been understood to include Badgett's framing like this: the right to be consulted, the right to encourage, and the right to warn. These relate to the proper functioning of governance, rather than a subjective judgment on a government's policies or performance. Governors-General have used these powers as part of ongoing, respectful and appropriate communication with the government of the day. Now, this requires a fine antenna for threats to our system of government and parliament. What I do aim to do, however, as a modern, visible and optimistic Governor-General for all Australians, is to bring transparency to what has traditionally occurred behind those closed doors, as I said, often seen as somewhat secretive. I want to welcome respectful discussion and debate on the role of the Governor-General within the Constitution and the functions of our great democracy. And I use the tools at my disposal in this modern era to communicate with Australians and invite them into the room with me as often as possible. As trust in institutions has declined and misinformation is ever present and the potential to destabilise and actively undermine our democracy increases every day, my responsibility, our responsibility, all of us, to a modern, successful Australia and its future is to invest in a thriving and strong democracy, to never allow a collision of apathy and disinformation to undermine our great strengths. A week ago, on 1 November, 3,000 people came through the gates of Government House on our open day. In spring sunshine, families, friends, community groups, diplomats, anyone who wanted to, toured the house and the grounds, met me and members of the Government House team, engaged with some of the organisations I work with as patron, and hundreds of them took home, I'm very, very happy to say, a signed copy of the pocket Australian Constitution. Their enthusiasm, and that of so many who visit Government House, to own a copy of our nation's founding document tells me that most Australians who want to know the story of Australia's Constitution and our democracy and the structures of government that underpin our modern success are key to our future. As Gough Whitlam prophesied at the time, the events of 11 November will continue to be the subject of great juridical and academic argument. He was, of course, right. As Paul Kelly finished his article, he gave a definitive no to whether the crisis could happen again, discussing it as a unique historical monument. He concluded, Australia recovered from the 1975 crisis and absorbed a profound message that in a democratic polity, institution and powers must not be pushed to breaking points. And as Professor Toomey shared with me and says often, the key lesson from that day is simply not to forget. Because as we all know, and as you will discuss in today's proceedings, history is the greatest of all teachers. We are fortunate to live in the same strong and stable democracy that responded so efficiently through a federal election to a time of grave challenge in 1975. My interest in this anniversary lies in learning from those dramatic moments and then what came after, when the mosaic of checks and balances of responsible and representative government prevailed, as it has ever since. Calm was restored and a crisis in the moment became an opportunity to understand the foundations on which our democracy is built and flourishes, reflect on what has gone before and use it to frame our vision of a successful future. In the words of Professor Justin Wolfers from the 2025 Boyer Lecture, we're not just world-class, we're the world's best. And he says Australia's institutions are rare, valuable and worth defending. Through today's remembrance, reflection, discussion and debate, you are celebrating all that is rare and valuable about our democracy, which was thrown into such stark relief by the tremors felt here on the 11th of November 1975. As your current serving Governor-General, I can assure all Australians that I will continue to play my part in our remarkable, stable and reliable system of democracy, consistent with the conventions of this office in the same way as my predecessors have done, respectful and understanding of the core principles of responsible and representative government, and playing my role as a reliable part of the strong mosaic of checks and balances that provide stability and ultimately underpin our success as a nation. Now, we all have a role to play. It's a responsibility that we all share. If there is something new in the way I perform my role, it is not in the exercise of the powers, but rather in the invitation to all Australians to see those elements, to feel part of those elements, so that any fragility caused by misinformation or general apathy is countered by transparency, education, care and accountability. Care, kindness and respect for the system. As I cross the lake to the Australian War Memorial shortly to join the commemoration of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in defending our democracy, I hope that your continuing interest and all Australians' interest in looking at and the examination of events today will make an enduring contribution to the strength, stability and security of our modern, successful Australia. All Australians must be part of this vital project. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Your Excellency, for accepting the invitation, but also for going above and beyond. I think recording that discussion with Professor Anne Toomey in the room where it happened will make such an important contribution to Australians better understanding what happened on that day. Well done. Well, we're going to hear now from Kim Williams, who is a board member at the Whitlam Institute, a Whitlam family member, and of course chair of the ABC. The ABC and MoAD are in advanced discussions about collaborating on projects in coming years. In fact, it's already started. Projects to better educate the community on democracy. We are well placed to give significant support to the national broadcaster and to others, and especially in the run-up to the centenary of this building. Please welcome Kim Williams.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, friends, I join with Her Excellency in acknowledging the very elegant and thoughtful welcome to country from Paul Girrawah House, and pay my respect to the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples in the ACT and to other members of Indigenous Australia across the length and breadth of our land. It's my great pleasure to follow Her Excellency as the Museum of Australian Democracy reflects on one of the most monumental days in our nation's political history. I come wearing three hats. The first is a relative by marriage of the Whitlam family, with views on the dismissal, some gained in part through extensive discussions with Gough Whitlam himself. The second is chairman of the ABC, with the duty of promoting objective, informed public debate. The third, as a citizen and great believer in democracy, free speech and open discussion. So let me open today's conference with something that I hope does justice to all three. I offered 10 core theses about this unique, still unresolved event to help frame a day of analysis, unique recollections and perspectives. First, the delaying of supply in October and November 1975 was not a constitutional crisis. It was a political crisis that was capable of political resolution. Indeed, a political solution was offered in the form of a half-Senate election, which the Governor-General knew Prime Minister Whitlam had come to Government House prior to 1 p.m. on 11 November to propose. In knowingly preempting Whitlam's proposal, the Governor-General played a political hand, and his political partisanship cannot be downplayed in any fair-minded analysis. Second, The underlying cause of this political crisis was the refusal of the opposition, directed most notably by its leader Malcolm Fraser, with his adjutant Senate Opposition Leader Reg Withers, to recognise the legitimacy of the elected government by using the powers of the Senate to delay supply bills to force the government to an early election. Third, that in refusing to consider appropriation bills 1 and 2, they broke a well-established parliamentary convention. The precedent was substantial. The Senate had passed money bills presented by a government lacking a Senate majority on 139 previous occasions. Fourth, in refusing to allow supply in this manner, the opposition was undermining the fundamental democratic principle that government should be made and unmade only by the People's House, the House of Representatives, never by the Senate. And fifth, by using a stacked Senate, they made this denial of supply to the government even less democratically legitimate than otherwise would be the case. One might say completely illegitimate. By replacing Senator Lionel Murphy with Cleaver Bunton and replacing Senator Bertie Milner with Patrick Albert Field, the New South Wales and Queensland state premiers, Tom Lewis and Joe Bjelke-Petersen, irrevocably broke the long-standing convention that the party of the vacating senator would choose their replacement. Cleaver Bunton, as it turns out, did the right thing in voting as Murphy would have, but Field was never going to do so, and Bjelke-Petersen knew it. As many said, the subsequent election was held over Bertie Milner's grave. This fact points to an important understanding of the events of November 1975. The delaying of supply, followed by the dismissal, was not democratic and conservative. It was in its essence anti-democratic and decidedly reactionary. This was recognised by the Australian people in 1977 when they voted decisively to ensure that the unscrupulous behaviour that enabled the distortion of the Senate should never happen again by approving a constitutional amendment to require that a casual vacancy in the Senate must be filled by a person of the same party as the departed senator. Sixth, in multiple ways, Sir John Kerr broke the democratic convention that the Governor-General acted only on the advice of the Prime Minister. Indeed, he went further and acted against the advice that was clearly given. He sought the approval of the Prime Minister to consult with the Chief Justice of the High Court, Sir Garfield Barwick. This was denied by the Prime Minister, who said he could only consult with the Prime Minister, with the Attorney-General, Kep Enderby, or with Solicitor-General Maurice Byers. Sir John consulted with Barwick anyway. And he did, as he did, I might say, furtively with another High Court judge, Sir Anthony Mason. This subterfuge extended even to consulting with them to draft the letter of dismissal itself, which was kept completely from Whitlam. Seventh, the Governor-General failed to disclose to the Prime Minister discussions with several other relevant parties. Crucially, he did not tell the Prime Minister about his discussions with the opposition leader, including on the morning and afternoon of the dismissal. Neither did he disclose that he had discussed the possibility of dismissal with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth through her private secretary, Sir Martin Charteris. Nor did he reveal his frolic in correspondence with the partisan Canadian Conservative Eugene Forsey on reserve powers. This sequence of correspondence, along with the ongoing discussions with Barwick and Mason, clearly indicated that Sir John had been considering the use of the reserve powers to dismiss the Prime Minister from early in the parliamentary standoff and concealed it from the Prime Minister. Here I have to recognise Australia's real indebtedness to Emeritus Professor Jenny Hocking for her pursuit of that correspondence. Eighth, on the day of the dismissal, the subterfuge was deepened even further. The events of the day were choreographed by the Governor-General to prevent the Prime Minister from offering advice that would have provided a political solution, namely his proposal for a half-Senate election. Sir John refused to inform the Prime Minister that he had discussed terms for the government's dismissal with the opposition leader. This was the agreement that Fraser, after his appointment as PM, would pass the appropriation bills and, preposterously, advise a double dissolution over bills he had consistently, even vehemently opposed. In doing so, Sir John was ignoring the advice of the person elected by the majority of the people and colluding with the party rejected by the majority of the people at the election only 18 months before. Ninth, Sir John used the reserve powers in a precipitate and unnecessary way. From Whitlam's perspective, the events of October and November 1975 had been a process of political disputation, punctuated by unprincipled dealing from the Premiers of New South Wales and Queensland. Sir John took it into the realm of the constitutional to exercise the reserve powers, and in doing so, he failed to exercise the more subtle powers at his disposal. He never asked the opposition leader to put the appropriation bills to the vote, when there was a distinct possibility they may have passed. He never exercised patience, especially when the talk of Canberra was that the opposition was close to backing down because several senators were close to crossing the floor. We now know this. Why the rush? Time may have ended the confrontation without the controversy that the dismissal caused. And at the last resort, he even failed, although it is highly hypothetical, to give Whitlam the opportunity to advise a double dissolution election and contest it as Prime Minister. As many constitutional experts, including in the Palace, have pointed out, like nuclear weapons, the value of the reserve powers lies in never using them. The argument that in dismissing the government, Sir John was merely and straightforwardly exercising the reserve powers is unsubtle, simplistic, and contrary to commonly accepted practice. The only other directly relevant example where an Australian government with the confidence of the lower house was dismissed was that of Sir Philip Game dismissing Premier Jack Lang in New South Wales in 1932. And on that occasion, Game plainly informed Lang of his intention to dismiss him unless he changed his policy towards state debt. Both Game and Lang were consistently candid with each other. 10th, last and in some ways most worrying of all, is the issue of the so-called second dismissal, where Sir John refused to receive the Speaker of the House, Gordon Scholes, who wanted to formally advise him of the passing of a resolution of no confidence in Malcolm Fraser. Sir John instead forestalled the Speaker until after the House had been dissolved. In my view, this is the summit of Sir John's undemocratic behaviour, which was seemingly and unconvincingly endorsed by advice from Sir Anthony Mason in the hours following Whitlam's dismissal. One can see how Sir John's political strategy for the day required the snubbing of the Speaker, but a political strategy is no justification. After all, Governors-General are not supposed to have political strategies and are not meant to be political actors. In a parliamentary democracy, a government's legitimacy rests on its command of a majority in the People's House. When governments can be formed without the confidence of the people, as expressed through their representatives, democracy itself is in peril. Which brings us to the present. In a world of polarised democracies in which populism is on the rise and democratic freedoms can't be taken for granted, as perhaps they once could be, what principles might help ensure an event like November the 11th, 1975 doesn't happen again? It was a different political world 50 years ago in our increasingly coarse, divided and disturbing times. The end result might not be so benign. I offer these 5 principles. Governments are made and broken in the People's House, the House of Representatives, not in the Senate. The Senate must not have the right to defer consideration of appropriation bills to force a government from office. It should not ever enjoy superior rights. Governors-General should act on the advice of their Prime Ministers, Ministers and governments of the day, and not be empowered as agents of independent judgment and action. Dare I say it, they should act as the King himself would. Governors-General must never refuse to hear from the Speaker of the House of Representatives on any matter of major consequence. And most importantly of all, political crises must always be resolved politically, not by semi-monarchical fiat. Colleagues, I hope that over this day we have collegiate, respectful debate and engagement as we set out on this journey to analyse, offer unique recollections and perspectives. Let's put the maintenance of democracy first. It's very much more fragile than many think. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, and very true words there in conclusion. And now I'm going to call on fellow board member Niki Savva to come forward. Niki's background and lived experience has been invaluable throughout the planning stages. She will be facilitating a couple of sessions and as well as introducing the first one that you're about to see.
Good morning. Welcome. It's wonderful to see so many of you here today. It's equally wonderful for me to be able to be here today, firstly as a board member of Old Parliament House, and secondly as a journalist to mark the 50th anniversary of the dismissal. We all have our opinions about what happened. But I think where we can agree is that it was a privilege to have witnessed those events, then to be here today to discuss in a civil way what we saw, what we did, and what we felt. First up, though, I would like to thank our director, Stephanie Bull, and her magnificent team for organising this event. It would never have happened without their hard work, their dedication, and their great love for this place. Our objective from the outset has been to give people the opportunity to tell their stories or ventilate their opinions without judgment, without censorship. There will be disagreements about what happened. Recollections burn brightly, not always accurately. You will hear stories about broken friendships, friendships that endured or were reinvented, and protests where people felt their lives were threatened. Through it all, our democracy survived. Back then, I'm not sure we would emerge in as good a shape today if it happened again. 1975 was filled with a lot of life-changing social, cultural and political events, making 2025 a big year for 50 anniversaries. I'll just recount a few. At 11 a.m. on January 19, 1975, Triple J launched in Sydney. On February 10, Lionel Murphy was appointed to the High Court and was replaced by the Senate by Cleaver Bunton. On April 30, army tanks crashed through the gates of the presidential palace in Saigon to end the Vietnam War. On May 26, the Flower Drum restaurant opened in Melbourne. Great hangout. On June 12, the Family Law Act introducing no-fault divorce was given royal assent. It came into effect in January 1976. On June 30, Labor Senator Bertie Milner died suddenly of a heart attack in his Brisbane office. Joe Bjelke-Petersen replaced him with Albert Field, which then enabled the opposition to block supply. On July 1, Medibank, the precursor to Medicare, began providing universal health insurance for coverage for all Australians. On August the 8th, Picnic at Hanging Rock premiered. On August 16, Gough Whitlam poured soil into Vincent Lingiari's hands during a ceremony which formally granted the Gurindji people a lease to a parcel of land at Wave Hill Cattle Station. In mid-September, PNG celebrated its independence, a process begun under Andrew Peacock, which Whitlam completed. On October 14, the Loans Affair finally claimed Rex Connor. The next day, every newspaper in the country called on the government to resign, and Malcolm Fraser blocked supply. On October 16, 5 young Australian journalists were murdered in Balibo, East Timor. Shortly, we will see Paul Keating recount his memories of those days. The dismissal was very personal for him. Keating, aged 31, was sworn into the Whitlam ministry on October 21. He was the youngest person to be appointed to the ministry in that century. That day, I wrote for The Australian that Keating had the potential to be Prime Minister one day. I got it right for a change. Less than a month later, along with everyone else, he was sacked. He took it very personally. Keating and I have had our moments in the decades since, but I never once doubted his passion for politics and his commitment to making Australia better. As the driving force between much-needed reforms, he left a big mark on this country. I am grateful that he agreed to this interview, the only full-length, on-camera account by him on the day he believed Australian politics changed forever. Those who agree with him will be delighted by what he says. Those who don't will be mightily offended. This is vintage Keating. Controversial, brutally frank, never boring. Fasten your seatbelts. Anna O'Leary, MoAD's head of digital engagement, who produced this interview, will now press play. Thank you.
Mr Keating, thank you very much for agreeing to speak to us and to relive events that occurred 50 years ago.
Very pleased, very happy to have the opportunity with you, Niki, to talk about it.
Thank you. Does it feel like it's been 50 years since it all happened? And if you had to choose one word to describe that day, what would it be? Oh,
it was destructive. Destructive. It does feel like 50 years ago, actually. It's a long time ago. Yeah, it was the brutality and malevolence of it all, really, which was so striking, you know. But not immediately apparent on the day because, as you know, the Liberals, after 23 years of government, 18 months into the Whitlam Labor government, the former opposition leader was trying to refuse supply. You know, and of course in 1975, a year later, Malcolm Fraser did.
He did on October 15, it was.
Yeah.
When that happened, what did you think? Did you have any sense of foreboding this might lead to something momentous?
Well, you know, as your audience should know, I met Whitlam and Kerr the last time they saw each other. I was at an Executive Council meeting of 3 at Government House on the Thursday before the dismissal on the Tuesday.
You'd only just been made a minister.
2 weeks before that.
2 weeks before that,
yeah.
yes.
And why was I there? Well, I was Minister for Northern Australia, and Gough was there to appoint his friend, Clem Jones, the former Mayor of Brisbane, as Chairman of the Darwin Reconstruction Commission. So I was, if you like, the relevant minister, and there were 2 other items of business on there. So a quorum for an Executive Council meeting is 3, so I was the 3rd person. And that's how it came to be.
And how was it that day? What were the interactions like between Mr Whitlam and Sir John?
Well, it was pretty amazing, really. I mean, I was held out in the long room outside the Governor-General's office with his private secretary until the time they wanted me to come in. When I come in, there is much guffawing going on, huge boisterous laughter, you know. Of course, I think, well, do I get led into the yarn? And Gough said, we're talking about Murphy and Barwick, how they deserve each other. So Kerr starts laughing again, and I said, he said, because it turned out that Murphy wanted Barwick to provide, at the court's expense, a uniform for his female tipstaff, which Barwick wasn't agreeing to. And they're talking about how they deserve each other and how different they are, and they're this and they're that, and there's legal stories getting told and all of this sort of thing, you see. But
lots of friendly banter between them.
Oh, yeah, more than boisterous banter, right? And I thought, well, I am a professional politician, you know. I thought there's something. We're at the penultimate point of the crisis, you know. Either this has been resolved between the 2 of them without me knowing, and they're in the joyful conclusion of it, or why would such mirth be present on such an occasion? So anyway, Kerr says, well, let's get down to the formal business, which is to sign Mr Jones up as Chairman of the Reconstruction Commission and to do 2 other things, I think, from memory. So we get the documents and sign them, and there's a bit more chatter, and then we leave. As we leave, we go down that long, for people familiar with Government House, the long corridor down to the steps outside. And as I'm walking, Gough says to me, of Kerr, look at that line-in mane. This is Kerr's shock of white hair, you see, which Kerr sort of generously acknowledges, you see. And so we shake hands, we get to the front steps, and Gough gets in the Mercedes and puts his head back, and I said, well, he seems all right, Gough. He said, he's entirely proper, he'll do the right thing. I put that to memory, he's entirely proper, he'll do the right thing.
So there was nothing that happened at that meeting, which was only a few days before November 11, that showed anything untoward? Nothing.
In other words, this is Kerr breaking his commitment, constitutional commitment to his Prime Minister. He was obliged to keep his Prime Minister in the knowledge of his thinking, which he went out of his way to deceive him and failed to do. You see, if you take Queen Elizabeth II, she would never have contemplated this as the monarch, of not accepting the Prime Minister's advice or not being confidential with the Prime Minister about her intentions. The Governor-General of Australia, in the case of John Kerr, he appropriated the kingly powers of the English monarch distant from London, without the ability of the palace to deal with him, and then use them essentially personally to dismiss the government, without telling Gough Whitlam that Gough's proposal for a half Senate election was, in the Governor-General's opinion, not an adequate remedy. Now, if he'd have said that, the Prime Minister then would have said, OK, well, we'll have either one, a full Senate election or a general election, but with Whitlam as the Prime Minister. You see what I mean? So, but Kerr did not do this. And so the next time I see Gough is the Tuesday, 4 days later, after he, I, or the rest of us have been dismissed.
How did you hear about what had happened? Who told you when?
I was in the lobby restaurant opposite the old Parliament House with Fred Brenchley, who was the deputy editor of the Financial Review, deputy chief reporter for the Financial Review. I forget who told me, but you know what, Niki, I was not surprised. I was not at all surprised.
Because?
Oh, because I couldn't believe that at the penultimate point of crisis the previous Thursday, that if you're in such a crisis, even if you do have an Executive Council meeting and you are friendly and all of that, is an occasion for laughter, mirth and going along. In other words, he deceived Whitlam, you see. He
was trying to lull him into a false sense of security, do you think?
Yeah, and succeeded.
And succeeded.
Yeah.
So you were at the lobby restaurant and you heard, I think Laurie Oakes was also in the restaurant at the time.
Well, most of us used to go there, on Tuesdays.
There wasn't anywhere else to go, really. He got a phone call from his office and the waiter told them, and then they all jumped to their feet and ran back to the house. Did you make a quick exit?
Yeah, I went back to the House. I can't remember the exact sequence of events, but Gough had the presence of mind to call the House together, and the House of Representatives voted no confidence in Malcolm Fraser, who had been appointed Prime Minister by Kerr.
And Gordon Scholes was dispatched to Government House to advise the Governor-General of this, but this did not have any effect.
No, well, the thing was, you see, Scholes was Speaker, and Scholes did take the advising and the decision of the House to Government House. That is true, yeah.
And did you speak to Mr Whitlam at all beforehand when he was going to meet the Governor-General about the half Senate election?
No, because when I arrived, he was already there.
Right.
He came in a different vehicle to me.
And were you surprised that when he returned from Government House that he didn't tell his Senate colleagues about what had happened?
Yes, I was surprised, yes. Because, you see, John Kerr gave Malcolm Fraser the Prime Ministership on the condition that he could guarantee, Fraser could guarantee or effect supply in the Senate. But in the end, if the Labor Minister, Ken Reid, had not reintroduced the bill, and because Fraser did not control the House of Representatives, supply couldn't have been guaranteed. So in fact, by Reid proposing to the Senate the bill and the Senate then passing it, meant that they had fulfilled Fraser's obligation. Do you follow me? Yeah.
But if they had not done that, do you think there would have been a resolution, or do you think there would have been maybe a deeper impasse? How would the impasse have been resolved, given that the Prime Minister had already been sacked and another Prime Minister appointed?
Yes. Well, you see, this gets back to the problem of the Senate. The Senate is unrepresentative swill, as I call them, you know. Equal numbers of senators for each state. So Tasmania or South Australia, if you look at the per capita vote of a senator compared to New South Wales and Victoria, completely different. This all occurred, of course, in 1909 in Britain, in the impasse between the House of Commons and the House of Lords, when when the Lords, the land-rich Lords, decided to oppose Asquith's government's, Lloyd George's bill to introduce an income tax and a death duty. They voted it down, and Lloyd George and Asquith promised that they would increase the numbers of the Lords so it'd have a majority to defeat the old landed Lords. The result of that was 2 elections in Britain in 1910 to resolve it, and then finally in 1911 an agreement by the Lords that they would no longer refuse supply, right? So the British government knows it passes its budget, the Lords do not refuse supply. You cannot, in our structure, do that. In other words, we're in a system where it is a deadlock is a possibility, a permanent possibility, and a deadlock there has to be some capacity to resolve a deadlock. And so therefore there has to be someone on the top of the system, and that person is the Governor-General.
We might come back to that a bit later, but just back to what actually happened then after word got out about the dismissal, and hundreds of people gathered on the front steps. Angry. And you went out and spoke to them. Can you remember what you said?
I can't actually remember. I can't remember, but I would see the strangest thing happened. There was, I think, a brief cabinet meeting, but all the older ministers went home. That's Fred Daly, Frank Cran, Frank Stewart, Cameron. You wouldn't have thought this likely, would you? You know, that the government's been dismissed. Instead of staying in Parliament House, they pick up their bags and shuffle off. So I stay there. The interesting thing is, of course, then I warm up the crowd for Gough. Yes. But I'm the last minister elected, you understand?
At the tender age of 31? At
31, I'm the last minister. The interesting thing is both of us were Prime Minister. That's the interesting thing that comes out of that day. So I'm going, and Gough, of course, makes the big indignant, aggressive speech, which he, of course, was completely entitled to make, you know.
Were you taken aback by the intensity of that speech?
Yeah, because I had, there's that film footage of me handing him the, what would you call it?
The megaphone.
The megaphone, yeah, the megaphone. And then me standing behind him while the speech was going on. No, I wasn't surprised. It was the completely reasonable indignation of the fact, not necessarily that the Governor-General did insist upon a remedy, but just that he never took his Prime Minister into confidence in telling him of his constitutional doubts. And of course, as we now know, having been advised by the Chief Justice Barwick and Justice Mason and other people, that he was getting independent advice, not from just the Prime Minister and the government.
Which was inappropriate?
Completely inappropriate, yes.
Yes. And then what happened? The crowd was angry but not violent? No. It was, in every respect, a coup. It was a coup by an individual, not a sort of violent gathering, but a coup. And everyone understood, I think, that something wrong had happened. You know, an elected government, properly elected, at a full vote, had been dismissed. You know. And they thought, in other words, the ground is shifting. What do you do? You know, everyone felt, gee, where are we now? You know, where's gravity? You know. And then after you and Gough had spoken, you went round to see Gough.
I saw him. Yes, he had people in and out. I had to sort of shuffle my way in, and he said to me, "What do you want? What do you want?" I said, look, let's think about this. I said to him, I said, Kerr expropriated the kingly powers of the monarch. That's what's happened here, or the queenly powers of the monarch. He may have done it with the monarch's knowledge, but he may not have done it. I think you're entitled to say to the Queen that you recommend the appointment of a different and new Governor-General, and your authority for offering the advice is the fact that the House of Representatives has voted no confidence in the appointed Prime Minister. In other words, you know, you would offer this advice to her and you would give her time to make that choice. Now, she was advised, the Queen was advised by clever people at the time, a very pushy guy, whose name I've forgotten now, who was, as we know by the letters, was in touch with Kerr. So while this problem was not of the Queen's making, it was of the Queen's need to resolve it. So my proposition was that Gough should ask the Queen to accept his advice about the appointment of a new Governor-General, and in the event that Kerr resisted, I said to Gough I thought he should be put under police arrest, you know. And Gough said, "Oh, Gough," you know. And I said,
"Found this a bit shocking?"
A bit shocking, yeah. I said the only thing you'd have to be sure about Gough is, of course, Kerr is technically the Commander-in-Chief, that the soldiers, that is the Chief of the Defence Force, do not end up in a fight with the police. In other words, you'd have to have the soldiers with you for this to happen. But then what would happen is you would then make a recommendation. The Queen could accept your recommendation. But I said, I think in all of that, you then have to go to a general election. That's what I thought. He said, thank you, you know all, for that advice. Thank you for your know all that advice. But you see, he wasn't of a mind to take the advice. He was a constitutionalist, Gough, you know. He wasn't into blood and gore, you know. He was a constitutionalist.
Do you think there would have been blood and gore?
Depends whether the army would have stuck with Kerr against the police. That's in my model. I mean, that's what I certainly would have done if I'd have been Prime Minister. Yeah. He said, "There's something about all you bastards from Sussex Street. You always want to lock someone up." He said, you know.
Even if it might have been appropriate.
Yeah. So, you know, the whole point of it was that after 23 years of a Conservative government, the Liberal Party, Liberal National Party, couldn't stand 18 months to 24 months of a Labor government, and the whole Fraser strategy was about pushing the unpopular Whitlam government to an election, which I think Malcolm Fraser would have won anyway later, you know, maybe a year later.
Because it was a very turbulent time, wasn't it? I mean, the blocking of supply did not come from nowhere. There was a lot of chaos.
Yeah. Well, you had Reg Withers, the senator, who was really the master of, let's call him the monster of ceremonies rather than the master of ceremonies in the Senate. And he and Fraser, there was a brutality about Malcolm. I mean, and of course, what it did, it delegitimised Malcolm's prime ministership. You know, he never survived it, really. It's the fact of it. But we still haven't resolved that impasse still exists, you see. You can still have in our current arrangements, the Senate can still refuse supply. You know, so the constitutional arrangements in Canberra are perpetually unstable, potentially unstable.
But do you think, even though that power still exists, that it would still need characters like Gough Whitlam, like Malcolm Fraser and like Sir John Kerr to make it happen?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, yeah. Whether that would be repeated today, I don't know. But I think that so unwise of the coalition to not let a Labor government have its 3 years. You know, they pushed him to 2 elections. Remember, 74? Whitlam was elected in 72, December. 74, he's pushed by Billy Snedden as leader, threatening supply. So he has an election in 74, and then an election in 1975. The unreasonableness of it, you know. But, you know, Niki, all the goodwill went out of the system after that. Before that, I was there for 2 opening of Parliament balls, so 1969 and 1972, and there was a generosity in between the parties, you know. I remember my backbench colleagues in the opposition joining me at the Kurrajong Hotel later. You know, I brought my mother down for the opening of Parliament ball, and you know, this was true in 69 and 72. But after dismissal, all that goodwill evaporated, never to return. It's never returned.
So you think it's had a lasting impact on relations between the two sides? I mean, in the old building, there were so many friendships across the aisle, weren't there?
Yeah.
And I don't know whether the new place has had some effect on limiting that.
No, well, of course, the old building was, everyone lived so close to one another, you know, it was a small building and everybody knew everyone else, and, you know. But there was a certain, I'd say, if you look at the courtesies, say, between Chifley and well, you remember at the opening of Parliament Ball in 1949, Chifley died, and Menzies suspended the ball, remember, which is a reasonable thing to have done. But I forget the point I was going to make to you, but you know, there was always that kind of closeness and personal, because the thing is, it is the bush capital. It's not in the city. We don't live in the city, so people go there. They're locked up in the Boys and Girls Club. They live in 2 hotels or 3 hotels and apartments, you know. It's got an artificial quality to it, you know.
So, but you managed later to reach a kind of an accommodation with Malcolm Fraser. You went to his funeral, and you had quite good relations with Tammy as well. So
I did, yeah.
Tell us how that came about.
Malcolm sought me out as treasurer. He said, look, you've got a serious mind. I can see by the changes, but I can't understand why you floated the exchange rate, and I can't understand your interest in opening, in wiping out tariffs. See, he was of his essence a protectionist. He was sort of a rural protectionist, Malcolm, and so we had a meeting and we talked about this. And another time, he used to be in a building that I shared in 101 Collins Street in Melbourne. Occasionally, I'd run into him. And so we talked about these sorts of things. Where we found more common cause later was his understanding of the risks that we're being placed under by the misinterpretation of the alliance with the United States. And he wrote that book, what's it called? Do you remember the name of the title? Dangerous Friends?
Allies.
Eh?
Dangerous Allies.
Dangerous Allies or Dangerous Friends. So he could see that we were being, particularly after Julia Gillard as Prime Minister and Stephen Smith as Foreign Minister, had let the Americans, with the Obama visit, bring 6,000 troops into Darwin. Malcolm would never have agreed to that. I would never have agreed to that. And that's now, of course, the 7 B-52 nuclear-armed aircraft in Darwin. It's going to be 3 nuclear-armed submarines in Perth. And that's why he called them dangerous friends, you see. So we, and it's a very, I mean, it's a few years since I read the book, but it's a very powerful book, you know. And he was right about that. So he went up in my estimation. The other thing he did, he passed the Northern Territory Land Rights Act, introduced by Gough Whitlam, but where Gough never had the time to see its passage through the Senate. Malcolm carried that. And as you know, on ethnic issues, racial issues, he had a very good record. So Malcolm is a complex character who had a lot of goodness in him, but couldn't wait another year to see whether a normal election would give him the job.
Well, do you think he might have been pressured into it by the National Party and...
I think by Withers made a big impact. Yeah, Withers was a big influence on him, I think. But I'll just tell you, this is an interesting story. As the last minister in the government, you get the dirty jobs. And my job was to meet a German minister on the Tuesday morning at Sydney Airport. So I hang back to meet the minister and welcome him to Australia and get him into his car and what have you. And then I get on a plane with Bob Cotton, who was the most senior, and respected guy in the Senate, in the coalition. So he and I sit side by side in an Ansett plane, returning to Canberra at about 11. And I said, he said to me, I said, it's going to be a big day today, I think, Bob. He said, oh, our guy's nuts. Our guy's nuts. He said, this is all going to collapse.
Who did he mean, our guy?
Malcolm.
Malcolm.
Our guy's nuts. This is all going to collapse. He said, it's on the verge of collapsing. He said, by the end of the week, it'll be over. You see? That's what he says to me. This is Bob Cotton to me.
Did you believe that?
Oh, yeah, I did believe it, yes. Because Malcolm's sands were running out. See, I think he conveyed all this to Kerr, and Kerr acted to prevent the collapse. Yeah, because the Senate was doing something it was never designed to do, should never have been doing, you know, and the villainy of people over there, you know, with the Withers of this world. Wiser, more moderate heads in the Liberal and National parties were opposed to it, and it had gone on for weeks. Remember, this had gone on for weeks. And so Cotton said to me, this will be over, I'm telling you. So I thought, so when I arrived at my office, I thought, oh, this is all going to get resolved, you see. And of course, 2 hours later, we get dismissed.
But what was in it for Kerr?
I think Kerr, I don't quite know, but Gough used to call him, you know, that heavy intonation of Gough, my Governor-General. Well, Kerr would have hated being described as my Governor-General, right? A very impolitic thing to be doing. And the other thing is, either the Gorton or McMahon governments gave Kerr a job to look at the salaries of MPs. You know, before we had a system, we just had an occasional, every decade or so, there'd be some review of MP salaries. He gave us nothing. He didn't like us. So I don't know, I think he thought himself, I think Kerr decided that he was someone in history had passed over, but they'd only passed over it to this point, and we're not going to pass over it any further. In other words, he was going to be the man, you know? Anyway, I was witness to the fact that he completely deceived Whitlam, completely in my presence deceived him, you know? Yeah.
And just looking back now, I guess, from 50 years ago to today, what lasting impact do you think it's had on Parliament and our democracy?
Well, the House of Representatives is much more confrontationally robust, you know, if I get the right words, you know, much more. Like, for instance, when I first went there, people like Wilfred Kent Hughes, who was a former First World War officer, Bill Wentworth, when they would speak at night, you'd go in, you'd speak on a bill, you'd go in and listen to them. No one would do that today, you know. I remember going to the House of Representatives one night, and Kim Beazley Senior, who was a wonderful speaker, made a speech about Aboriginal malnutrition amongst kids. And Wentworth got up and moved a motion of suspension for 20 minutes for the House to recompose itself.
No. Really?
Could you imagine that today? In other words, that was the, you know, and you could actually talk to journalists about getting a little column in the Mirror or the Sun about something you'd said. That's all gone. Now it's all sort of, it's a big friction game. It happens in the House of Representatives. And so you've got to keep, the requirement after 1975 is to keep is to keep intellectual control of the House. Broadly, that's what was my job in the Hawke years. You know, though Bob was Prime Minister, all the sharp management of the politics was really left to me. You know, in and abroad, not alone to me, but mostly to me, because if you kept, you know, if you had to keep the psychological control to win every week. Where before 1975, this was not true. You know, it just was not true. You know, like I remember John Howard saying to me one day, "You don't think there's a place for us in this Parliament, do they?" I said, "I do, John. It's under my shoe. It's under my shoe." You know, in other words, that was and I, you know, I met Peter Costello at a BHP end of year dinner drinks about 8 years ago, 10 maybe. That's the first time I'd ever spoken to him in my life. First time ever. You know, in other words, they did it in 75. We're not coming back. You know, you kept control. You kept the whip. You kept control.
So a very lasting impact and a very...
Yeah, it'll never be like it was, believe me. And you had to be... See, there's only Doug McClellan and I left of it. Even when John Howard joined in 74, it was already... the Troubles were already on. So I'm probably the last one that experienced the old Parliament House, you know, the old executive thing, the relationship between the parties. But you'd go in and listen to what people had to say, you know, but no one would do that today.
Yes.
No.
I read Jim Killen's book recently, and he made a point of saying that, you know, everybody used to go into the Parliament and listen to people speak. Yeah, and there was also fun, you know. I remember one, Clyde Cameron, there was this fellow, Winton Turnbull, his name was, he was a member for Mallee, and he'd be going on the adjournment speech about... and his electorate had been invaded by a noxious weed, you see. He tells the House the following week he gets up and he's got the weed. Cameron says, "Mr Speaker, point of order." "What could possibly be the point of order?" says the Speaker. And Cameron said, "Mr Speaker, which one is the weed?" Which, you know, there was all that kind of humour. Funny but cruel.
Funny but cruel, yeah. There was this sort of, or Bert James throwing books across the chamber for Wilfred Burchett. Remember the communist reporter from used to report communism in Vietnam? You know, Gough, he had all the books and he's throwing them. I mean, you wouldn't see that today. You know?
Definitely right. So there was a livelier place and a more robust place, and we're very glad that you were able to speak to us about it today and relive some of those extraordinary events. So,
well, thank you. Well, of course, it was a cathartic moment for the country, from which we've really never recovered, and it won't recover while ever the Senate has the power, or agrees and not to decline the right to refuse supply. In other words, the system is of its essence unstable, and so. Most of the time we live with this in relative harmony, but sometimes not.
Well, that was amazing, Niki. Well done. Yeah, that was quite extraordinary, especially the description of how Gough Whitlam, despite everything that was happening, was keeping his head while one or two around him were losing theirs. He was right in one extent to say that he often ran the politics, he did, but there were also times when Hawke treated his advice in the same way that Gough Whitlam did. We're now setting up for the first panel with Kerry O'Brien, Paul Kelly and Gareth Evans. Just a couple of housekeeping things, and this applies throughout the day. If you plan to miss an entire session, then just let one of the ushers know, because There are people upstairs who would like to come downstairs, and there are people outside who would like to go upstairs. So please keep that in mind if you know in advance that you will miss a whole session. And this session must end at around about 5 to 11 to allow the Remembrance Day moment to be held at about 2 minutes to 11. So again, just be conscious of that. If you do need to be somewhere else, leave well before 5 to 11. Otherwise, stay in the chamber until the minute silence is over. Thank you. Right, we'll get the panel to join us now. Right, we're going to now relive some of those events on that day. The press gallery point of view with Kerry O'Brien and Paul Kelly. Gareth Evans, who was 2 years short of entering the Parliament at that stage, but he eventually became the first Attorney-General in a Labor government after the dismissal. So you've given a lot of thought to the matter ever since. Look, just while it's fresh on our minds though, what did you make of that interview? It was kind of that conversation between the two of them after the event was, Kerry, quite extraordinary.
Oh, I thought it was pretty ordinary for Paul. I mean, no surprises in what he said, and he said a fair bit of it before, but I think those reflections about the change in the nature and the mood of the place up the hill are really quite important, and I think they're accurate. And you'll have individuals who've served in the Parliament on both sides since who would say, well, I've got friends on the other side, and that would all be true. But I think the mood of the place changed.
Yeah, Paul?
Yeah, well, Paul's always devastating talking about the personalities and the power. I mean, he does have an insight into human nature, and he's always been tremendous. I mean, it's always been terrific to talk to Keating about other people, about other politicians, to get his view on dramatic events, and that was terrific. I think Niki did a wonderful job in the interview, and of course what comes through is... And of course, what comes through is Keating's inimitable style, the sort of insights you get from him. I mean, it's always been tremendous.
Gareth?
Yeah, well, I agree, of course, with both of that, but, I mean, Paul doesn't do subtle, does he? And I saw this irrepressible image in my mind of Kerr being led down the steps of Girrawah in handcuffs. It's really quite touching. I mean, it's a little bit over the top, but very typically Paul.
He always said that one of the lessons he learnt from Jack Lang, because as a very young aspiring politician, he spent an enormous amount of time in Lang's office talking through Labor history particularly. And he said one of the lessons he learnt was, when someone is talking to you, look behind what they're saying, look to their intent, look at what's going on in that mind. And that was an insight really quite significantly, I think, in part of the way that he thought, which was you do not necessarily take people at their word, which, as it turns out, was utterly apt in the case of Sir John Kerr.
He did say he didn't want a confrontation between the police and the army, which meant that there were limits.
So he's not by nature a confrontationist at all.
Look, what I want to do, though, to get going on this is to do the sort of our version of the ABC series. I was actually there, and find out just where you were on the day and how you initially responded. Kerry, first, where were you?
Well, I wasn't in the gallery at the time. I was working for Four Corners, based in Sydney. We heard about it, I heard about it with the film crew I was working with on the day, having lunch at the Woolwich Pier Hotel at Hunters Hill, and within the blink of an eye we were at the airport jumping on a plane to come down here. We arrived probably minutes, I can't be precise, but we were certainly there as Gough emerged onto the steps and uttered those famous words. We resolved very quickly, Alan Hogan, a colleague reporter, and he was going to follow Fraser around the campaign. I followed Gough. But on the Saturday night, so that was the Tuesday, on the Saturday night, I'd got agreement from Whitlam's office that he would give us an interview live into Four Corners, which then was on Saturday nights. Carolyn Jones was the anchor. In Wollongong Town Hall, he was there for a pre-scheduled event. It was a multicultural event. Wollongong, of course, very working class town, big Labor town. and there were 5,000, was the estimate, 5,000 angry workers of all ethnic backgrounds pressed against this giant plate glass wall and onto the foyer of the town hall. Gough and I are sitting in the middle. We could barely hear each other talk. I had Carolyn Jones in my ear. I could barely hear her talking, let alone what she was saying. But it was the sort of tenor of the mood around the place on that occasion was reflected then as I followed Gough Whitlam around the country. There was something like 16 rallies day and night that he attended. The biggest of them was in the Domain in Sydney. There was an estimate of about 40,000 people there. The mood was the same everywhere. There were buckets of cash being collected all over the place. The anger was palpable. The emotions ran high. Gough Whitlam, in one sense, was at his performing best. You had to really force yourself outside that bubble to try and have a real view about what was really going on around the country. And polls were already indicating that although Australians, broadly speaking, were extremely angry at what had taken place, many of them, and disturbed by what it meant, that come election day, it looked like it was going to be a very different outcome. And that, in fact, was the case.
And why did the rallies not reflect what was really happening in the community?
Because what they really were a reflection of was a reflection of those Australians, I think, who had been so overjoyed at the idea of a Labor government even after 23 years of Conservative rule. And in fact, there was a great deal of excitement. A number of those key reforms that the Whitlam government introduced were just so profound in terms of where they led in leading Australia into a modern world, a modern global world. Reforms like Medicare, Medibank, reforms like the marriage reforms, which took so much of the bitterness and the anger and the suffering out of marriage breakups. I mean, these were just two of so much was happening on so many fronts. I'm speaking as a journalist. As a journalist, it was exciting because there was still, each day I think people in this place, let alone outside, would have struggled to decide which of the big stories of the day they actually had the time to cover.
Yeah.
So there was still a mood abroad, and because there had been 3 years over 2 terms of Whitlam government of just outright obstruction from the Senate. Reg Withers, I said it earlier this morning, Reg Withers, when Labor was elected to office at the end of '72, very soon after that, Reg Withers, as head of the opposition in the Senate, described the election result as an insanity on the part of the Australian people, and that he was going to set about restoring Australia to its rightful rule. And that was reflected for 3 years across those 2 terms in the Senate.
Now, Paul, you were well established in the gallery by then, so clearly you were right here.
I was here. I got to Parliament House about 8:30 on the morning of the 11th. I was political correspondent of the Australian at the time, although I was to be relieved of that job a short time later. I'd covered the constitutional crisis for the previous month. I'd spoken off the record on a number of occasions with the 2 leaders, with both Gough Whitlam and Malcolm Fraser. And the thing that struck me about those conversations was they were both utterly convinced that they would prevail. They were both talking to the Governor-General, and they both had the view that as a result of their dialogue with the Governor-General, the Governor-General would prove to be on their side. I think this is really important because I've always believed, and I think subsequent research has confirmed this, that the way Kerr operated as Governor-General was he reassured both leaders. So both leaders felt they had him. So if the Senate, for example, had cracked, just say the Senate had cracked before the 11th of November, Gough would have always believed that Kerr was on side. So on the morning of the 11th of November, we anticipated that there was likely to be a solution that day because of the requirement for the House to be dissolved that day if there was going to be an election before Christmas. So there was this sense of excitement and anxiety, and this had built up over the course of the previous month. I mean, I can't describe what it was like. It was like no other time in the history of this parliament, as far as I'd experienced it. The tension in that month, the parliamentary encounters, the clash on the floor of the reps between Whitlam and Fraser was absolutely epic stuff. And then the discussion behind the scenes about Kerr's talks with Gough, Kerr's talks with Diamond Jim McClellan, Kerr's talks with Fraser, trying to discern what might actually happen. And I knew the reserve powers existed. I certainly believe the reserve powers existed. But I found it hard to believe or conceive that they would actually be exercised.
And Gareth, it was just before your political career. Where were you?
I was in Melbourne. I was a very hairy young academic, Paul's age exactly, teaching constitutional law at Melbourne University and being quite vocal on the issues leading up to November the 11th. On the day itself, extraordinarily enough, I was attending a conference at the old Southern Cross Hotel, a futurology conference, in which the particular session that was scheduled for immediately after lunch was Australia as an authoritarian society. A few minutes into that discussion, someone bursts in saying, "Stop the presses. We are in an authoritarian society." It was just an extraordinary moment, and so I remember, like everybody else there, rushing down to the city square, grabbing the megaphones that suddenly appeared from nowhere and addressing a crowd, preparing the barricades for the revolution, which never quite came. I was incandescent with rage. Again, I suppose, because of my sense of constitutional propriety, my sense of disbelief that it was possible for Kerr in particular to tear up so many of those well-established conventions in one go. But I suppose and in the subsequent months and indeed subsequent years, I spent an awful lot of my time trying to find constitutional solutions to ensure that this sort of stuff never happened again. But that rage that I felt in the crowd gathered immediately in the city square in Melbourne really was very intense. I suppose with the lapse of time over the years, a lot of that rage has dissipated, but I have to say it was rekindled last night by Julie and Lisa. Defending the indefensible on a Gothic scale, and God help us if he's one of the moderates in the current coalition, God help us Tiny Tim. But just one other thing to say about the mood of the crowd. It was angry, and I think had there been any encouragement from Whitlam to be anything other than the rock-solid constitutionalist and calming everybody down, and had Hawke and the trade union movement not immediately come aboard with let's curtail the rage and keep things under control, things could have exploded very rapidly. But as it turned out, as time went on, the mood did change. It dissipated and became very, very hard to energise a response on the constitutional issues alone.
And as a futurologist, as you were on that day, what did you think would be the outcome 5 weeks on?
I don't think I anticipated the scale of the defeat. I was naive enough and optimistic enough to think that the constitutional thing would continue to resonate through the campaign and would be an inhibition on people's instinct to give the government a kick. But that was not the case. Clearly, and anyone who now in retrospect says the election was a vindication of the constitutional decision-making, as Julian was saying last night, I think it's talking absolute rubbish. I mean, all the opinion polls were very clear that the two issues were completely separated. In the run-up to November the 11th, the opinion polls were very clearly against it, and in every subsequent polling of whether the Senate did the right thing or not, there's continued to be real doubt in the wider population. But once you got into election mode, people just subsumed those doubts and got on with the business of ordinary politics, and that's what prevailed.
Does that suggest that if Gough Whitlam hadn't been sacked, he would have lost the election anyway, if Malcolm Fraser had more patience?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have to concede that reality, except that the only really reprehensible circumstance that the opposition had reason to be worried about before November 11th was the fact that that Labor was getting its act together again on the economy with Bill Hayden, and there was a sense, I think, that given a bit more time, the government could have recovered a lot of the ground in terms of its governing credibility that it had lost.
Yeah. Paul, when the campaign started, who did you travel with? Kerry had the experience of being at all of the rallies, and that would be giving some people a false sense that there was enormous outrage out there. Who did you travel with, and what sense did you get in the early stages of the campaign?
Well, I started with Gough. That was the natural thing to do, and I switched leaders during the course of the campaign. Look, I felt very early on, after a day or two, certainly after 2 or 3 days, I thought it was going to be incredibly difficult for Whitlam to prevail because he didn't have much to campaign on. He had to campaign on democracy being under threat. Shame, Fraser, shame. But I mean, this at the end of the day was a weak campaign because, as Gareth has just said, the issue when it came to the general election was the performance of the Whitlam government versus what Malcolm Fraser was offering. And in that sense, I always felt that Fraser was likely to win, and perhaps win convincingly. There is a story I tell. So the first time Gough goes back to Sydney to start the campaign, we get in the press bus at Sydney Airport and we travel into the city. And we're going through Redfern, and there are these bunch of primary school kids lining up going to the Prince Alfred Pool. And I'm sitting there in the press bus after these dramatic days in Canberra with the dismissal, writing about democracy and so on. And I thought, this is it. This is the Australian summer. Everything is normal. The traffic's busy. The shops are open. The primary school kids are going to school. We talk about a crisis, but what crisis? And so I just felt that the sort of humdrum aspect of Australian life would prevail at the end of the day, and Gough had virtually no chance whatsoever.
Yeah. There are two sides to the coin on supply. The opposition, obviously, blocking supply, but also you had a government determined to govern without supply. Was there blame on both sides?
Well, you've got to go back to basics on the whole supply issue. The Senate does have the formal power. It's a bit hard to argue that there was a convention against the use of that power because so many politicians, including Gough himself, as has recently been reminding us, Brandis has been reminding us, were willing enough to talk about the use of that power. The fact that it was politically unrealistic on all those earlier occasions, the fact that the Senate had never actually exercised it, didn't alter the fact that the power was there. And the reason it was there is because the Constitution is this crazy hybrid of primarily about responsible government, but with the overlay of US-style federal government, with the desire of the Founding Fathers to create an upper house which represented the states and which would be a state's house. There was a kind of a justification, even though the Founding Fathers knew that they were building in the possibility of real tension and conflict, and it was unresolved in the text of the Constitution. They just left it to the future to sort itself out. But when, of course, the States House became a party house within the first couple of decades, or earlier, of federation, the reality is it was quite unconscionable to think about the Senate having that power. It's just impossible to run a government on the basis that you could be knocked off or forced to an election every year, every budget. So, as to governing without supply and all the rest of it, I mean, there was a dilemma that Whitlam faced. What does he do? The half-Senate election option is one that I've found a bit hard over the years to understand why the attraction was there. But I think I do understand it better now. The reality was that, and this is still controversial in what's being written about it, the reality was that a half-Senate election would have changed quickly the composition of the Senate with the election of the 4 state senators and the election of proper replacements for the Milliner and Murphy breaches of Constitutional Convention that had so obviously distorted the practice in November the 11th. As to the question of guaranteeing supply, which is the big question mark. People say, well, okay, a half-Senate election might have changed the composition of the Senate, given the government a majority, working majority again, but what would you have done about supply? There's a very, very interesting passage in Jenny Hocking's latest publication, published by the Whitlam Institute yesterday, in which she quotes some archival material of Alan Reid, the journalist, talking to Fraser at the time, and Fraser acknowledging that if Kerr had accepted Whitlam's advice for a half-Senate election, Fraser believes that he would have had no alternative. He would have been over a barrel on supply. The politics of continuing to deny supply would have been impossible. So the whole argument about the government being prepared to, go to election without supply, govern without supply, that you raised in your question, I think, was really an issue that could have been resolved in a way that was satisfactory.
It's an interesting one, Kerry, because to have the half-Senate election meant another 6 weeks delay without supply. Now we seem to get a different attitude from Malcolm Fraser on that.
I mean, it's a pretty clear political argument that it would have been nigh impossible for Malcolm Fraser to have denied supply once Sir John Kerr had agreed to the half-Senate election. But I think that what we have to have absolutely in front of our sights this whole day, these were political problems.
Yeah, exactly.
Gough Whitlam was the elected Prime Minister of Australia. He enjoyed the numbers in the House of Representatives, the People's House, as we're hearing. These were political problems. He always maintained that they would and could and should be resolved politically. And what we all, I mean, I've thought a few times about this. Had we known all of the things we now know as we were going to that election, had we known all those things, it would have been a very different debate. Now, would it have changed the outcome of the election? I think it would certainly have reduced the majority. The fact was, Bill Hayden had produced this very credible budget, which Malcolm Fraser left largely intact for about the next 9 months before the next budget was due. It was a political problem, and the way in which Sir John Kerr's involvement developed, when Malcolm Fraser decided that the sacking of Rex Connor as minister on October 14 was the reprehensible circumstances allowing him to justify blocking supply, that was a political problem and a political action on the part of Malcolm Fraser. When John Kerr decided that he had to make this judgment, had to take this action on November 11, you can make arguments that that wasn't political, but he was making political judgments himself. He was making judgments about the implications of those political actions by both sides. We now know that we certainly know about Mason's involvement. We know about Barwick's involvement. We know that Alan Misson and Don Jessup, two Liberal senators, Victoria and South Australia, both confirmed subsequently that they were about to change their vote. Cathy Sullivan, Liberal senator from Queensland, Deputy Opposition Whip in the Senate, she acknowledged that they were on the edge of collapsing. The Neville Bonner, the first Indigenous Member of Parliament, the Liberal senator from Queensland, was beside himself at the idea of pensioners suddenly not receiving their pensions. Polls were beginning to show that regardless of however else Australians felt about the Whitlam government, they were increasingly seeing it as wrong to stop the flow of money to public service jobs, to public services, to the pension and so on. There were all these things coalescing around the inevitable collapse of the opposition's resolve on supply, probably within days.
Well, the point here, Barrie, is the Senate held for a month. Gough's tactic was to bust the Senate, to break open the Senate, and the Senate held for a month. Now, that was a long time. Now, senators have subsequently said they were going to change their mind and so on. Well, the point is they were held firm for a month. Now, on this point about the half-Senate election, when Gough spoke to Kerr at mid-morning on the 11th of November, he told Kerr he'd be going to Government House to seek a half-Senate election. Kerr specifically asked Whitlam whether supply would be available for that election, and Whitlam confirmed supply would not be available. This was also confirmed earlier on that morning at the 9 a.m. discussion between Fraser and Whitlam, when again it was clear supply would not be available. Okay, so the Governor-General is being told by the Prime Minister the Prime Minister is going to seek a half-Senate election, and at the same time he is telling the Governor-General that there will not be supply. What this means is funding for the services of government will expire during the course of that election campaign. Now, Kerr in his memoirs subsequently made the obvious point. It was too late for the half-Senate election. It's obvious. If Whitlam wanted a half-Senate election, he should have called the half-Senate election when the budget was blocked. He didn't do that. He used the strategy of trying to break the Senate. And I think what happened at the end of the day was, when he went for the half-Senate election, this was a sign of weakness. Now, this wasn't just my view, it was the private view of a number of people in the government. There was a lot of private criticism in the government about the half-Senate election. I didn't believe Kerr would give Whitlam the half-Senate election, and there was no way the Governor-General could have taken that decision speculating that afterwards Fraser might grant supply. I mean, there's no way on earth the Governor-General could have factored that into the situation. I also believe that any Governor-General in that situation would have denied Whitlam a half-Senate election.
But what the Governor-General, though, according to Malcolm Fraser, on consideration after a decade or two, is that the Governor-General should have given Gough Whitlam warning of the consequences, and that didn't happen.
Absolutely he should have. And we sort of all know what happened. I mean, this is the heart of the crisis. Kerr decides that he will not speak frankly and honestly and counsel and warn Whitlam. He decides right from the start that he is going to keep his own counsel to himself, but he's going to mislead Whitlam and encourage Whitlam to believe that he's sympathetic to Whitlam. Now, the evidence about this is simply overwhelming. And Kerr has been absolutely frank about this. The reason he did this, he says, is because he was convinced that if he spoke honestly to Gough, if he gave Gough any indication that he might want other advice as to how to resolve the deadlock, Kerr believed Whitlam would go to the Queen in an effort to have Kerr's position as Governor-General cancelled. So Kerr was very focused on self-preservation and the role of the Queen in the crisis. But as far as I'm concerned, that was no justification and could never be a justification for not speaking frankly and honestly with Whitlam and giving Whitlam the choice of going to an election as Prime Minister. He didn't do it.
And again, this is a reflection of Malcolm Fraser after the event, but he felt that what was not necessarily uppermost, but important in John Kerr's mind, that he didn't want the Queen embroiled in an Australian political crisis. Is that...
What do they say about self-interest in horse races? Always back the horse called self-interest. Slightly cynical, but pretty close to the truth too often.
Yeah. Apart from the reform in 1977, though, Gareth, nothing much has flowed from that event in terms of constitutional reform.
Well, it hasn't been for want of trying. I mean, there's all Donald Horne Citizens for Democracy stuff. There's the movement for constitutional change that I initiated. There's the big conference we had at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre about rewriting the Constitution, bringing it up to date, addressing the democratic shortfall issues. It's a huge amount of effort continued to go on for about 3 or 4 or 5 more years. I finally abandoned, when I became Attorney-General, the unequal struggle of trying to formally address the issues head-on, address the issue of Senate power, address the issue of codification of conventions, address the issue of all the rest of the issues that are at stake. And I decided that, and I still think that the way through this is indirect, and that is to bearing in mind there's still a possibility, as Paul Keating was very articulately saying, because of the structural issue about the Senate power, the unprecedented scale of Senate power, you've still got the possibility of political dynamics changing and the issue arising again. If we had a system of fixed-term parliaments, I mean preferably 4 years, but even was fixed-term 3 years, and the only circumstance in which you could shorten the term of a parliament would be if government lost the confidence of the lower house or there was an agreed double dissolution. If you had that, there'd be very little point most of the time in forcing an early election, because you would only be able to serve out the term that you're in. And just changing the political dynamic in that way, I think, probably would very much help to resolve the issue. But that's another constitutional issue which, cries out to be implemented, particularly for fixed 4-year terms, which we seem congenitally unable to address, and that's very disappointing. If we, in terms of, whether this could all happen again and what sort of precautions we should take against it, the only thing that really worries me, I think, is if consummation devoutly to be wished, we do eventually have a successful referendum to establish a republic. The only conceivable basis on which that referendum would be passed would be a directly elected head of state. We know that that's the instinct of the population.
They can't agree on that, though. The Republican movement is split down the middle on that point.
But the reality is that's the only basis on which it's ever likely to be able to command a popular majority. If you do that, you unquestionably give the elected head of state a degree of moral authority and democratic credibility, which is conspicuously lacking, with all due respect to Sam Mostyn, who gave a wonderful speech today, is obviously lacking in an unelected monarch's representative. And it's just conceivable under those circumstances that in a situation of tension arising again, dynamics changing, the Governor-General would feel empowered again to exercise that kind of power in a way that would be most unsatisfactory. So that's what worries me a bit about the possibility of ever being able to satisfactorily finally address this.
There are those, though, and we've heard it expressed already, around the recollections around the dismissal, is that it would never happen again, and it gives some people comfort, so they don't think that there's any urgency, Paul, to do anything about it because it won't happen again. Do you accept that?
I don't think it'll happen again. And I also think, as Gareth just said, look, it would be nice to think there would be a constitutional amendment which could be passed to address whatever needs to be addressed in the Constitution, but clearly that's not going to happen, because the parties, as we've seen the last couple of days, the parties are still fundamentally divided about the issue of what happened in 1975. So you are never going to have the Coalition and Labor coming together agreeing on a way to solve the problem. Now, the reason I don't think it'll happen again is because every Governor-General since Kerr, either in public or in private, has made it absolutely clear that they would not have done what Kerr did in 1975. While they accept the reality of the reserve powers, they would never use the reserve powers the way Kerr did without properly consulting the Prime Minister. So I think it's very clearly established in terms of the way the Governor-General functions that the anti-Kerr convention is well and truly established. When it comes to the parliamentarians, I think it is highly unlikely, you can't rule it out, but I think it's highly unlikely that we would see again a blocking of supply by the Senate to force a government to the people. I don't rule it out, but I think it is unlikely to occur. Even if it does occur and the Governor-General's the key player, the Governor-General will not behave the way Kerr did.
Gareth?
Well, Barrie, I think it's a mistake to see the future in the prism of the past. We are in deeply uncertain times in terms of democracies around the world of our style. Yes, we're luckier than most in some of the traditions that we have in this country in the way that we function. We have compulsory voting. That can be changed by legislation. We have electoral commissions in this country that stand up brilliantly compared to many other democracies around the world. But we are in dramatically changing times. There has been no time like this, just in terms of the digital world and the impacts that is delivering on us all. With the unpredictability of these things, we are at a stage in human history where it's virtually an impossibility with any kind of certainty to predict 10 years ahead, let alone 20 or 30 years ahead. We're seeing conventions trashed in a country like the United States, which has been held up for so long as a great beacon of democracy in our world. We're seeing the mood in Europe, we're seeing the mood in Britain. We don't have a Nigel Farage and people of that ilk yet. We have a handful perhaps who might like to be. But what I would stress is we can have no certainty about future judgments by politicians nor by Governors-General while this system remains as it is.
I think Kerry's right about that. Up until pretty recently, I have to say, I tended to believe that it was pretty inconceivable that we would have a repetition, that politicians like Fraser had learnt that their legacy was inevitably going to be tarnished if they came into office in those sorts of circumstances. Politicians seem to be prepared to acknowledge, even on the Conservative side, that to get an unelected monarch's representative to do your dirty political work for you was a pretty tacky kind of thing to do and was not going to redound to your reputational advantage in the long term. I have to say, though, again, referring to Julie and Lisa last night, I was pretty shocked by the inability to acknowledge any breach of any constitutional convention, any nicety, any propriety at all. Failure to even acknowledge the reality that the Senate was stacked by the grotesque breach of convention by Jelke Peterson with the appointment of Field. A kind of cynicism about doing whatever it takes and the legitimacy of using the Senate's highly inappropriate power to block supply if there was perceived political advantage in doing so. There's a kind of a cynicism articulated last night, which, I mean, made Richo sound like Mother Teresa.
It takes some doing.
Not quite.
Paul, do you think there is anything, though, on reflection, structurally wrong to this day with the Australian political structure?
Oh, well, I do, I mean, as Paul Keating just said, you know, we go back to the Constitution. As Gareth just said, the Constitution has got this defect embedded in it. It's the defect between federalism and responsible government. And I guess what I feel about this, just listening to what Kerry and Gareth have just said, sure, it would be ideal if we could sit down and reach some sort of consensus on how to change the Constitution to fix things. That's not going to happen. I mean, the events of the last 48 hours here, essentially we've got the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, giving that speech last night, denouncing the Governor-General and Malcolm Fraser. Then we have Julie and Lisa defending the Liberal Party, defending what happened in terms of the ethics of the Liberal Party and the outcome. So you couldn't get a clearer example 50 years later that the parties and the political system, they are as divided on this issue today without the emotion, in a sense, as they were 50 years ago. So we are not going to get this constitutional change which can sort things out. So we're going to have to rely, unfortunately, despite all the tensions and all the transformations and all the difficulties in democracy, we're going to have to rely on the goodwill and common sense and resilience of our system. But that's what most democracies have got to rely on anyway.
Julie and Lisa pointed to a couple of occasions after 75 when the Conservative governments managed to get reform through referendums. But I think in all cases, I might be wrong, but I think they had bipartisan support.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and that's absolutely essential to this day.
Correct.
When you look at, though, at the when the Constitution was written up, it's not as archaic as the United States Constitution. That doesn't go back that far, but way beyond a century, and there was a lot of concern around states' rights, and of course the two houses of the Parliament were set up, one to really reflect the public view and the other to look after the rights of the states. But how relevant is that any longer? I was just doing some sums on this the other day, and New South Wales now has a population of 8.5 million. Tasmania has 600,000.
14 to 1.
14 to 1. They have 12 senators each. And when you say 14 to 1, if you multiply it, I think you'll find that if you're going to give Tasmania 12 senators, if you want one vote, one value, you have to give New South Wales 190. We're a long way out of whack.
Yeah.
Is there the mood, though, to look again at the Senate and see whether what the founding fathers, and they were all fathers, came up with? And is it relevant to today's politics?
Well, the problem is that we are in an age of profound cynicism and mistrust of institutions, the first and foremost of those being the parliaments. And there are many reasons for that, but politicians themselves have to stand up and acknowledge their part in that outcome. So does journalism. And yes, some of that cynicism is misplaced, some of that mistrust is misplaced, but you've only got to look at the impacts on so many Australians, Americans, Europeans, Britons, people living in one form of democracy or another, the so-called Western-style liberal democracies, where people fundamentally feel let down. People are scared of the future. There are all kinds of reasons for this, but and so much of it just relates to a fundamental anxiety in ordinary households. People no longer believe that governments can actually deliver outcomes that are relevant to the time. We're in an age of perceived incrementalism, but facing profound problems. There's not just the existential issue of climate change, something as fundamental as housing. And the problems have been allowed to get so big in many cases that it's virtually an impossibility in this kind of mood of incrementalism that any government of any political shade is going to actually be able to deliver outcomes. So people look to the future, and so many of them feel hopeless and certainly feel helpless and feel angry, and those moods are there to be exploited by unscrupulous political leaders if they want to.
On the question of the future of the Senate, which you asked about, I think it's utterly quixotic to think there's a chance of seeing the Senate actually knocked off. And I don't think, and as a member of the unrepresentative swill myself for 18 years, I think provided you can address somehow, even if only indirectly through fixed-term parliaments and so on, the issue of blocking supply and the Senate's capacity to effectively destroy the government of the day, there is still a case to be made, notwithstanding that a Tasmanian's vote is worth 14 times as much as a New South Welshman or 12 times as much as a Victorian, notwithstanding that democratic craziness. The Senate has shown a capacity over the years to perform actually quite a useful function in ensuring that legislation is properly debated, that you do have to sort of win the argument, not just the vote. I mean, the House, as Paul was saying, I mean, it's been reduced to second-rate vaudeville. There's no serious debate about anything at any time in the House. But because of the necessity to persuade, as a necessary condition, not a sufficient condition, the crossbenchers in the Senate, you do have to debate the issues. In getting the land rights legislation through, I had to debate for 50 hours in committee stage in the Senate, clause by clause, issue by issue, argument by argument, and not just rely on the votes to win it through. But that does contribute to the utility of the democracy, I think, in the way that arguably the House of Lords' capacity to review but not to stymie legislation is an arguable contributor still to democracy, the value of democracy, the quality of parliamentary democracy in the UK. So I think, you know, an argument can be made for the retention of the Senate, even though it's behaved so badly.
But not only the retention of the Senate, I don't think that that's going to become an issue in the near future anyway, but in terms of the representation, Paul, do you think just maybe some tinkering around numbers in the territories, senators in the territories, but nothing beyond that to bring Tasmania and New South Wales a little more in line?
I don't think there's any way, Barry, that we're going to be able to change the fundamental Senate representational basis of the Senate. The state representational basis of the Senate. I can't see that changing. And can you just imagine the uproar if people tried to do that? Look, I guess just looking at it, it just seems to me the issue is not 1975. I don't like the idea that the Senate has the power over supply. I've always opposed this. Afterwards I used to do all these interviews with Gareth supporting constitutional change and reform and so on. But we're sort of beyond all that now. The issue is not the problem of the Senate having the power over supply. We haven't seen that problem for the last 50 years. But we do have a problem with the functioning of the Parliament. We do have a problem, and I disagree with what Gareth says about, his sort of argument for the wisdom of the Senate and No,
that's overstating. I'm not saying wisdom.
All right. Okay, fine. Anyway, I'm more on the side of arguing that the Senate, while it does some good, it does a lot of harm. It does a lot of harm to the mandate of governments. And what happens after you have a general election in this country? After you have a general election in this country, you have people jumping up and down in the Senate saying they have a mandate. They give no respect whatsoever to the mandate of the elected government and the reps. It doesn't exist. They ignore it. That's how the Senate functions. And I think this is a bad thing. I think this undermines sound government. And I think if you look at the history of governments over the last few years, I would say that the Senate does more harm than it does good. I think this is a fundamental problem in terms of what Kerry's talking about, in terms of actually getting governments and parliaments that can function in the national interest. Finally, what is an absolute scandal is the way senators change parties. Just look at the record. I can't remember the exact numbers now, but it's something like 18 senators in recent years have changed their party in the Senate, and some even changed 2 or 3 times in the space of one parliament. This is an absolute abuse of democracy, and I understand senators have got a perfect right to change parties, but when this happens on such a scale, it is an absolute abuse of democracy.
And particularly, of course, to argue as they do, some of them are there because they were voted in by the public when in fact they were chosen by their political party to be placed on a ticket in either a winning or a losing position. And it has very little to do with what happens on election day. Kerry,
but sorry, before you go on, Barry, the reason we've got the Senate we have goes to some of the things I was just talking about. People are deeply unhappy with what they see in how government works or doesn't work for them. When it comes to the ballot box, we want people, I want people to go in there thinking about how they're going to cast their vote. And I think in some ways you can argue that more people are thinking about their vote, which explains the teals. That didn't happen by accident. That's people actually stopping to think about the disillusionment they feel and how they can make their vote count where it hasn't counted in the past. I think that helps explain the makeup of the Senate, and I think that you, along with those with whom you might feel are being irresponsible in the Senate, there are those who I think you can visibly see trying terribly hard to act responsibly and genuinely reviewing for better outcomes the legislations that are coming their way. And underpinning the success of the Teals is their appeal to Australians to give them votes to help create a more trustworthy culture in the Parliament. This Parliament, that Parliament, in the eyes of many Australians, has lost its moral compass.
The issue then of 4-year terms and fixed terms, one requires a referendum, the other doesn't. Do you think there's any prospect of change in the future, very near future?
Well, each side of politics has advocated, extended terms at various stages in history, but every time the cynics prevailed. In my case, it was the New South Wales right prevailing on Bob Hawke, as usual, that whatever the attractions of this principle might have sounded like in opposition, don't throw away the advantage of being able to call an election at a time of your own choosing. They would have liked to have gone for 4-year terms, but 4-year terms, it just not been able to win bipartisan support at the same time by both parties at every time. I mean, I think there's a chance of that happening. Of all the constitutional proposals that are still vaguely in circulation, I think 4-year terms, and because the situation's changed so much in the states, and now every state has basically 4-year terms and fixed terms, and that's changed the environment. So it ought to be doable.
Well, Gareth, if they put the referendum, I can tell you I'll vote against it. And this idea of 4-year terms, I mean, 30 years ago I used to think it was a good idea, but what are we talking about here? 4-year terms for the reps, 8-year terms for the Senate?
No, simultaneous.
Simultaneous? No. Well, if it's simultaneous, you're never going to get it up. But most of the ideas put forward for this 4-year term proposal involve an 8-year Senate. 8-year Senate, forget it. Don't even think about it. It would be an absolute outrage. The other point to make about good government, look.
But are you saying, Paul, that we are stuck with 3-year terms when we know that 3 years is simply not long enough for a responsible government?
I don't see a particular problem with 3-year terms at all.
Well, mate, it's almost an aberration that they go 3 years.
Well, sure. So we have 4-year terms in state governments. Do we actually think that state governments perform much better than the federal government because they have 4-year parliamentary terms? I don't think so. And when I've been dealing with politicians and speaking to politicians about reform all my life, the one thing I don't believe, Gareth, is that if they lack the courage for reform, then a 4-year parliamentary term will give them the courage that they lack under a 3-year term. I don't believe it.
Isn't there an argument, though, that the country goes into election mode far too soon, and therefore the hard-nosed decisions are not taken? I think there's an argument that at the state level you don't go into that kind of mode as quickly as they do at the federal level?
Well, that's true. I mean, of course that's right, because when you've got a 3-year term, then you are going to be thinking more about election mode. But I come back to my fundamental point. I come back to this point. I don't think that governments and parliaments in this country perform better at state level because they have 4-year terms. And also, I think sometimes a 3-year term will have advantages. What's the problem with going to the public after a 3-year term as opposed to a 4-year term?
The problem is you're in permanent election mode. The statistics, the last time I looked at it, was the average term of the federal parliament is 2 years and 4 months since federation. And that's the reality, because there's always the temptation to grab the moment, to go early, and there's always the necessity to move very quickly from governing mode into election mode, and they are two different modes.
And if you've got a sense of timidity in modern government, partly because of that,
you're never going to want to offend anybody about anything at any stage.
No.
Well, I can just repeat my point. I think there are politicians who have got character, who are committed to reform, and if they are, they will move ahead and seek reform under a 3-year term. They won't need a 4-year term in order to show a bit of courage.
I'll just make the observation, and we're starting to run out of time. We've got about 3 minutes before we have to get set for Remembrance Day. But beyond 1975 was some of the most stable period in Australia's political history. Malcolm Fraser for 8 years, and then Hawke and Keating for 13, John Howard for 11. How do you explain that?
Well, it was obviously a reaction. I mean, I remember the amount of time and effort coming into the parliament as I did after 75, 2 years later, the realisation of the scale of the dysfunction, of the Whitlam government and all of the chaos that had been associated with the election and dissolution, and the absolute necessity to get in place a workable system of ministry, caucus, executive public service relationships that would be stable and would be workable over the duration. And that blueprint that we devised in the run-up to the 83 election, that transition to government thing, actually characterised the performance of the Hawke government all the way through. And there was no change, basically, in the ground rules. And that was critical to our stability. I mean, there was different dynamics at work with Howard, and then we moved into the dysfunction period, so we didn't achieve it permanently. But I think just paying attention to the necessity for good government process is critical. And if you do that, you can guarantee reasonable degrees of longevity.
It just seems to me, Barry, this is a story of phenomenal Labor revival and achievement and Labor resilience and wisdom. And I mean, the party was so decimated after 75 and 77, and the recovery was remarkably quick. They owe a tremendous amount to Bill Hayden's leadership. Remember, the Labor Party was very competitive in 1980, very competitive. The two-party preferred vote was very close. And then you had Hawke and Keating supported by a wide range of highly competent and effective ministers. But talking to people at the time and since, it seems to me that the big attitude that Hawke and Keating brought to the table was they wanted to inject a ruling mentality into the Labor Party. And they felt the problem was that Labor had only governed for short periods of time since Federation. They believed that the only way you could change Australia fundamentally was to govern for a substantial period of time. That meant you put down governing roots. And the great achievement of this Labor Party was they were a reforming government, a sustained reforming government over a long period of time, and they kept winning elections. This was an extraordinary achievement. And I think they drew upon a sense of history and an understanding of the sort of country Australia was. And they sort of recognised that you had to govern with the support of the people, and they had the capacity to sell and market their reform agenda. It was an extraordinary achievement over 5 terms.
And Kerry, just briefly, because we're starting to run out, but it just seems to me that for all of the crisis happens around the dismissal, and the period that had the most negative impact, I think, on the reputation of the political process in this country was from Gillard, Rudd, Turnbull, Abbott, through that period, and when the country saw Prime Ministers regularly being replaced in office.
Oh, on both sides. But I think Labor's tragedy post Hawke and Keating was another era of leadership timidity, where they were incredibly defensive. There was, I think, post-75 a defensiveness about the Whitlam era that the Conservatives were very, very good at keeping on Labor's back for a very long time.
Okay, we have to break it.
Yep.
Well, Albo wasn't showing much sign of timidity last night. I hope that's a signal of something more to happen. So.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
After this, we'll be back at 11:30.
Well, good morning, everybody. Microphone's a bit... Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name's Troy Bramston. I'm a journalist and author of a biography of Gough Whitlam. It's great to be here on this historic anniversary in this magnificent chamber of the House of Representatives. I'd like to start with introducing the panel members and then we'll start the discussion. So at the far end of the table is Jeff Brio, who was Private Secretary to Don Willacy. I have David Solomon next to him, who was Press Secretary to Gough Whitlam. Then Paddy Warne, who was Media Secretary to Gough Whitlam. And then Elizabeth Cham, who was on the secretarial staff in Gough Whitlam office. And Russell Schneider, who was Press Secretary to Reg Withers. We've got a lot of things to cover. This is going to be a fascinating session to get some really on-the-day recollections and insights and reflections. So, David, I might start with you. Tell us about how Whitlam approached the supply crisis from the 16th of October on. What was his strategy and how much did you discuss that in the office?
The strategy basically was to try to outstay the opposition until the Senate caved in, and then various ways of increasing pressure on senators were discussed, but it was a question of trying to wait out the Senate mainly.
So this was called the tough it out strategy.
It was.
How likely do you think that there was a chance that one or more coalition senators were going to flip sides or not vote before November 11?
There was always confidence that at least one or two would give in finally.
What about other discussions in the office? I mean, I was able to interview John Mant, who was the last Principal Private Secretary to Gough Whitlam, and I asked him once the same question. Tell me about the strategy planning, the contingency planning, the discussions in the office, and he laughed. He said there were none of those discussions that he could really recall. Do you think Gough was sort of perhaps resistant to consulting with others in his own party and with the public service at this stage?
Gough certainly had his own views and wasn't particularly interested in anyone else's.
Russell, let me ask you. You were working for Reg Withers, the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. His nickname was the Toe Cutter. Why did he have that nickname?
Well, there was a gang of crooks in Sydney who, in the 60s, had a tendency to go and extract money from other criminals by cutting their toes off with bolt cutters. And Reg had the reputation of being a very, very tough leader in the Senate. So he was nicknamed, I think by Mungo McCallum, as a toe cutter. Peter Bowers of the Sydney Morning Herald later called us Toe Cutter and Son, which was probably based on the Steptoe TV series. But Reg basically held... David says there was a thought that the senators had caved in. A lot of senators were very worried. A lot of senators were very, very pressured from outside by people threatening their wives and kids when they went to the shops, for example. But Reg was able to hold them together more by, I suppose, for want of a better term, emotional blackmail, by saying, look, do you want to be the first bloke to go out and sell out the party? The other fellas have been in there for 10 days, 20 days, or whatever many days it is. Do you want to be the first one to let them down? And that worked, certainly up until November 11, and I suspect it would have lasted longer. There was a theory that, well, there are a couple of names that have been dropped about them. When I wrote War Without Blood, the book about the Fraser years, I named one of them in the manuscript, and just before publication was told I would get the biggest writ of all time if it went ahead. So the publishers and I agreed that we'd delete the name.
So who was it?
I promised that I would never say. But even so, I don't think that they would have broken within time as quickly as Gough was obviously hoping.
Yeah, so Alan Mostyn, Victorian Senator, was one who had spoken in the party room against it and was often suspected of being someone who would crack, but in his diary he revealed that he wouldn't, and there would need to be a large group.
Yep.
What's the likelihood of there being a large group?
That was the difficulty that they had all the time. Those who were wavering could never agree in sufficient numbers that they would cross the floor, and until there was a large group, we were quite sure it wouldn't happen. So that was part of the tactic, the strategy was to make sure that we kept, we never allowed a group of people who wished to get out, get together.
So Reg employed a persuasive strategy. He didn't threaten to cut any toes off.
No. To my knowledge, I mean, there may have been private conversations I'm not privy to, but to my knowledge, and I was involved in pretty much all of the discussions, there was never any threats, or never any toe cutting threats. There were obviously emotional appeals.
Thank God for that. Now, Jeff, you're working for Don Willacy in the Senate. By November 1975, it's suggested that Whitlam didn't have a particularly good relationship with Ken Reid, who's the Senate leader. Ken Reid had actually recommended a half-Senate election when supply was first blocked in October, and he wasn't in much consultation with Whitlam. Tell us about how Whitlam related to the senators. Was he involved in Senate strategy? Was there discussion about what role the Senate might play or how they might get supply through?
Well, there are a couple of things to say. You mentioned you'd interviewed John Mant, and I was a bit surprised at what was said, your recollection, or sorry, his recollection of there not being any strategy. In fact, I have here a letter signed by John Mant, dated the 10th of October 1975, calling a meeting of press secretaries and private secretaries, and this became the Mant Committee, which ended up being a smaller group, but it in fact was all about discussing the supply. Well, that was one of its main focuses. And yes, it's true that Whitlam and Reid weren't on the best of terms, but this proceeded to have a number of meetings, and I was the only Senate. It ended up being only about a bit over half a dozen or so, plus David Coombs, the ALP National Secretary, attended, I think, the first meeting, and subsequently his deputy, Ken Bennett, did come to the meetings. And people got a bit tired of me announcing almost at the start of each meeting, this matter will be decided in the Senate. And I'm not sure the extent to which John Mant conveyed that back to Whitlam, but that certainly turned out to be the case. And as I say, this it used to meet in Whitlam's office in the morning of a number of sitting days in the period leading up to the 11th of November.
So what are your recollections of talking to Don Willacy about strategy in the Senate over supply? What was his expectations for how this might be resolved?
He believed that the senators, particularly Alan Mostyn and bloke from Senator from South, Don Jessup, were the most likely, but there were a number of others who expressed disquiet. He thought that that was likely to happen. And one of the really bad features was the sudden appearance of this mad scheme about certificates of indebtedness, which was meant to allow the government to eke out supply, and the banks would accept these certificates issued by the government, and it was a sort of going to be, well, a sort of funny money really, and it was never going to work. And Bill Dean, who was the chief counsel for then the Bank of New South Wales, convinced the other banks to fall in line and give the thumbs down. So it was never going to work. But what that did do was it allowed the senators who were possibly wavering not to have to make a decision to vote yes or no about supply. And we're sort of back to Julian Leese's performance last night, where he sort of tried to divert attention from the fact that the coalition never voted against supply during the crisis. They only ever voted to defer bringing the motion on to have a vote. And that's an absolutely key thing. And Julian Leese, I think, was just, I'd have to use the word duplicitous about the way he addressed that in the reception last night.
Okay, we'll come back to that issue of deferrals, about deferring, not rejecting supply. Paddy, I want to come to you because pretty soon the Governor-General, Sir John Kerr, feels that he's in the middle of this crisis. He meets Gough Whitlam several times, he meets Malcolm Fraser several times, and I think it's quite clear that Malcolm Fraser uses subtle pressure, even intimidation, against John Kerr in those private meetings to intervene and resolve the crisis. Now, you had an encounter with John Kerr at Kirribilli House on the 28th of December 1974, where you were there with Elizabeth Reid and you heard a tap on the French door windows. Can you tell us briefly about what happened that night and what insight it gave you into his character?
Right. For those of you who don't remember, it was shortly after Cyclone Tracy. The Whitlam entourage was touring ruins in Europe, and Gough was unhappy at the fact that he was going to have to come back to Australia and inspect some ruins in Darwin. Quite a lot of staff were in the travelling party, but Elizabeth Reid, the women's advisor, and I weren't, and were the only people on tap in Sydney. So we had gone to Kirribilli House in anticipation of the Prime Minister arriving and needing God knows what, but we were prepared to get it done. And the wait went on, and we're sitting on the veranda at Kirribilli House being plied with orange juice, I think, by the housekeeper. And there's a tap on the windows, and Sir John Kerr appears. He claimed he had seen the lights on at Kirribilli House and that maybe the Prime Minister was back and that he had come in a spirit of friendship to see what solace or what advice or what help he could give. But in the event, there was just Elizabeth Reid and me. Earlier in that year, Elizabeth had got to know him quite well because of International Women's Year, for whom she had persuaded him to do a national broadcast to introduce International Women's Year in 1975. And so we got into a conversation about all sorts of things. Meanwhile, the Scottish housekeeper, Jo Holloway, had gone away and come back with a glass of whiskey for the Governor-General because she knew that was his favourite tipple. And we chatted and we chatted and we chatted, and we finally got the word that the plane was so delayed nobody would want to see anybody at 2 o'clock in the morning. So Kerr said, well, what are you doing now? And we said, I said, I just live around the corner at Kirribilli. And I said, well, there are a few people at my place having a bit of a party. You're very welcome to come. Oh, he said that, the life of a Governor-General was terribly hard, a bit like A.A. Milne, and no, he didn't do much socialising. But what was the address? So we gave him the address, and Elizabeth, who had by this stage been unimpressed with his attention, said, don't leave me alone with him, I'm coming too. And we went off into the night, but not before the Scottish housekeeper had pressed into my hands a bottle of Queen Anne whiskey. She said, you'll be needing this. I said, what for? She said, well, I don't imagine you've got any whiskey at your place. I said, well, that was certainly true. Anyway, we went home, half a dozen people at my place, including Margaret Valadian, who was our first Aboriginal graduate, with whom I'd flattered for some time, who'd been director of ABSCOL and a notable Indigenous achiever, and a couple of other people, including, as it happened, somebody who worked for Ian Sinclair and other friends. And we said, you never guess what's just happened. We think the Governor-General's coming for drinks, and they all chortled and said this was very funny. And the doorbell went, and I said, oh, that'll be him. So I answered the door, and a very embarrassed male voice said, is that the residence of Miss Warne? And I said, yes, it was. And he said, it's so-and-so here. I'm ADC to the Governor-General. And I said, oh, do come up. So Kerr and the ADC came up to my place. I was able to provide him with Queen Anne whiskey while the rest of us had probably red wine. And he proceeded to take over the conversation. He was extremely sure of himself. He was extremely arrogant in the way he saw his role as Governor-General. He was somebody who believed that only he had the capacity or the entitlement to have any direct contact with the Queen. And he was very uncomfortable at talking about things that were happening in Darwin, the needs of the women of Darwin, the needs of the evacuees from Darwin. He really wasn't interested in them at all. But I had the impression that he was an arrogant bastard, actually. And he'd made a significant impact on the bottle of whiskey by the time he left at about 3 a.m. This is the Governor-General of Australia.
It's such an amazing story. It's just incredible, and I'm pleased that you could share it here today, Paddy. Elizabeth, what happened on the 10th of November is that there was a Grand Lord Mayor's banquet in Melbourne, and Gough Whitlam went, Malcolm Fraser went, a number of other front benchers and staff, and they decided to all share a plane back to Canberra. That plane arrived in the early hours of the morning. A number of people have reflected on that plane trip. What are your recollections of that trip back to Canberra?
Well, that's right. There were a number of Prime Minister had been to the Lord Mayor's banquet. It was very formal. I was sitting on the plane when he arrived. I was very surprised at the number of Liberal members who followed him. But the explanation was that Tullamarine had a curfew, so he had very generously offered Fraser, Lynch, Anthony and McMahon and Peacock a lift on the VIP flight. And we all settled down. Prime Minister, as usual, sort of tried to get a bit of sleep, and I could see Fraser and Lynch sitting opposite him over the aisle, and they were speaking very softly. I thought they were being extraordinarily considerate of the Prime Minister, but I now realise they were being conspiratorial. So it's very Shakespearean. He generously offers them the flight, and they're sitting there stabbing him in the back. The other thing that I remember very, very clearly is that Peacock, who was, I guess the polite word is, very inebriated, came down to the back of the plane where the staff were, and he started to swear in a way I'd never heard, and the enmity was all about his great rival Malcolm Fraser, who he obviously detested. So that's my memory. The other memory...
Just on that,
Yep.
So Andrew Peacock said to me that their heads were together, Phil Lynch and Malcolm Fraser,
Yep.
throughout the flight, as you say, and that he thought that something was up, something was happening, that he didn't fully understand, but he thought that on reflection they knew something was about to happen.
I don't think there's any doubt about that, because Bobby Beedman had one of Whitlam one of the two Whitlam drivers. He picked up Fraser and Lynch, and he heard from the back seat, but what if John doesn't do it tomorrow? And he thought, now remember this is, we arrived back in Canberra at 12:30, so it's getting close to 1 a.m. He wondered what he'd heard, and then he wondered who he should ring, given it was nearly 1 a.m, and what was it he was going to say to this person, whoever it was, and in the end decided not to ring anyone, but the next day, in retelling this story, said, I really didn't suspect that it was the Governor-General they were talking about, but they obviously were, and all of their claims that nobody knew and it was just sort of something the Governor-General did, I think, sort of complete rubbish.
Of course, the Prime Minister gets dismissed the next day at about 1 p.m, goes back to the lodge and eats a steak rather than come straight back here, doesn't summon the Cabinet, doesn't summon the caucus, doesn't tell any of his senior colleagues, and certainly doesn't tell any senators. David, what do you think's going through his mind then? He's just been dismissed and he goes to the lodge. I know he liked to eat, he had a big appetite, but was that the right time to be having a steak?
Well, he needed to have his steak. No, he was, I'm sure, just quite surprised at what had happened, trying to work out what to do, if anything could be done. And he called on a few of his senior ministers and advisors to come and talk it over. What happened, I don't know. I wasn't one of them. He didn't have senators there because the Senate was the problem. He had no view of the role of the Senate well, I'll start again. He did not have a high regard for the Senate. He considered the House of Representatives to be the ultimate parliamentary chamber, and he believed so firmly in that he discounted and resisted any moves that were made by senators to increase the visibility and the functions of the Senate. He resisted the idea of the Senate committees, for example. He was firmly of the view that the People's House determined everything. The trouble was that that's not what the Constitution says. And as we know, the Senate ultimately was where the decisions were, where the action was going to be that allowed the decisions that the Governor-General was going to take.
Yeah, David, you previously had said to me that he had a blind spot for the Senate. And so the strategy agreed that at the Lodge was to move a motion of no confidence in this room That was the focus of attention when he arrived back here.
It was. Because this was all that could be done in this place. But he thought that was the only place where anything effective could be done.
Now, Paddy, you were upstairs in the press gallery, in the Prime Minister's press office. You weren't told by John Mant, you weren't told by Gough Whitlam that the government had been dismissed, and you found out from journalists. Tell us about that.
I found out from a racing Peter Bowers, who was running through the gallery saying, "Gough's been sacked, Gough's been sacked." And I really couldn't believe it. I had been with the Prime Minister in Alice Springs the previous weekend for the unlikely event of the running of the Alice Springs Cup. Now, if Gough had little interest in football, he had even less interest in racing, but nevertheless it was on his itinerary. We had gone to the Alice Springs Cup, and I had in fact backed a horse called Double Dissolution, which won.
So, Paddy, is that one of the many warning signs that were...
Well, I think it probably was, but there was another warning sign that came on Elizabeth Reed's last day in the job. Now, the supply crisis was mounting and growing, and attention, as we heard in that previous panel, was growing. The only scapegoat at the time was Elizabeth Reed, who lost her job as women's advisor because part of the blame for all the turmoil was how terrible International Women's Year had been, and it must have all been her fault. So she was being sidelined from the Prime Minister's office to the Prime Minister's department. And she came out of her last interview with Gough, because I was helping her pack up boxes, I think, and she said, "They all think he's on our side, but he's not, and I've tried to tell everyone, but Kerr is not on our side." So that was somebody else who wasn't listened to.
Elizabeth, you were having lunch on November 11. You were out of the office. Tell us how you first heard the news that the man you're working for, Gough Whitlam, had been dismissed.
Yes, well, he'd left to go to see the Governor-General, and I remember thinking, certainly after the previous day and early morning we arrived in Canberra, I thought, oh, I'll go out, it's a glorious day, I'll go and sit in the Rose Garden and have my sandwich. So there I was, looking in the Rose Garden, thinking, oh, the crisis is over, we're going to a half-Senate, isn't it marvellous? And then I looked up and I could see that the Prime Minister's car was back, and I thought, oh my God, he's back, I better hurry up. So I quickly sort of, it's only across the road, but came in the side entrance and up to the office, and there was total pandemonium. Everyone saying, where have you been? He's been sacked, and I'm just sitting there. And the question that you asked David, why did you go and have a steak? I think we were all in total shock. I can still remember that sort of feeling of, what, this can't happen? A Governor-General can't sack a Prime Minister. So I think my sense is, why did Whitlam go and have a steak? I think he was just emotionally in shock, and he couldn't work out what to do next, I think.
And Margaret was in Sydney, of course.
And she was in Sydney, yeah.
And immediately the staff think, we've got to pack up the office because Malcolm Fraser's about to arrive.
Got to pack up the office. So we all started shredding and packing, but the level of pandemonium and chaos, I think, was quite extraordinary. And remember, it's a tiny staff. There were about 12 people in all with the press office. I mean, today the Prime Minister's office has got 83 people in it.
Yeah. Russell, I'll come to you. I want to talk about the Senate, then I'll come to Jeff. So, of course, Malcolm Fraser comes straight back here after he's been sworn in and summons his senior colleagues, and he has a message for Reg Withers. What's that message?
Well, just go back a little bit earlier. As you've said, Whitlam met with Fraser et al. In the morning, and they asked whether he'd go to an election. He said he was going to a half-Senate election. They said, will you have supply? He said, no, we're not going to worry about supply. Have a half-Senate election, which obviously was not going to resolve the problem. But nevertheless, Reg, who was not at that meeting, was told about this, and we in the office decided, well, that seems to be the end of it for the time being. We're all going to go and have lunch. So I went to have lunch, and with Jeff Kidney from the Perth Daily News over at the lobby. Next to us was Kep Enderby, who was the Attorney General, and we got Kep was summoned to the phone at about 1:45 or so, and he came back from the phone, white-faced, and said, I've got to go, to the group of people he was with. And he rushed back. He was almost running back to Parliament House. So we stayed on for a little while, and I came back to Parliament House, got into the office. No one was there, except the phone was ringing, and I picked it up, and on the other end was Malcolm Fraser. And Malcolm said, where's Reg? And I didn't know. So he said, will you get down here straight away? So I came down to his office, which is out there, and the place was pandemonium. It was pandemonium on all sides, all around the building. People were just not knowing what to do. And Malcolm, being fairly tall, was able to look over the mob that was surrounding him and saw me, called me over and took me aside and said, look, tell Reg he's got to get me those bills now. The opposition's moving a censure motion and he's got to get the bills before that happens. And I said, what? The opposition's moving a censure motion on you and you want the bills. That doesn't make sense to me. He said, I'm the Prime Minister. And I said, what? At this stage, I thought Malcolm had finally cracked and was totally deluded. But he said, no, I'm the Prime Minister, the opposition's moving a censure motion and we've got to get those bills through. So go and find Reg and tell him to get me the bills. So I wandered back over the Senate, found Reg in the Senate chamber and said, look, I really do not know what's going on. All I know is that Malcolm Fraser has said, reckons he's the Prime Minister, and he wants you to get him the bills because the opposition is moving a sense. But why is it, aren't we the opposition? Anyway, Reg said, look, just calm down, calm down. Tell the fellas, you find the whip, and you and he go around and tell all the fellas just to do whatever I say, or whatever I do. No arguments, no debate, no nothing. And so we went round, and you can imagine that we're telling the senators, you've got to go and do exactly what the boss says. Sort of, why? Anyway, the bells started to ring, and Ken Reid came into the chamber and said to Reg, Reg said to Reid, we're going to do those bills now? Yes. Will you move them or will I? And Ken said, you've buckled.
You were in the chamber.
I was in the chamber.
There, you're watching.
I was in the chamber. And
is it also true that the coalition senators were told not to show any emotion when they went into the chamber or indicate that they knew what had happened?
Well, no, not that I know of. I certainly didn't tell them that. My message was, the boss says something is going to happen, just do whatever he says and don't argue about it. And so that was all I knew.
So I'll come back to you in a second on the actual passing of supply, but I just want to go to Jeff. Jeff, there's rumours around the building. Tell us your experience about how you first heard about it and being sent here to the Prime Minister's office to see whether these rumours were true. Tell us that story.
Well, I was having lunch in the staff canteen. I'd just about finished because I'm not sure whether the bells had started ringing, but they were obviously just about to. when Les Rowe, who was another private secretary in our office, he was a Foreign Affairs officer, subsequently ambassador in Moscow. But he rushed down to me and said, Don's heard that Whitlam's been sacked and he wants you to find out, what's happened. So I bolted straight, because where the staff canteen was, it was a straight line to the Prime Minister's office. I march in and there's Michael Delaney's private secretary, one of his Gough's private secretaries, appeared to be starting to pack up the office. So I said, it's true, is it? You've been sacked. And he said, yes, and we're, packing up now. And so that's all I needed to know. So I then bolted over to the Senate side, by which time the Senate had convened, and I rushed in, and both Don and Ken Reid were in the chamber. And I got to Don and said, it's true, I've been to Gough's office and they're packing up. I suppose I'm going to have to start packing up our office. And he said, oh, well, go and do what you need to do. And he immediately went and told Ken Reid. Now, there's we're probably only talking about a minute or two's difference as to who told Reid. Now, Don said when he told Reid that Gough had been sacked, Reid was unaware. Now, I think Brian Norwood, who was on Reid's staff, I think Brian claimed to have broken the news to Ken Reid. I mean, there was probably, whatever the truth of the matter is, I mean, Don certainly told me when he told Reid, Reid didn't know.
But would you accept, Jeff, that there's confusion, there's rumour?
Yeah.
There'd been no word from the Prime Minister's office.
Yeah.
Certainly Doug McClelland, who's here with us, says that he didn't know when that motion is moved at 2:20 p.m.
Yeah.
The government had been dismissed. So would you agree with that no one knew for certain?
Yeah. No, yeah, for certain they didn't. And I mean, we're sort of back to Whitlam's, irrational blind spot about the Senate, really showing up here. And I should perhaps say that I became very well aware of this 18 months earlier because of the way the appointment of Vince Gare as ambassador to Dublin was handled, or mishandled as it turned out, and the way Gough was involved with that showed that he, his disdain for the Senate and his just failing to appreciate that the culture of the Senate was somewhat different to that of the reps, and just not taking account of it. At that stage, and Russell, I just confirmed with him that he was unaware that there was to be a package deal whereby Peter Durack, who'd been sounded out by Diamond Jim McClelland, was appeared to be prepared to accept a judicial appointment. So you'd have both Gare and Durack leaving at the same time, but this had to be kept secret and neither knowing what was going on. And of course then, the Gare appointment leaked, and that put the kibosh on that. But the way Whitlam was refusing to handle it, or to push Murphy, who was going to have to organise the judicial appointment, and Willesee was opposed to Gare getting the job anyway, and he said, I've got to cop bloody Gare as an ambassador, but Lionel doesn't really want to cop Durack as a judge because he thinks he's inferior.
Let's go back to 220.
Yeah, anyway, that's, but you know, that's Gough's attitude to the Centre, which is why when he's the stunned mullet after being sacked, never gave a thought to really what the Senate might have to do or not do.
So let's go back to 220 because events move really fast, Russell. The motion's moved to 220 and by 223, supplies passed.
Yep. Labor had made one big tactical mistake there. They'd put down a motion that the Senate must pass the appropriation bills without debate. The moment the question is put, that's the question is put. So they locked out any capacity to filibuster after that. But what I saw was, I was sitting in the advisor's box behind Reg, and after Reed said, "You've buckled," Tom Connors, who was his press secretary, came running down the alleyway towards it on the other side, saying, "No, no, 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 no." And by that time, it had gone through on the voices. And Tom then leaned over and talked to Reed, and that's when I think Reed found out, actually, that the sacking had taken place. And at that stage, Justin O'Byrne, the president, stood up and walked out of the chamber. So they had no capacity to do anything further in the Senate.
So supplies passed at 223, 224, the sitting of the Senate is suspended 1 minute later. David, what's happening in the Prime Minister's office that afternoon? Of course, the House is in session. There's the no confidence motion moved. What are your recollections of hearing this swirling mix of events and news happening that day? Was it hard to make sense of what was going on and what to do?
Well, I, like many others, found out about it in the lobby restaurant. And of course there was a huge exodus. I've wondered subsequently when we paid our bills. But came back here, Gough was going to move the censure motion immediately, came into the House. I and a couple of others moved into the box over there to see what was happening and to witness right through the debate and about, well, a censure motion which should have been effective had the Governor-General consented to see the Speaker. That would have changed things in that although there was going to be, although the Governor-General would have proceeded with the double dissolution, there would have been a different Prime Minister. Gough would have been Prime Minister again.
Yeah. We've only got 5 minutes left, so I want to just do a couple of things quickly if we can. David, you felt a personal deception as well. Would that be right, with your relationship with David Smith, the official secretary to the Governor-General?
Yeah, there was a what we subsequently believe was a deliberate campaign by the Governor-General to mislead people. Several ministers were certainly misled about what his intentions were, and David Smith at a reception just a few days beforehand had a discussion with me in which he said, "Oh, look, it's going to be a political solution, not a constitutional one. The Governor-General doesn't want that."
Right. Now, Elizabeth, going back to November 10, something else happened dramatically, kind of like a parallel train track. There was some difficulty with the US alliance, and you had a front row seat to that with this very famous cable that came from America expressing American concern about the alliance. Did you want to make some quick points about that?
Yes, I'd, in the Melbourne office, I was called into the Melbourne office, and the Prime Minister dictated a letter to me. I walked down Collins Street and handed it to a CIA agent, and it was about the re-signing of the lease of Pine Gap. It was a 10-year lease, and the Prime Minister was saying some of it publicly, that he thought he needed to have a bit more time. He wanted to know what was going on there. We were a sovereign nation. This didn't appear to be a joint facility at all. It seemed to be an American facility. And that letter I carried to someone up the stairs of the Hotel Australia. And the next day, and since, I've spent the last 6 months looking for that letter through archives, through all the sort of historical channels you'd imagine. And I've come to the conclusion, I couldn't find it, can't find it, lots of archivists looking, come to the conclusion that some of the people here will remember every evening there was a red box that most of the correspondence for the day would go into, and then Alan Rose would come over from PM&C and collect it. And that was the process. And I think because there was no sort of 6 o'clock that day, you know, by 1:30 it was all over. I don't know what happened to the letter. I don't know what happened to the red box. And certainly there's no, I haven't found it anywhere in the archives. Who knows?
I want to finish with Russell and then Paddy, a quick question to you both. Russell, what was the mood like in the coalition with Reg and Malcolm and Doug Anthony and everybody having succeeded with this strategy which they had flagged as early as September, October that year?
Probably one of relief more than anything else. I think we're all glad that it was over, and however, we were geared up for an election. We were going to have an election in 3 or 4 weeks' time. So there wasn't a lot of time to celebrate the outcome because the outcome hadn't yet occurred. It was going to be resolved by an election. And so I don't think there was a lot of elation as such. I think it was more a case of, well, this is one stage of the job that is being done. We now have to move on to the next stage. And there was certainly, I mean, I can understand on the other side, there was a lot of concern, to put it mildly, or rage, to put it more accurately, but there was not the reverse emotion on the side of the opposition.
Let me just finish with you, Paddy. Of course, there's an election campaign in December 1975. When we were talking the other day, you made a comment that you thought the mood in the country may have been a little bit different to the mood in this building. Can you reflect on that as a final comment?
Yeah, I have been thinking about this quite a lot, obviously, as everybody in this chamber has been. It seems to me that part of the overall problem was that government had become, maybe always had been, but had particularly become Canberra and Sydney-centric without very much thought for what was going on in the rest of the country. And this is partly the concern about Gough's misreading of the Senate and therefore of the states. It's certainly the case that there was disquiet. I come from Tasmania. There was certainly disquiet in Tasmania about supply and what it would mean, and the sense of chaos in Canberra. I went to an old girls' reunion while the supply crisis was on, and my old headmistress came to me and she said, "Tell me, Patty dear, what are you doing now?" And I said very proudly, "I'm working for the Prime Minister, sister." "Well, you're not doing a very good job, dear." Apart from that, I mean, my own dad was an ordinary non-DLP joining Catholic who was so incensed by his parish priest's advice to vote Liberal from the pulpit that he stood outside Mass at every Mass between then and the election handing out how to vote Labor in Denison cards. And my last thought is that it was political rather than constitutional. And Gough and Malcolm did make up. I was at the funeral of Gorton in St Andrew's Cathedral in Sydney, decade ago, sitting very close behind Gough and Margaret and Tammy and Malcolm. And Tom Hughes, the Attorney General, gave an excoriating attack on Fraser and the way he had treated Gorton and the unhappiness between them as part of his eulogy. And this great Gough hand reached across the back of Tammy, touched Malcolm on the shoulder and said, "Don't let your heart be troubled, comrade."
That's all the time we have. Please thank our panellists for this fascinating discussion.
Afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say hello and a very warm welcome to Chris Stevens, Bob Ailey, Rod Allen and Bill Denny. And we are so grateful to all of them for being here today to share some amazing stories from 50 years ago. As young Army captains, Bob, Rod and Bill were given a couple of days by their superiors to get to Canberra for an interview for the position of ADC to the Governor-General. In one of life's very curious twists of fate, their auditions, which included lunch and dinner with Sir John and Lady Kerr, took place on November 11. Rod was 25 at the time, Bill and Bob were 26. The man they were auditioning to replace, another young Army captain, Chris Stevens, was 30. And this is the first time in 50 years they have all been together in the same place at almost exactly the same time to share their memories from that day. So first I'd like to begin with Chris and just to ask him what it was like at Government House in the lead up to November 11.
Well, I guess, Niki, I should explain what it was like to be an ADC, cloistered as we were back in 1975. ADCs served 24/7, 365 days of the year, no leave, and could not be married. You lived in the house, you had rooms upstairs, and that was your life for the time. And that's where I find myself. I look around here and I see a couple of ADCs, and I think it might have changed by now. But that's the way it was back then. As to the day itself, it was just a normal day. The issues had been running for weeks, for months in fact. I mean, as an ADC, you couldn't miss that there was a drama going on. Not that I was at any part of it. ADCs do not get consulted on constitutional matters or whatever the Governor-General might be thinking, but it's pretty easy to read the newspapers. Your newspaper, I think on the day or the day before, was screaming with, Governor-General's got to do something about this.
The Australians always screaming about something.
They're screaming, Australia, yes, very true, very true. But it was, essentially just a normal day.
Nothing untoward. We have on the screen a couple of telegrams that were sent out by the Ministry of Defence,
at the time, which you have kept. Can you tell us what those telegrams said?
They're two cables. They're actually Air Force cables. They're not Army cables. And if you read them closely, they go out about mid-October or 23rd or 25th of October. And they're addressed to every service person, Army, Navy and Air Force. All three services got these cables. And you can read them and they say, next couple of weeks, you're not going to get paid. So get over it, essentially. The Prime Minister says everything will be all right if you read them. Well, that might work in some quarters, but for some people, take for example, a corporal, married, living from paycheck to paycheck. What does it mean that he's not going to take the money home? And those days, I would remind you, it was cash in hand. You actually sat in front of an officer and the officer paid you in cash. It was all very well to receive that, but there was a lot of anxiety, I'd have to say, around the place when this sort of information appeared.
Well, we might get Bob to come in here and tell us about your experience when you were at a bush camp in central New South Wales
thanks,
at
Niki.
that time.
Yeah, no, in fact, later that afternoon I actually spoke to Kerr about this exact matter. But my experience was that I was in central New South Wales on an exercise with my regiment, and the soldiers were traumatised. They were getting phone calls and messages from their wives that, following on from Chris's point, and the wives were saying, we've just been told we're not going to get any more money. We've been told to go to the bank and speak to our bank manager and borrow the money that we would normally have been paid, and we were to continue to do that through the Christmas period, and it'll be all right by January, don't worry, supply will be passed. The big issue there, of course, was interest. Even though they were going to get the money back from the pay that was due them, banks don't give you money for free. So there was no ability to cover things like interest payments. So they were traumatised. Late one afternoon, all my soldiers basically down-tooled and said, we need to talk about this. So the OC of the unit, Major, and I was the second in command, we stopped the exercise, set up a big bonfire and stood the soldiers around one side of the fire, and the two of us stood on the other side. And we talked for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, to try and allay their concerns. Not that we could do much about it, but was trying to rationalise it and just talk through what the issues were. And it's the closest I've ever seen to being in a military environment where the soldiers just basically said, we don't want to soldier anymore. We can't afford to continue to do this.
So this was the environment that you found yourself
this
in?
This was 4 days before November the 11th.
And 2 days after that, you were told to present yourself at Government House.
Yep, got a message in the middle of the scrub. 3 days' time, turn up to Canberra for consideration to ADC.
Welcome to the Army. I mean, that's the way it works.
And Rod and Bill, you were in a similar situation where you were just advised to be at Government House on November 11th.
Yes, you receive a message saying you're required at Government House, and I can't remember how much notice I got. It was pretty short though. So yes, you're told to turn up, and you turn up.
Do as you're told.
Yeah, I was in the field a little bit like Bob. I didn't have quite the response Bob did. I think our soldiers had a faith in the system that it might recover before they had to start borrowing money from the bank, but it was certainly a stressful time. But then suddenly I was removed from that by this signal that came through, and I joined the boys, and we came down on, I think, the night of the 10th to get ready to be there on the morning of the 11th.
And you arrived there at the same time, and you were met by Chris, and Chris, you took them into a room. And can you tell us what that was like?
I did. Niki, I think we might just back up a little bit there on the day itself. And as I then had found the day, it was a fairly routine day. It was going to be a case of escort the Governor-General to the War Memorial, come on back, get out of my ceremonial stuff, meet these three, get them briefed and organised as to what was going to happen, which was they were going to go to lunch, and then they were going to dinner, and they were going to stay the night, and they'd go the next day. In the afternoon, each of them would be interviewed by the Governor-General for him to determine pretty much which of the three he wanted. We get dressed for dinner, we do dinner, and the day is done. Well, except that a couple of things interrupted that whole process.
So they arrive and you take them into a room where Sir John and Lady Kerr and David Smith are seated. And what happens then? Paul?
Yeah, and there were also the controller and Jean Lester, who was Lady Kerr's private secretary or assistant. They were in the room as well. And the three of us walked in behind Chris, and Sir John and Lady Kerr were standing in the middle of the small ante-room in a sort of a rather formal stance. And we each walked up in turn, shook their hands and introduced ourselves. And John Kerr was fairly welcoming and invited us all to sit. And from recollection, we actually had gin and tonics because it was 12 o'clock.
Of course.
And of course you had gin and tonics at 12 o'clock.
Well, I was working. I never got a gin and tonic, I can tell you.
So you were sitting there sipping your gin and tonics, and the bell rang.
The bell rang.
And one bell signalled a visitor.
One bell is a guest, 2 bells was the Prime Minister, and 3 bells was the Queen. This one bell rang. And I'm going to toss to Chris because the Governor-General looked at Chris and I think Chris said, he's early. Take it from there.
He is early.
I'm not sure if that statement was mine or David Smith's, but somebody certainly said he's early. And when you say buzzers, these were bells that are rung from the front gate where the police are, so they ring the bells as the car comes in so you know what's happening and you can meet them. Either way, it was very clear from the ring of one bell that it was not the Prime Minister. So it had to be Mr Fraser. So I got up. It was my duty to go and meet Mr Fraser at the state entrance.
And then you took him to a separate room?
I did. Meet him, greet him, and took him to what was the Aide's waiting room, a standard waiting room where you put people. There was David Smith. I handed Malcolm Fraser over to David Smith and then had to double around very quickly to get to the private entrance where the Prime Minister comes in. And I would say Gough was very particular about coming in the private entrance. I think Mr Keating referred to it at some stage there. The Prime Minister would sometimes come and drop people off, like Keating at the state entrance, but then he would stay in the car and insist that it drive him around the other side of the house so he could come in the private entrance. So we had to work these two issues.
Protocols.
My one frustration, well, there's a couple of things there, if I might. One is, which you have in the notes there, I was, as it were, accused of hiding Mr Fraser's car, that I put it round the corner so that the Prime Minister couldn't see it. Not so. You can't leave a car sitting in the state entrance when you don't know what the hell is going to happen next. He's blocking the state entrance. The car has to move around to the side in order that I know the Prime Minister's coming in 10 minutes and I don't know what else is coming, so I moved it, told him to move and he did. That's all there was to it. And the second part, if I might, because I'm looking at Barrie Cassidy, you referred to Peter Bowers. Mr Bowers wrote of me at that time that the aide welcomed Mr Fraser, escorted him into a private room with the blinds drawn and with shaking hand poured him a whiskey which he spilt. Well, if you've ever heard of fake news, ladies and gentlemen, that was one. Straight out of Mr Bowers' imagination. None of it happened. Why would you draw the blinds? There was no one in Yarralumla to look in the window anyway. And there certainly was no whiskey. Though I would make the point that Mr Whitlam picked up on the whiskey in his own book at some stage and said there was a certain smell of whiskey around the house on that day. I would strongly dispute that.
Okay, so then shortly after the bell rang twice. So obviously that was the Prime Minister. And Chris, you went to meet him and you escorted him to the GG's office and you made a bit of small talk on the way to the office. What did you say?
It's one of the lessons you learn, note to self, when you're an ADC, don't make small talk. What I said was, quite legitimately, without knowing any better, as I brought him in through the private entrance, I took him past the room that these three were sitting with Lady Kerr and said, "My successors are in there waiting to be interviewed," or something of those words. Later, the Prime Minister took that for me to say to him his successor was in there and I was giving him a tip-off, which was not the case.
Except that he was... The successor
the successor was in the building, but he wasn't in that room.
Yes.
There's two different parts of the House. And I must say the Prime Minister retracted that a couple of days later and said he understood that indeed I was not giving him a tip-off.
Bill, you recall that the GG excuses himself. What does he say?
He absented himself. After we'd had our pre-lunch and drinks, there was one of the ADCs, was I think Chris, entered the room and said, "The Prime Minister to see you," and His Excellency stood up and invited us to keep chatting with Lady Kerr, and he must, I think his words were, "I must compose myself to meet the Prime Minister," and then His Excellency and Chris left the small drawing room, which is directly opposite His Excellency's study, only a matter of 4 or 5 paces, and in there, and things got busy.
And you were gone a few minutes. The Prime Minister was in with the Governor-General. That didn't take very long. He came out and...
He came out. I escorted him back to the private entrance to his car. We did not exchange any words at all. And I must say, as an observation now far, far down the track, I've heard a few people here today say that the Prime Minister was, I think the word was traumatised or was staggered or stunned. I've since often thought that I don't think it was any of that. I think Mr Whitlam knew very well when he came in what thin ice he was on. I think he knew when he went in there that this could end this way. And I think when he came out, he had accepted it, that it was this way. There was no conversation. He decided, as we know now, to go back to the lodge for lunch. In a way, I admired him in a sense that the Constitution, if I can use that as a very broad term, was employed, and he knew it was employed, and he accepted that that's what was the case. It was not until later, when the acolytes came along, that he decided this might need to be challenged somewhat.
And then you went back into the room and you said to Bob and Bill and Rod, you said he sacked him.
Well, no, I don't think I did. I think I said the Governor-General has dismissed the Prime Minister, and I think then the Governor-General followed me in very quickly afterwards and continued the conversation.
Yeah, and said, did you tell them? And you said no.
No.
so he then said, and Rod, you've made a note.
Yes, I wrote it down.
At the time?
Well, not at the time, but that
soon
day.
After.
Because I thought it was quite a momentous statement. He said, "I've just dismissed the Prime Minister and appointed another." He said, "Heaven help us all." And then he said, "We need to put another 100 police on the gate." But that last statement was in jest. I mean, he didn't mean it literally, but yeah. So that's what he said. "I've dismissed the Prime Minister and appointed another."
And may I say, Niki, that prompted me as the senior aide and the aide of the day to think, yes, security, I bet to have a bit of a think about this, which I did.
Wasn't quite 100. There were a lot more.
Well, in terms of police, in those days it was the Commonwealth police at the gate. We didn't have the federal police then. And I think there were 3 of them. There was a sergeant and 2 constables, and that was that. So down to the gate I went at some point after lunch and said to Frank Southwell, the sergeant who was there, "Frank, you might have a bit of a problem this afternoon." And Frank, being a good old senior sergeant of the police force, said, "Yeah, okay, all right, I'll handle it." And I left it at that.
And then you adjourned for lunch.
We did.
Can you tell us about lunch, what the atmosphere was like, how Sir John Kerr was then? Was he jovial? Was he distracted? Did you talk about what happened at all?
He did all of that. When we went in there, he was, you could see he was terribly distracted and concerned by what he'd done. So he sort of vacillated. One minute he'd be talking about, had some levity in the room. I remember he talked about the beautiful view over Lake Burley Griffin and the tourist boat that was travelling past at the time, and then he'd go back and launch into matters more serious about what options he had. Then I think he spoke to us each individually and asked us what we would have done if we hadn't been paid. And then he talked about other issues. He was very, very, very concerned, and that sort of weighed heavily on the lunch.
There was a conversation about notifying the palace, and Bob, you recollect?
Yeah, might be a slightly different recollection to the others, but yes. Lady Kerr said something to John Kerr about, I think it's time to notify the palace, or words to that effect.
So it was her prompting to...
As I recollect, but, I may be wrong with that. And Kerr looked down the table at David Smith and said, David, do you think it's time to notify the palace, or words to that effect? And David got up, and I was sitting opposite John Kerr at the table, and slightly to my left was the pantry that led into the kitchen where they served the food. And there's a phone on the wall in the pantry. And I physically watched David Smith get up from the table and walk around the table and go into the pantry and pick up the phone on the wall in the pantry. And he was able to connect immediately to the switchboard. And from there, he phoned Buckingham Palace and spoke to the Queen's private secretary, who was an Australian, to notify him of what had happened and to please inform Her Majesty when she wakes that this is the case. And it was only a fairly brief phone call.
Like
so I can actually...
Minutes? A couple of
minutes, that's all, yeah. So I can actually testify to the fact that the Queen was notified from the pantry at Government House. I was the mayor, the palace was notified.
And what I thought was interesting was that there was a discussion at the table about what was the time when they should make the call. It wasn't anything that seemed to have been coordinated beforehand. There was this discussion about, well, what time is it? What time is it over there? Oh, perhaps we should make the call at some appropriate point in the afternoon. But David Smith got up from the table and made the call.
So
I think it was fairly indicative that, from my recollection, there was actually no prior warning or prior agreement to notify the palace. This was actually spontaneous at the time.
Or a sense of urgency?
Oh, and urgency, to let her know.
I think the spontaneity has always impacted me in the sense that there was this general discussion, which the boys have talked about, only to have Lady Kerr say to David Smith, I think you should notify the palace. And His Excellency was sort of looking down at his meal at the time. He's sort of distracted, as I said, and he just looked up and said, he gave the nod and said, yes, David, do that. And so it was just interesting, a very interesting interlude by Lady Kerr.
Yes, and the fact that, as I say, there was no sense of urgency about, we must get on the phone and tell the Queen immediately.
Well, you have to remember it's 50 years ago, so, it's all a question of when are they going to wake up in London, and when would be an appropriate time to notify them. There wasn't that sort of sense of urgency that you'd have today because of the internet communications and so forth. It was, well, they're all in bed. We'll have to call them at some point. What's the best time to call?
Niki, I thought the conspiracy element came out straight away. Surely, if it's going to be a conspiracy and it's planned, well, you'd have that sort of thing, the T's crossed and the I's dotted, and you would have been I would have thought, been onto the Queen, because I guess if the Prime Minister of Gough had got back and instigated a phone call to the Queen before the Governor-General had told Buckingham Palace, the tables could have been reversed. So yeah, that sort of, to me, put to paid that aspect of the conspiracy theory.
And Bill, you tried to kind of break the sombre mood by cracking a joke at lunch. How did that go down?
Oh, not too well then. I did become aide to Sir Zellman Cowan later on, but at the time the only people laughing at my joke were my two comrades at the time. I said, His Excellency, when one of his, gone through one of his more morose situations, and then brightened up and said, look, it's a privilege to have you young captains here today. Very pleased to see you, but we're a very small operation here, and Captain Stevens has taken you around this morning. You've pretty well seen all we've got to offer. I don't know what I'm going to find that's interesting for you to see this afternoon. And there was a bit of silence, to which I responded, well, Your Excellency, after what you did this morning, if you wanted to top it this afternoon, it'd have to be pretty good. And I thought this was hysterically funny, you see. Australian humour at its best, that was my view.
Bob didn't think it was so
Bob
funny.
laughed, he was the only one because he got the job.
I don't remember laughing, I've got to tell you. But at the moment Bill said that, down the table, Rod and I were sitting beside each other, opposite Kerr, and I recall looking at Rod, I'm not sure whether he remembers it, but mentally the two of us said, well, it's between you and me, mate.
I saw Rod afterwards. And Rod and I had been mates from serving in Tasmania. And I said, mate, you know, you could have laughed, because he said, you know, you shot yourself in the foot. And I said, yeah, but mate, you could have laughed. He said, mate, I wanted to, but we just had the entree, and there was a plate with the fish on it. We'd had the fish, and there's a wedge of lemon. He said, I grabbed that lemon and I bit down hard. Otherwise, it would have been the job would have been handed to Bob straight away.
And Bob, can you tell us also, after lunch, the GG spoke to each of you individually, but you have a very clear recollection of your discussion and
we adjourned to the Aide sitting room, and one at a time were called in to see Kerr, so that we could each meet him and talk to him in some detail about, and he'd get to know us. And I went in and I sat down and we made small talk to start with, and I said to him, as best as I recollect it, sir, I need to say to you that what you've done today will be greatly appreciated by the soldiers in the Defence Force. And I said, let me tell you a story. And I recounted what had happened the previous week on our exercise. The soldiers were all standing around, you know, somewhat traumatised. And I said that what's occurred today, the freeing up of supply to enable the Defence Force and also public servants to be paid, I said will be very well received. And Kerr looked at me and he said, Captain, because we weren't on first name terms at that stage, Captain, thank you for that. I appreciate what you're saying. I really appreciate that comment. And it went to some extent, it went to allay his concerns about what he'd done, and at least from a small point of view.
Do you think he was anxious about...
Oh, I think that you couldn't help but not be. I mean, what had happened was, you know, was in Australian history, enormous. I don't think he was, as perhaps what Bill was saying before, I don't think he was emotionally concerned or upset about the decision. I think he was uncertain about how it would be received. But I had a sense that within his own self, he was confident and was comfortable in the decision that he'd made, even though he might have expressed some concern. I think he was
mind, this was one of the most momentous decisions, right, that had been made in Australian federal political history. Yeah. And he seemed composed.
Yeah, to me, composed. Yeah. The interview he and I had, yeah, he was composed. It was, and it lasted an hour or something like that. So yeah, no, I was very comfortable at the end of the interview with him and his reaction.
And were you surprised, Bob, when you were called the next morning and told that you had won?
Well, firstly we had dinner that night, so we all turned up in all our finery. The wives of the official staff were invited. We each were vetted. They walked around and talked to us and see whether we were socially acceptable, as well as being, you know, militarily acceptable. The following morning, there was another very brief interview, again with Kerr, each of us, just to sort of say goodbye and round things off. And we left sort of late morning. I went to Duntroon, a very close classmate who was the adjutant at Duntroon, and we had to have a way of being contacted once we'd left. And I'd given Bob's phone number, so I went to Duntroon and sat in his office for an hour or so. Got a phone call a bit after lunch to say, you've got the job, start next Tuesday.
And you thought?
Holy hell. I was amazed. I did not expect to get the job. I thought this, 12'9" guy down the end of the table was going to get it. And the fact that I did get the job surprised me to some extent. But what could you do? So I sucked it in, raced home. 4 days later, I was back at Government House.
Rod, I just want to, make the point with you. You graduated from Duntroon. At your graduation ceremony, Gough Whitlam was there. It was one of his first appearances as Prime Minister. And you were there then at the very beginning of his career and also in the final moments of his Prime Minister career.
Yes,
So how did you feel?
Well, I graduated from Duntroon a couple of days after the 1972 election. And I found out later that the graduation ceremony where Gough and Margaret were VIP guests at that event was the first official event that they went to together after he'd been sworn in. And then to find that, you were in a situation where you were, a couple of 20 metres from where he was when he lost his job as Prime Minister. Yes, it's an interesting intersection, but tenuous one, I think.
But nonetheless, just one of life's
coincidences
and curiosities.
And it was, from my point of view, while I was there, most people here would have been to a job interview some stage of their lives. This was a job interview that went over 2 days. We stayed overnight. We turned up with suitcases and were shown to our accommodation by a footman and spent a day, or more than a day there at Government House. So it was a very interesting experience anyway, but to be there at a time of such a momentous occasion. And all the time trying to be on your best behaviour because you're being assessed all the time, not just by the Governor General, but all of the household staff. Small staff, but it was a pretty intense couple of days.
I'd like to ask Bob now to tell us what it was like after the dismissal. And, you'd only been there, obviously, a very short time, number of hours, but it was a pretty testing time and at times traumatic.
Yeah, very much so. It was interesting, the first couple of weeks after I arrived, Chris was still there but in another capacity. A lot of the discussion was around security, and we had a fabulous guy called Inspector Barrie Brown who was sent from the Federal Police to oversee our security. And up until that point, there was no such thing as security for the Governor-General. So it was a series of quite intense discussions and meetings about what will we do, how will we set up security, and there was quite a discussion about whether they would arm the aides. And I can remember being part of a couple of discussions about, would we carry weapons or not? And the eventual decision was no, because if we were armed, our attention would be distracted to the reason why we would be armed and away from the Governor-General. And it was agreed that if anything occurred, the Commonwealth policemen would take care of the situation. And as an aide, I was to dive on top of John Kerr, get shot if there were bullets flying around.
That was your assigned role?
Yeah. And we actually discussed it.
But you'd get another medal, you'd get...
I would, yeah, I'd get a posthumously, yeah. But yeah, and so that was the decision that was taken. So the Commonwealth Police provided the armed protection, and the aides were unarmed and, ready for sacrifice.
And you had a couple of protests that got very...
It still amazes me that 50 years later, that the 12 months following November 75 was some of the most traumatic 12 months in Australian history. The demonstrations that we went to were horrific. And it was week after week after week, month after month. And we were still going to demonstrations where there were 300 and 400 people. In Melbourne, the Kerrs went with the Air Force aide, Ross Fox, to a restaurant on the Yarra River one Saturday night. And bricks were thrown as they left the restaurant, and one hit Ross, and he was put in hospital for 2 days with concussion. Those were the sort of circumstances we operated in.
Were you surprised at the level of hostility and the scale of the protest?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us thought that they would gradually wind down, particularly as a result of the election. But that was not the case. Let me, in part, explain why. There were a group of left-wing unions in Melbourne that were intent on continuing the demonstration. And what they did, and we only found out this later, was that they would hire buses and they would pay $50 for every demonstrator that got on the bus, and they would bus them to wherever the next demonstration was, and these would then protest for 3 and 4 hours, and they'd get back on the bus and be driven back to Melbourne, get another $50 when they got off the bus to pay them for their efforts. And that event actually created quite a situation for us as late as September in that year, if I can talk about that episode. We were due to go to be the guests of honour at the Australian-British Association in Bruce Hall in the ANU. And Kerr was paranoid about the demonstrations. And so before we left, he rang down and said, "Bob, you know, what's the word? Sir, I've just been talking to the police. There are no demonstrators. It's completely open. We're free to go." So we got in the car, we were driving to Bruce Hall. Window slid apart. I knew I was going to get asked again. "Bob, have you heard from the police?" "Yes, sir, I've just spoken to them. There are no demonstrators." We turned into the big long avenue in front of Bruce Hall, and suddenly there were 200 demonstrators down the end of the hall. And Kerr, I knew it was going to happen, slid the window open again, and I said, "Sir, they've caught the police unawares. They were not expected. We just have to see it through." And it was these demonstrators that had been shipped up that the police had missed that weekend. They hadn't spotted that they were on their way. And so they'd snuck in at the back, got off the buses, and there were suddenly 200 demonstrators. They were quickly joined by others, so that there were well over 300. We pulled up outside Bruce Hall, and there's a little narrow pathway that leads up beside Bruce Hall into the entrance. We got out screaming and yelling, the odd object being thrown, but nothing spectacular. We made our way through the noise into Bruce Hall, and Justice Russell Fox was the chairman of the group, and they were great friends, and they welcomed each other, and we went in and we sat down to dinner. The noise outside was horrific. The room that we were in had full-length glass windows, and there were insufficient police to stop all the demonstrators getting to the windows. So there were groups of them smashing on the windows and beating the windows. And our big fear was that the windows would be smashed and they'd come in. We had a brand new constable, Commonwealth policeman, who was security that day. And I think to this day he regrets the fact that, he had the job. And he was sitting there opposite me, and I'm sitting diagonally opposite Kerr. And he pulled his pistol out, and he put the pistol on his lap, because we were actually really worried that the window was either going to get smashed or that they would come in through the kitchen, which was diagonally opposite where we were. And he and I had this discussion. I looked at Kerr, and Kerr said to me, "We need more police." I said, "Yes, sir." So I went outside and I phoned the acting commissioner of the ACT Police and said, "Captain Aide, on behalf of the Governor-General, we need more police here at Bruce Hall." And he was pissed. He was as drunk as a skunk. And had trouble.
Sound like ACT.
ACT police.
I'm not sure. Not all ACT policemen are in the same vein. But he had trouble understanding what I was saying, and I eventually got the message through to say, "Look, you need to get more police here now because this is out of control." So he got the message. I hung up, went back to Kerr and said, "Yes, sir." And I passed the message on, and I said, "Look, by the way, I think what we should do is get some fire brigade vehicles here, because I think a couple of fire brigade vehicles with lights to illuminate the crowd would enable the police to photograph and take records." And I said, if need be, their high-pressure hoses may need to be used to give us pathway through. This continued for another half an hour or so, and Kerr eventually said, I said to him, "Sir, I think we need to go." And Kerr said, "Yeah, I agree." So we got up, said goodbye to everyone in the room, walked out, and that little narrow path that I mentioned that led into Bruce Hall, also we need to follow out, and there were a number of trees along the path. We had several big policemen, ACT police, who were walking in front of us, and I had Kerr and got my arm over his shoulder, and you can imagine little me, sort of 5'9" and 6 foot Kerr, and I've got him bent over, and my arms around his shoulder saying, "Just keep going, sir, just keep going." And this policeman in front of me got hit. What they did was they pulled the branches back and let them go from the tree, and this branch hit this policeman in the head and dropped him on the spot. So I stepped over him and helped Kerr over him, and kept walking down to the front. When we got to the car, Russell Fox had followed us down, and he insisted on saying goodbye formally to Kerr. And as he did that, a volley of rocks came out of the crowd, and the rolls that we were in were dented all the way along, and those dents were there for many months afterwards. And I eventually said to Kerr, "Sir, you've got to go. We need to go." Opened the door, sort of helped him in, pushed him in. I did a bit of a para-roll over the bonnet of the car, "Go!" And the car started rolling while I held the door open and trotted beside it. Got back in, and we hurled it off back to Government House. Got back to Government House, and I said to the young constable, "Do you need a beer?" Constable said yes. So I took him into the aides' room where there was a fridge and it was always stocked with beers.
It often had whiskey in there too,
apparently. Of course, yeah, apparently, yeah. And so the young constable and I having a beer, and a few minutes later there's a noise at the door, and in walked Kerr in his dressing gown, pyjamas and dressing gown. And he came into the room and I stood up and said, "Sir, please join us. I'm sure you'd like a beer." He said, "Bob, I'd love one." So he sat down, got him a beer, and the three of us talked for a few minutes. And he said to me, "I'd like to see the Acting Commissioner of the ACT Police in my office at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir, I'm sure I can arrange that." 10 o'clock the following morning, I greeted the Commissioner on the front steps and took him in, and David Smith and Kerr were in Kerr's office. And about half an hour later, took him back out and waved him goodbye. And I don't think he was Commissioner more than a couple of weeks after that. But that was late September. We're talking about from November to late September. Every week this was happening. We used to get emails telling us that we've planted an acting bomb underneath chair X and such a place, and next time it'll be real. We never ever told Kerr that we got these emails because we figured that was just one step too far. But the aides knew. And so every week we went somewhere, we went there knowing that there was the potential for some sort of, danger.
How were you feeling during
it was cumulative. Over a period of time, you gradually became more and more concerned, more apprehensive. And when I left November the following year, I was very glad. I'd had 12 months. I'd been to demonstrations all over Australia. I needed to get away. I needed the break, so I was glad when I left early November 76.
Can you tell us, Bob, and Chris, you too, because you were there for part of this, how Kerr was during that period, what his frame of mind was, how he was coping with all the demonstrations, the criticism, the vitriol? How was he coping with that?
He was naturally concerned. That's obvious. Every time we went somewhere, that sliding window, "Bob, how are we?" That happened 2 or 3 times on the journey wherever we went. So it was my job and the other aides' jobs to get the police briefings and to just make sure we were on top of what was happening. Lady Kerr was more concerned than he was, to a large extent. And she clearly, it was her concern that was transmitted to him that then was transmitted to us. And she was very, very apprehensive about all of this right through the whole period of time I was there. Kerr was pretty much on top of it. After a while, it was just status quo. It was what life was like. And so I had no real concerns about Kerr and his attitude. He was formal. He was polite with me. I held him in quite reasonable regard by the way in which he conducted himself over that time.
And you, Chris?
Well, if you're talking about, I was only there for another 2 months, or I was appointed the Administrative Secretary and promoted to the rank of Major, which the moment I drove out of Government House, I went back down to the rank of Captain, which is what happens in the Army, up and down one goes. But I did not have the experience that Bob had, quite simply. None of this trouble that emerged really in the time that I had remaining. The people organising these riots, if I can call them that, it took them quite a while to get their act together, and get their act together they did, but not in the time of those last few weeks that I was there. John Kerr did not seem to me to be greatly concerned. He knew what he'd done, he knew there would be troubles. I was pretty convinced that he was going to stand his ground. He could have made different decisions. He chose not to make different decisions. He chose to stay. And I would say very clearly too that in all that he was, as Bob has said, very proper. He certainly never discussed with me any constitutional issue, any political issue. He never at any time demeaned any Minister of the Crown, or anybody else. He was well and truly above. He was a man above doing that sort of stuff. He knew what he'd done, and he was accepting the result, a result that infected Bob more than it infected me.
Do you think that he's been unfairly treated when you look back over this period of time? Because you both got along with him, didn't you?
Yeah, we did.
Quite well.
I'm not sure that it's appropriate for us to comment on that question. It was a job. We did it 24 hours a day. We did it to the best of our ability. We really didn't. I didn't have a political perspective on what had occurred. I didn't feel one way or the other. I just did the job. And I think that's probably true of Chris as well.
I would support that. I mean, you've got your job and you get on and do it. The days just keep rolling along. The business still keeps coming. I don't think any of us at that time knew what Section 5 or Section 67 or something the Constitution was, or what all the consequences were. Yes, now here we seem to mark it as the most dramatic event in the Federation. Well, for a young man like me at the time, no, it wasn't. It happened, but everything rolled along. Yes, Bob faced a whole lot of particular problems, but I believe 90% of the country, 95% of the country said, well, we're through this, let's get on with it. And the country did. So he certainly suffered, there's no question about that. It's a decision I think he took, that he would stay. He knew it was going to be difficult. And of course, it was he who was targeted. Nobody targeted democracy, nobody targeted the Constitution, nobody targeted even the decision or the reserve powers. They went for the man. That's the way it was.
And Bill and Rod, how did you feel when you heard about what had happened? Were you relieved in some ways that you didn't get the job? And what are your views now looking back on that time?
Well, we were, I think I was out catching blue crabs at St Kilda in Adelaide when I got advised to go to the nearest phone and ring David Smith, and he told me. I think life rolled on. We were very lucky. We got a letter from David Smith saying that we were very, very well suited to the job, all of us. Bob was selected and he served for 12 months. And that meant I was reconsidered a couple of years later as Sir Zillman's aide, but we just got back to work. I think it only a matter of a couple of days and I was back in the field. So the momentous nature of it was lost on us at the time. I think in hindsight now, and I've looked at it a lot over the years, there's a lot of clarity about the individuals concerned, and from my very lowly place in it all, I think they probably all had a part to play to deliver what was, I think, the biggest controversy in our history, in our political history, and yeah, I think Sir John was probably, I think he was a bit duplicitous, and I think, you know, he was very keen on keeping the job. That was something he desperately wanted. That was self-interest, as we heard from Paul Kelly this morning. Malcolm Fraser was dedicated to getting the government back to where it belonged, in the hands of the Liberals, even though he felt that waiting 3 years was a bit hard. And Gough, innocently very naive, I think, and arguably let down by his ministers early on, which created a lot of a situation which put him under a great deal of pressure. So those three got together, those three strong men, and that's what we ended up with. We've ended up with something quite unique.
I remember...
Might I just tell a story, if I might? It just comes to mind to say these strong men, but you would, as an ADC, come to learn something about these men, in particular Mr Whitlam. He was a strong man, but he didn't run the show, as it were. There was a reception. Many of these receptions start at 6 o'clock, finish at 7 o'clock. Some president or somebody comes along. The Governor General is there, the Prime Minister is there, the visitor is there. And the Prime Minister caught my eye. Aides are good at hovering and getting their eye caught by people who need to catch their eye. And he said to me, Captain, would you go across to Mrs Whitlam and tell her to join me? We'll be leaving in a moment. I said, certainly, Prime Minister. And I went over to Mrs Whitlam and I said, as I got through the crowd up to her, she looked at me, I looked at her, I said, no, Mrs Whitlam, Prime Minister asks, would you go and join him? And she pulled herself up to her full height, which was about as high as Gough, if not higher, and said, Captain, you go and tell the Prime Minister I said he was to come and get me. So I did, and he did.
Bill, I also wanted to ask you about going on to work for Sir Zelman Cowan, and I remember you told me that you found out a reason why you didn't get the job with Sir John Kerr. Are you prepared to tell that story?
Yes, I wanted to see if it was the joke, the misplaced joke that sank me, but so when I got there and a couple of years later, I got the files out, and it was just they thought that I was taller than Sir John, and that wasn't appropriate. They needed somebody that
didn't tower over him.
Didn't tower over him. So there we are. That was sorry, I did find out. Lady Kerr made the decision. That was the interesting thing. Yeah, he had devolved all of that to her, and she made the call.
You didn't last with
No.
Zelman Cowan. What happened there?
We won't go there.
We won't go.
Rod, what about you? How did you feel? And how do you feel now looking back?
At the time, obviously, would have done the job if I'd been given the appointment, but I think I wasn't disappointed to miss out. It's a very, very closed environment, that house. You're part of the personal household staff, and I wasn't too sure about the idea of living in that environment for a year. So I felt I wasn't disappointed when I called David Smith, and he said that Bob had got the job, and Bob and I were staying in the hotel at the Canberra Rex for another night, and so we had dinner, and yeah, I wasn't unhappy.
Great. Okay, well, I've been alerted that it's time, so could have gone on for another hour, I think. Thank you very much for coming today. We've loved listening to you.
That's it.
Well, let me begin by welcoming you all here back to the House of Representatives chamber for this afternoon session. This is going to be a real treat. This is a special part of this day. Of course, next to me is Garry McDonald, Australian acting legend and comedy icon. He is famous for playing the little Aussie bleeder from Wollongong, the satirical, subversive interviewer, Norman Gunston. Please make him welcome. Now, Garry, you were in a Sydney Chinese restaurant while Gough Whitlam was at the lodge eating a steak.
Yep.
And you heard the news of the dismissal.
Mermaid's dresses I had, and I had toffee apple at the end of the meal. I can remember the meal really well.
And you heard the news of the dismissal. I think a phone call came to the restaurant.
Oh, okay. I wasn't on mic. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, it did. Obviously, I was a creature of habit, although I don't know what happened. That I was just with my wife, just the two of us having lunch, and I used to go to the Imperial Peking at Cremorne a lot because I really, really liked their northern cuisine. They had really good northern Chinese. So I think I must have, I know I'm a creature of habit, but I must have been at the ABC earlier that day for some God knows what reason, because they knew, and I mean, they must have rung through as soon as the news came through.
And so a plane was quickly organised?
Well, they said to me, someone came over and said there was a phone call for me, so I had to go back to the, next to the cash register. And it was John Eastway, the producer-director of the Gunston show, telling me what had happened and said to me, get here, back to Gore Hill immediately. The ABC was at Gore Hill then, which is very close to Cremorne. And so I went straight there and they had, I can't remember too much, but they obviously had my costume in a suit bag, plus a bag of makeup. And then we went out to the airport and got on a Fokker Friendship, which is pretty tiny. And I was listening on the radio coming down today, and the photographer, the cinematographer, was talking about it. And he said that I got made up in the toilets at the airport, but I thought it was in the plane, but he might have been right. But that's what it was like.
So the shiny suit jacket, the comb-overed hair?
No, just
not that shiny?
That one. With the holes in it. That Joe Frazier said to me it was a Seymour suit. You could see more through it. And so that's why, in actual fact, all the quotes, they always have me saying, was this just a lucky break for Mr Fraser? But I didn't. I always called Malcolm Fraser Frazier, as if I got him mixed up with Joe Frazier, the boxer.
Right.
It's pretty apt, actually.
And of course, you're applying your own makeup.
Yep.
The toilet paper over the shaving cuts.
Yeah. I more or less had a stencil in the end. They used to go in the same spot every time, you know.
And so everybody around the nation is processing this news, but they're trying to make sense of it, they're trying to understand it, but you're trying to do that, but you would have also been thinking, what am I going to do when I get there? So can you remember your thought process on the plane or coming here?
No, I can't. It's amazing because we didn't have mobile phones, obviously, in '75, and so they found me. But I don't know, I guess they obviously must have got hold of Bill Harding eventually, but that's the only line that because Bill Harding used to write Norman Gunston. He was a phenomenal writer. And so the only line I got out of him was this an assault of the Constitution of Australia or just a lucky break for Malcolm Frazier? And that's all I got out of him. So I was actually winging it, and that's not a real good situation to be in.
So what was the reaction of the crowd when they started to see you? Because Norman Gunston was a hugely popular then.
Yeah, that was good. I've since had the odd person as, what was his name? Anyway, one of the politicians' widow didn't take kindly. She was there. At the time, she wasn't a widow then, and she didn't take kindly to me being there. But no, the crowd were very good. I was in Melbourne probably about 16 years ago, and Michael Cathcart he and another academic had just put together a book of speeches, you know, really, really good Australian speeches. And they were launching it in one of the bookshops in Fitzroy, I think it was. Anyway, I was working for his wife at the time. She'd written a play that we're in. And so he asked me would I read one of the speeches. So I picked out a really nice speech and I read it at this book launch. And afterwards, this young man came up to me and he said to me, how could you do that? How could you do that in 1975, make fun of that situation? And I said to him, well, I'm a satirist. I was a satirist. It was political satire. And he said, well, those men up the back in suits, when you started speaking, they walked out.
Well,
everyone's a critic.
Well, they are, but the crowd did love it, and you did talk to the crowd throughout the afternoon. And one of the you did, and you asked them other questions. One of them was that now that Malcolm Fraser is the caretaker Prime Minister, does that mean he's responsible for mowing the lawns at Parliament House?
I thought it was going to be about getting his bond back, but there you are.
Did
I say that?
You did say it. So the crowd loved it, right?
There was more material than I realised. That's because I only, memory's shot.
Yeah.
But that's all I see of it now. God, I can't remember that at all. That's a pretty good line.
It is a good line. That's why I used it. But the crowd the response of the crowd is very warm, right?
Yeah, it was good, yeah.
And they're laughing, it's positive. But the politicians had different views. So we saw Bill Hayden there. He seemed to be going along with it.
He was a little bit tight, I think. Yeah, a little bit.
Bob Hawke and Kip Enderby were not.
And he wasn't tight, which is unusual back then.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't happy at all. Well, he wasn't, but why would you be happy? I wouldn't be happy. It was a terrible day. It was a bizarre day.
So let's talk about the character of Norman. Where did he come from? Because he first appeared on the Arnie Jack show.
Well, I got very excited that you were interviewing me because I thought you were related to Mavis Bramston. That's how it all started for me. I was absolutely obsessed with the Bramston show when I was 14, 15. Yep. And funnily enough, I then went off and, finished my schooling and went to NIDA. And I was doing a tour with David Frost. David Frost came out here and was doing a cabaret show. And John Hargraves, myself, and Emma Gray, we were doing the comedy sketches with David. Anyway, we had this run-in with an airline hostess. We were told to wait in what was then the tiny little, I wouldn't even call it first-class lounge, tiny little lounge. I think it was, I don't know where it was, in Brisbane or Perth. I think it might have been in Perth. Anyway, we were sitting in there, and they obviously left us sitting there a bit too long because the plane was ready to take off and we were still sitting in there. So we were rushed out, to get on the plane. We got on the plane, David got on before us, and the hostess said, "Can I see your ticket, please?" And he said, "Oh, well, I haven't got my ticket. My off-sider has my ticket. I have to see your ticket before you can come on the plane." Anyway, he eventually sat in first class, and we sat behind him in economy. And he was about to do the big interview with Gough and Billy.
Yeah, he came to Australia for those specials.
Yeah, and so he was doing all the research. He had a bundle of newspapers, and he's sitting there, first class, empty seat next to him, and he, ripping out bits of the paper and all that, and the paper starts to fall on the in the aisle, and this hostess came up and said, "You going to pick those up?" And he said, no. He looked at her and he said, because she had to go at him about something else before, and he said, "No, you're going to pick them up. You came on this plane, you didn't have a ticket, and you knocked an old lady over, getting to your seat, and now you're putting all this rubbish on." Anyway, we went back, and David was very upset, and so he rang the producer of the show and said he wanted to report her. And he said that her name was Lorna Gunston. And I said, no, Norma, it was Norma Gunston. And so that's where it came from. When I got the opportunity, and of course her name was Lorna, but I was deaf even then.
Right.
But when the opportunity came in the Aide-de-Camp show to play this reporter from Wollongong, I thought it'd be really funny because I quite like David Frost's right-hand man. He was his writer, and he was a very funny man. And I thought, oh, he'll get a bit of a tickle out of this if I call the character Norman Gunston. He'll know what that's all about. And the shot joy, I had this thing about protruding mandibles, and from when I was a kid. Anyway, so that's how it all kind of started. And the funny thing is that when I actually, I did a show also about the time of the Frost interview, in a show with Gordon Chater called the Mavis McMahon Show, and we started working with this writer on that, and I just loved his material. And it turned out he was a writer from your mother's show, the Mavis Bramston Show.
Right.
He was.
Well, that's why we're doing this.
That's right. He was Nepo babies, both of us.
Yes.
So he was 14 years old when he was writing for the Mavis Bramston Show. He used to rush home from Yagoona, to his home in Yagoona, get changed out of his school uniform, and then go off to the writers' meetings out at Channel 7. And I don't know whether they knew that he was a schoolboy. He was hysterical. And so when it came time to do the Norman Gunston special on the Aide-de-Camp show, I asked could he write it, and then from them we went to the Gunston show. Sorry, that was a bit long.
It was, but that's okay. Norman Gunston, of course, gets his own show and wins a gold Logie, becomes a major television figure. And then after the dismissal, we've just got a couple of minutes left, but after the dismissal, right. You continued with the character and seeking out politicians, and I think you even went to a John Kerr protest at one point and followed Malcolm Fraser around. Do you remember doing those
things? Following Malcolm Fraser around at his property in the Western Districts.
Yep.
But I don't remember the...
I think he was given Father of the Year award, and you went along to that and asked him a few questions at a press conference as well.
God almighty, I can't remember any of those things.
And of course you interviewed so many international celebrities, you went to Hollywood, everybody knows some of the big people you interviewed, you know, The Who, the Rolling Stones, Warren Beatty, Paul McCartney, Sally Struthers famously. But in the final time we've got left, Gary, I wanted to ask you about what does it say 50 years later, looking back to that afternoon, that at this convulsive, divisive, dramatic day, we could make fun of it.
No.
And we could take the piss out of it.
It's very Australian, isn't it?
Do you think this could happen anywhere else in the world?
No. I don't think so. I remember going to San Clemente and doing stuff at San Clemente, and the American crew we had were terrified, which I thought, this is all right, you can do this in Australia. I wasn't thinking. It does say, I couldn't do it now, though. You couldn't do it now. They wouldn't let you anywhere near the steps of Parliament House, but it is interesting that people were willing to laugh on that day. But I also think it was because it was such a shock. I mean, in a way, probably people thought that this is a bit surreal. It's going to be overturned,
Yeah.
But having listened to Paul Kelly he was on Conversations today. I mean, it was so well done behind the scenes. It was so well manipulated. There's no way it could turn around. And of course, Gough didn't inform anyone from the Senate, and the Senate passed the budget.
They did.
And that was when Gough was no longer, which they didn't know in the Senate.
Yep.
Labor didn't know.
That's right.
Anyway, sorry.
Gary, we've had
a history lesson.
Indeed. Gary, we've done a number of interviews and phone conversations. This is a great privilege for me to have spoken to you today and for all of you here to hear the recollections of this national treasure. So please thank him.
We've got to remember a bit more.
We look forward to this next series of panel sessions, and I'll please hand over to Mr. Troy Bramston. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us again for this afternoon session. This panel is going to focus on the events in the Senate that afternoon 50 years ago. Let me introduce former Senator John Faulkner, who became a senator in 1989, Peter Ray, who was a Liberal Party senator in 1975. Next to him is Philip Ruddock, who was the member for Parramatta at that time, having been elected in 1973. And Nick Minchin next to me, who was a Liberal Party senator elected in 1993. So, Philip, let's start with you.
That's honest, I wasn't in the Senate.
You weren't in the Senate.
But I was born in Canberra.
Yes.
I don't know whether everybody knows that, but the first child in the Canberra Community Hospital was to be given a £50 prize. And my father said I was always a disappointment to him because I came in third. But I did get to Yarralumla Preschool, which was under the lake, and I also went to Ainslie Infants. So it should be no surprise that I came back for 43 years as the second longest serving member of Parliament in Australia's history.
Indeed. Now, I want to ask you about what was happening to the Whitlam government in the period leading up to the dismissal. You saw most of it being a Member of Parliament. But I wanted to see if you would particularly focus on the election of Malcolm Fraser as Liberal leader in, I think, March 1975. How did that change the dynamic here in this building?
Well, let me say I was elected in 1973 in a by-election to replace a very distinguished Australian who was one of the three Bs, Beale, Barwick and Bowen, that had been members of Parramatta. And why did I win so resoundingly in 1973? And the reason I won so resoundingly is that already, and I'm sorry to say this to my Whitlam friends, the government was on the nose. And I think it was because Menzies had been there for as long as he had, and Gough was in a rush to get as much done as he could in the limited time that he thought he would have. And that led to a very significant change in the electorate because they were spending money, not taxing additionally, but I think people were worried about the future. And they then determined in Parramatta at that time to return a Liberal resoundingly, and again in 1974. There wasn't enough impetus in 1974, but it was clear by 1975 it was going to occur. Now, in terms of the Liberal Party itself, I was supported very strongly by Billy Snedden when I stood in Parramatta. I think one of the worst decisions I ever made was that I convinced two people that I would not vote for them to be the Liberal Party leader, Fraser and Snedden. I don't know whether John remembers me telling the story, but when Tony Staley came to me and said, would I vote for Fraser, I said no. I didn't think it was appropriate to take on the leader. And when Billy Snedden came before the ballot to ask me whether I was going to vote for him, I told him no, I was going to vote for Fraser. I think it was probably the worst decision I've ever made in my life. I had both of them convinced I wasn't voting for them. But there was a certain dynamic within the Liberal Party for change, and I think there was a determination to put in place a leader who would be able to achieve that outcome.
Peter, let me ask you, you were of course in the Senate in 1975. Tell us about the decision to block supply from the 16th of October. How difficult was that for you and your colleagues to break that precedent and do something that had never been done before?
Well, I don't say that it had never been done before, because Lionel Murphy, as the leader in of the ALP in the Senate, had led them to voting no to a long series of bills that were appropriation bills of one sort or another. And the precedent was there. The question was whether it was an appropriate time to exercise the precedent, whether it was an appropriate situation to do so, and some of us were quite concerned to examine it in depth as to whether there was a justification. But my view was eventually that we had every reason to do so when the Houses disagree. What's wrong with going back to the people? It seemed to me that you've got the situation where the two houses were elected, one the representatives and one the Senate. The Senate has a function, notwithstanding the criticism it receives from some people. It has a function which is to exercise a judgment over the operation of the executive government, to hold the executive government to account. And that's what the Senate had been trying to do. And in return, it received such headlines in the newspaper coming from the Prime Minister that I'll smash the Senate. Well, the smash the Senate statement was one of the ones that made a lot of convincing to people who had been wondering whether this was an appropriate time or not. Smashing the Senate was regarded as a threat to the whole of the constitutional background on which Australia had been developing since the original debates, when the development of two houses with virtually equal powers and with a clear objective that the Senate should represent the states, then I think the whole attitude of what was happening with the government of the day was justification for the Senate taking the view that they should withhold supply. The parties couldn't agree, the parliamentary parties couldn't agree, the houses couldn't agree. What's wrong with putting it to the people? It went to the people and they made an overwhelming judgment, absolutely overwhelming judgment in support of what the Senate had done. That, I must say, made me feel a lot better.
Now, let me just follow that up, Peter, because while the coalition parties did remain united on their strategy, I remember Tony Eggleton, who was the Liberal Party Federal Director in 1975, saying that there was nevertheless a lot of concern among Liberal Party members and Liberal Party voters about this strategy. Did you feel that pressure yourself from outside this place?
There was a lot of pressure. And it took me a period of time after this first was being discussed to research and come to the conclusion, particularly since I found that there had been 6,000 Labor votes, Senate votes, voters in the period between 1950 and 1970, which came from Lionel Murphy in his role as the leader of the opposition, saying that it was not something that, according to the opposition of the day, the Labor Party, it was not something which was wrong to vote against appropriation bills, and there'd been all those instances. It was something which I think, again, looked at what was happening to the country, where we were with the findings of deception and the findings of where the economy was going generally. It was not something which I had to worry too long about after I satisfied myself and some of my colleagues in discussion that there was every reason why we should use the mechanism which was available to let the people decide on what should be the future. And that was something which a group of us in the Senate discussed and privately, and there were differing views. It was not something which was an easy decision to take. I have to say that that was, of course, added to by the threats and the pressure which was put on a large number of the Liberal senators and came from outside. And as we heard this morning, that was part of the tactic coming out of the Prime Minister's office to put strong pressure on individuals and individual Liberal senators. And it was not a happy place to be, I can assure you.
Okay. Nick, let me ask you, I mean, these numbers in the Senate that the Coalition used was only possible to defer supply because they relied on 2 Senate vacancies that had been manipulated. The appointment of Lionel Murphy to the High Court resulted in the New South Wales government appointing Cleaver Bunton, and of course the death of Bertie Milliner sitting at his desk in Brisbane one day of a heart attack led Joe Bjelke-Petersen to appoint Albert Field. Looking back at these events, would you be comfortable relying on such a strategy based on what was essentially manipulated Senate numbers, breaking that convention?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. Look, and let's remember that it was Malcolm Fraser who initiated the referendum to confirm that Senate vacancies be filled by the party of the absent or deceased senator. So, to Fraser's credit, he corrected that and put in place that convention in the Constitution.
It's a bit ironic, though, isn't it, to have done that after the event?
Or paradoxical, yes, perhaps. People get irony and paradox confused. Okay. Look, I wasn't in that situation. I should note for the record that I'm actually the last Leader of the Government in the Senate to have a majority, and also the last Leader of the Opposition in the Senate to have a majority. And I am glad that I wasn't around in 75. For the record, as I understand it in Queensland, while Bjelke-Petersen rejected the first suggestion from the Labor Party, he asked for a list of 4 nominees from the Labor Party for the vacancy, and Gough, in his usual fashion, said, "Up yours," and leaving Joe open to find Mr Field. That was obviously a terrible mistake on Mr Whitlam's part. But, you know, the turmoil at the time, I was a student at the ANU when all this was going on. I'd done economics and law. I'd just finished my economics degree. The very dry School of Economics then at ANU imparted to me a very conservative view of the economy, and Gough was trashing the economy. He really was. And the chaos of his government was extraordinary. And there was real turmoil. And you can understand why state premiers, seeing the sort of manipulation that was going on with Gough, the fact that he appointed Lionel Murphy to the High Court in the first place was quite extraordinary. Probably the most ill-suited fellow to go onto the High Court, in my view. So you can see why state premiers were inclined to say, well, we're going to take this guy on. I'm glad that option is no longer open to premiers and that constitutional amendment has been made, but you've got to look at it in the context of the time.
What about, just sticking with you, Nick, for a second, you would have known Steele Hall,
yes,
of course.
Right.
He was a former Liberal Premier from South Australia. He voted with the government in the supply debate. Does his position give you cause to reflect on how you might have acted if you were there?
I was always a loyal team player, mate. No, I was a great friend of Steele's and very fond of him, and he was a good man. But he was in the Liberal movement. He had a fight with the Liberal Party in South Australia and broken away. So he was in an entirely different position. Can I just say, I think the mistake that was made during that period is the coalition in opposition in the Senate creating the circumstances for a double dissolution in 1974. I'm a conservative when it comes to use of Senate powers, and I think John Faulkner would agree that I was conservative in the way we used our majority and didn't want to abuse it. And I think what the coalition should have done is vote against those bills in the first instance that it opposed, but to allow a double dissolution trigger to be created with all those bills, I think was most unwise, frankly, because otherwise the Whitlam government would have gone in 75 anyway without any of this controversy. They'd have just served their 3 years and been thrown out as they were without all the controversy of the dismissal, rather than creating those double dissolution triggers and allowing Gough to go to the 74 election on the back of it.
I'm going to ask you all about the Senate tactics in the afternoon, but before I do that, John Faulkner, can I ask you, how do you explain Gough Whitlam's decision not to tell any senators that the government had been dismissed when he had about an hour to do so, more than an hour, before the supply bills were put?
Well, the first thing to say about that, Troy, is it's true. Gough deserves criticism, and I'm one of those people who have provided that criticism. But I think it's important to remember he wasn't alone in this. What occurred after the dismissal is that Gough, as you know, left Yarralumla. He returned to the lodge, famously had his lunch, and about 25 years ago I extracted from Gough what that lunch was, which was a steak, medium steak, with German mustard and a horria tikki salad. And having spent a lot of time actually, then Gough explained to me what a horria tikki salad was, but it took about an hour, I assure you.
That's about the time he had to tell the senators.
Yeah, indeed. But what of course happened is that Gough did call what I've always described as his inner circle. So yes, Gough was there, he failed to inform the Senate. But first point is, remember, he wasn't alone. The Deputy Prime Minister, Frank Crean, was in the lodge with him, as was Labor's most senior parliamentarian in the House of Representatives, Fred Daly, as was the Attorney-General, Kep Enderby, as was the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Gordon Scholes, as was his Principal Private Secretary, John Mant, as his very, very senior staffer and confidant, Graham Freudenberg, as was the National Secretary of the Labor Party, David Coombs. So there was quite a team there. There was one problem with the team. It didn't include a senator. That is a problem. And of course the Senate wasn't informed. In my view, of course it should have been informed, and I do think, Troy, there were a number of options, a number of things that could have been done differently if that had occurred. But one other element of this, of course, in terms of communications, yes, it's true. Gough Whitlam and his team didn't tell their senators and Senate leadership. Think of this. The Governor-General of Australia, who had dismissed the government, failed. We know from Troy's recent work that, yes, and we've heard from the ADCs, yes, the Queen was contacted about the dismissal, but the Parliament of Australia was not informed. No presiding officer, no clerk of either chamber of the Parliament, and that is a huge failure on the part of Kerr. It's a reprehensible approach to his responsibilities at the time. But if the Senate had been informed, and of course Jim Odgers, the clerk of the Senate at the time, reports how he was found that quite amazing that there was no formal communication from Kerr. If it had been informed, a number of things could have happened.
Well, let's come back to that. I just want to wait for a little bit. Let me ask you another question, John. Gough Whitlam, of course, requested a half-Senate election, but to my mind, a half-Senate election was no guarantee Labor would gain more senators. There's no evidence that they would have. The polling was so bad, and in fact, the government had been advised by Frank Lay, the Chief Electoral Officer, that they would lose senators, their position would be worse. And of course, you can't have an election if you don't have supply for the election. And with a half-Senate election, supply would have run out by the 30th of November. So do you think it was viable for Gough to recommend a half-Senate election? And I note that Ken Reid thought that was a mistake, and he was Labor's Senate leader.
Well, Ken Reid, in fact, recommended that course of action a little earlier, as you know. Look, the key thing here is, which I don't think should get lost, is that Kerr failed at any stage to be honest with the Prime Minister of Australia. He deceived him on every count. In fact, yes, it's true that Gough went to the Lodge to advise the Governor-General of a half-Senate election. At no stage does Kerr, throughout this political crisis, confide with Whitlam that he, let alone thinking of dismissing the government, that he actually has any concerns at all. There's no communication. The Prime Minister of Australia is kept absolutely in the dark. He's deceived by Kerr, and I consider that absolute treachery, and that's the starting point of this. So when we talk about the proposal that Whitlam had to advise the Governor-General of that course of action, at no stage did Kerr in any way engage or warn or advise Whitlam throughout that whole constitutional, political imbroglio of Kerr's concerns. That's the starting point, and we ought to acknowledge that before we go on to the next steps.
Philip, you were here. You were in this chamber after 2 p.m. when it resumed. Malcolm Fraser seemed to be paying particular attention to the Senate. He was waiting for advice that supply bills had been passed before standing right here announcing to the House that he'd become Prime Minister. Were you thinking about the Senate as well? Was supply on your mind that afternoon?
No. Can I just take up one of John's points?
Sure.
Kerr, I understand, was an active member of the Labor Party.
Well, you're quite wrong about that, Philip. About 20 years prior to his appointment as Governor-General, he was in the Labor Party, but I think a lot has been written about his political affiliations. I don't think there's been any debate, apart from this occasion when you're raising the possibility that it might be some new evidence that we're not aware of. Kerr, there's no doubt, one of the reasons that Gough's decisions was so poor, what he did in appointing Kerr, that was a serious mistake too. But what he didn't do, and he acknowledges this, he certainly acknowledged with me, he didn't check with his colleagues in the legal fraternity in New South Wales, could have given him a great deal of understanding about Kerr's political affiliation, and as he said to me in a film I did with him in 2002, he also said, of course, that if he had been, if he had done the right thing and checked on Kerr's suitability for the office of Governor-General, as Gough said, that with the people with senior members of the New South Wales Bar, they would have told me on 2 occasions that he had been admitted to the Prince of Wales Hospital because of inebriation. So that's...
Can I just ask you, whether you have a view about whether or not Kerr would feel comfortable having indicated a potential for dismissal that his own position was secure.
It appears from what we understand of Kerr's personality and character that he may well have not felt comfortable, but a proper Governor-General, a Governor-General acting with propriety and integrity would certainly do that. That's the role of the Governor-General, to obviously warn and advise their Prime Minister, but also, of course, to accept the advice of their Prime Minister. A good starting point would be discussing these issues with the Prime Minister, and I think most reasonable people accept that.
Let's try and bring the focus back to the Senate. That's the point of this session. Let me move to you, Peter. How important was the strategy to delay supply, not reject supply? Would the coalition have been able to vote to reject, or do you think that would have been a step too far for some?
I doubt that it would have been carried without quite a lot of persuasion. There were people in the Senate, in the then opposition, who were concerned about the process. They were made more concerned by the threats that were made against them and their families, which made the decision-making personal as well as intellectual. And there were that sort of pressure that was brought to bear on a number of my colleagues was something that I very well remember, because we talked about it a lot. We tried to get them to not waver on the basis of threats that were being made. And it's hard to say whether how they would have voted if it had gone on much longer. But they all remained, and my friend Neville Bonner was one of the ones who was greatly concerned about it. He was concerned about the continuation of the stopping of supply and what that might do to the standard of living, the opportunities for income for lots of people, people on pensions, people in public service and so forth.
The vote to defer was in order to keep the bills in the Senate chamber, as opposed to them going back to the House. So it was a very important tactical move for deferral, not rejection.
That's right. Let me just finish with Peter. So let's move to the vote. So you're in the chamber. Tell us what it's like. I mean, the motion is moved at 2:20. It's agreed at 2:23. Supply is passed. And the Senate is suspended 1 minute later at 2:24. Tell us, what was it like being there on that day and seeing that happen?
What we'd been told, and I think Russell Snyder gave some details of this earlier when he was talking about his role with the Reg Withers. We had been told, or at least most of us who were available, had been told somewhere between about 1:45 and 2 o'clock that we needed to be in the Senate, that we needed to be calm and collected and not get excited, that there was going to be the vote, and that we were to vote in favour of it. And that left a significant number of the Liberal senators, or Liberal and Country Party senators, wondering just quite what was going to happen next, because we didn't know some of the details. And one of the details, of course, which was extremely important, was that Malcolm Fraser had been given his role on condition that he obtained supply that afternoon. So it was extremely important that all of our troops trooped in and voted appropriately at just after 2:15.
Did you want to make a point, Phil?
Yes, I did. I just want to say, sitting in this place, over there was the opposition party room. And what I remember is with the frequency that people were summoned to the leader's office next door. And Bob Ellicott, who was very much involved in advising on these matters, would be there to ensure that those who may be doubters were brought in to discuss the issues further. And there was a very significant degree of dialogue to ensure that the team remained in place. And I think it's important to understand that there was enormous effort put into ensuring that people were actually informed and involved in the decision-making process.
Nick, I want to go to you and move to this topic of how things could have been different in the Senate. I mean, you were a leader of the government in the Senate, 2006 to 2007. Have you ever searched your mind for how maybe it could have unravelled that afternoon, some of the strategies that could have been used? For example, Justin O'Byrne simply suspending the Senate, as Doug McClellan suggests, and not actually having a vote, actually just keep talking and not actually bring a vote on, move to other business, withdraw the bills. There's a range of things. What would have been on your mind if you were leader of the government in the Senate then, if you were Ken Reid in 1975?
Well, he was in blissful ignorance, of course. And it is unbelievable, frankly, that no senators were informed of what had happened. It is unbelievable. But just on this question, I do want to quote the great man himself, Gough, in his book, The Truth of the Matter, on this subject of what happened that afternoon. Quote, "What humbugs we would have been if, after condemning the Liberals for refusing to vote on the budget, we ourselves had delayed a vote on the budget. We had fought a great fight by the rules. We stuck by the rules to the bitter end." Well said, Gough. So, you know, I think Gough's right. They didn't have a choice. They'd been saying all the way through, you must vote for these appropriations. It's outrageous that you're delaying them and all that. For the Labor senators, when bills then came back on for a vote, to have obfuscated, delayed, whatever, would have looked utterly stupid. So I think it is a very unlikely scenario. As some commentators have said, Harry Evans, I did a speech on this, you could have delayed and obfuscated for maybe 24 hours or something, but at some point, because appropriation was what it was all about and supply for the government and to allow the government to continue to operate, Labor senators would ultimately have had to vote for the appropriations.
But if there was a delay, Nick, just sticking with that, wouldn't there have been a scenario where Gough Whitlam had the confidence of this House, Malcolm Fraser had a motion of no confidence in him, and neither of them had supply? I mean, that would mean that Malcolm Fraser hadn't fulfilled his commission. So why wouldn't Labor, if they knew about the dismissal, have tried to frustrate it?
Well, as Gough said, what humbugs they would have looked if they had attempted to do that.
But
so I think it is so hypothetical.
By then, did it really matter?
Well, ask Gough, but Gough certainly thought they should have, you know, that they did the right thing by voting for it, albeit that they didn't know that they were no longer in government. But, you know, frankly, the Labor senators did do the right thing and vote appropriation and bring about an election. Now, you know, what would have happened in other hypothetical circumstances, we can talk, you know, for the next 50 years about that, which I think is frankly a waste of time.
I'm going to come to John on this question. You were Leader of the Opposition in the Senate from 1996 to 2004. What would you have done if you were in Ken Reid's position and knew about the dismissal?
It's a bit like Troy being Leader of the Opposition on this panel. I'm outnumbered here, but used to being outnumbered in the Senate. But it is perfectly proper and reasonable for any House of the Australian Parliament to, and totally appropriate to make a decision of any nature, being aware with the understanding of who forms government in the nation. That wasn't the case. And I stress again, it's a serious dereliction of duty from Kerr because the Senate formally doesn't know. So in the Senate, back there on this day 50 years ago, Justin O'Byrne, a Labor senator, was the President of the Senate. It would be the most reasonable thing to do to suspend the sitting of the Senate to a later hour in the day so there's some clarity about who actually forms the government of the nation. Now, what happens in the Senate, it's true, Ken Reid doesn't know. The Manager of Government Business in the Senate, Doug McClelland, as we've said, it's been said quite correctly, didn't know. But the point is the Senate and the House of Representatives, neither chamber had been informed formally of what had occurred. Perfectly proper, quite appropriate and totally in order for the President of the Senate to suspend the sitting so that matter is clarified. Now, that obviously would give Labor senators and an opportunity to work out whatever tactical and strategic approach they might take. But what did happen, as you know, is that Ken Reid moved the order of the day which was on the Senate notice paper. But remember this, Ken Reid is not a minister. He's been dismissed. There's no government ministers in the Senate. And on the other side of the chamber, Reg Withers and the Liberal National team had not been sworn in as ministers. There's one Cabinet Minister, one minister in Australia, and that's Malcolm Fraser, who'd been commissioned, as you know, at Yarralumla. And what does that mean in relation to the Senate? It's not competent or within the standing orders of the Senate. It's outside the Senate standing orders for an individual who is not a minister or not given authority by a minister at the time to move such a motion. Another perfectly reasonable reason, of course, if it had been known, if the Senate clerk was able to inform the President of the Senate that the proper course of action would be to suspend the sitting until there was clarity. These things, need to be said. They need to be said, and no one can argue that it's not that Ken Reid knew, and technically not the clerks of the Senate, but it was totally out of order, should never have happened, and that may not have changed the course of history, but it sure would have lengthened it out that day.
Let's go to Peter. You wanted to have a response to that?
Yes. I've listened to that argument, but I must say that I don't see a great validity in it. The position was that the Governor-General had done a conditional appointment which involved obtaining supply, and unless the Senate sat that afternoon, there was no way in which supply could be obtained that day. So the Governor-General's proposal and his action were that the Senate had to sit that afternoon. It was appropriate for it to sit, and it did, and it gave supply so that the condition which was imposed in relation to the appointment of Malcolm Fraser was able to be obtained. Now, I think that we can argue all day about it, but I'd like to...
We've got 10 minutes left to keep arguing.
I'd like to summarise the situation by saying the people made a judgment in December, and that was an overwhelming and very clear judgment of what had happened in their parliament. It was the people's parliament. It was the people to whom the issue was referred, and the judgment was made by the people. I think that's the greatest exercise of democracy that you can have, that you have the people making the final judgment.
Okay, let me ask
you. But the Senate has processes too. And as you know, Peter, the Senate that made these decisions in relation to the budget was an illegitimate Senate. Those decisions couldn't have been made unless unless premiers in conservative states made decisions totally breaching conventions that had been in place for 74 years at the time. So these are very, very important issues, and it is important and critical to understand. I am certain if the Senate were properly informed and Kerr hadn't, that we didn't have that dereliction of duty from Kerr. Just imagine this. He sacks the government of the day. He sacks the Prime Minister. He appoints a new Prime Minister, and sitting a few kilometres away is the Australian Parliament. Sitting day, he doesn't inform the Parliament. These are questions that are absolutely critical in this debate. It doesn't go to politics, it goes to propriety of process. And of course, Kerr is responsible right through this period of breaching convention, of acting with, in my view, not only impropriety, but absolute dishonesty.
Well,
I just want to go to
what we've listened to is
just quickly, Peter, if you
debate about the actions of the Governor-General. I thought we were talking about the actions in the Senate itself, and I believe that the Senate itself was a validly constituted body at the time that the decision was made, but we can argue about it on another time and another place. We don't have time this afternoon.
Philip, I wanted to ask you, you're sitting in this chamber when Malcolm Fraser is Prime Minister, but he has a no-confidence motion moved in him, which you would have voted against. Do you think it's legitimate to be Prime Minister and not have the confidence of the House?
Look, I was of the view that we had reached the point where there was an expectation that there was going to be an election and we should move forward as quickly as possible. The only other point I want to make at this event, and I'm going to make it now,
please, is
that I think there is a lesson for the Australian people in what has occurred. There are different views about it, but it's because of the Constitution and the way in which it is written that it is possible for this to occur. It could not have occurred in the United Kingdom, where they have in the House of Lords no power to deny supply. And I think there ought to be agreement amongst us that the way forward is to ensure that this should never happen again, and to ensure that the capacity of the Senate to be able to deal with supply should be removed, and the Constitution be amended to get that outcome. Just wanted to be provocative.
As a fellow Liberal and a senator of some 18 years, can I profoundly disagree with that? There wouldn't be an Australian Federation, an Australian nation without the Senate. It was critical to the foundation of this country that the House and the Senate have equal powers, except for the Senate's capacity in relation to money bills. All it could do was reject them, not amend them. So I profoundly reject that. I think the system of checks and balances which our brilliant founding fathers built into our Constitution has worked profoundly well. One of those checks and balances is a powerful Senate. I think it has acted extraordinarily responsibly and effectively for the better of this country for over 100 years. And I think Philip is speaking as a House of Representatives member, and I find House of Representatives members typically have very little regard for the Senate or its proper place in the Constitution of this country, and it's about time they spend some time in the Senate.
At least he's not asking me to go to Tasmania, South Australia, Western Australia or Queensland.
Well, I used to be...
Queensland is there isn't an upper house, and while we have a very responsible LNP government there now, you have the tyranny of the majority in unicameral chambers, which to my mind is very scary. That a government gets a majority in the lower house, there's no upper house. You can literally do anything you like, and we saw the effect of that with dictator Dan in Victoria, who damn near wrecked the joint.
Have we had a vote in the Senate which has been won on the basis of the states lining up against the two, New South Wales and Victoria?
Okay. These two guys, Troy, are so typical of the Liberal Party. All they can do is argue amongst themselves. But I've got to agree. But hang on. But I've got to agree with one of you, and it's not you, Nick. I can assure you. But let me say, let me just finish. Throughout my public life, I argued for 2 constitutional reforms, and they weren't major reforms. I've always believed the nexus between the House of Representatives and the Senate should be broken. I think it's a really critical and that means, effectively, you can increase the House of Representatives size, like I think the current government, I've certainly read that they're keen to do that, without increasing the size of the Senate. And I think that's very important for a whole range of reasons, and I haven't got enough time to go into them. That's one critical reform I've always argued. And strangely enough, I'm very glad at this late hour that Philip Ruddock's come on board with a proposal that the Senate should be prevented from withholding supply.
I want to bring it back to the events of 1975, not 1900 or 1901. But Nick, let me ask you, are you comfortable with the notion that supply was blocked in the Senate in 1975? And I ask that because when you're in the Senate, could you have ever imagined doing that again? Would you ever argue for that strategy?
No, and as I say, I think it'd been better if they'd avoided getting to that point by avoiding a double dissolution in 1974 and allowing the Whitlam government simply to expire at the end of 75 anyway, without creating the circumstances of a double dissolution. Look, frankly, as I said, I was the last leader in the Senate to have a majority. I don't think there'll ever be another majority party in the Senate. I think we're regrettably, in some ways, condemned to minor parties always having the balance of power in the Senate from now on. I think what's going to be important for the governance of the country is that the Labor and Liberal parties find agreement in the Senate for the good government of this country and not be shanghaied by the minor parties or held to ransom by the minor parties, and I hope that's how this Senate will work in future. But no, as I say, I don't think, given what happened in 1975 and whether it was right or wrong, I don't think there'll ever be a Senate that blocks supply again.
Can I ask the 3 Liberals on this panel, because I know John's view about this, is...
But I'd like to share my view about whatever the matter is.
I was going to ask about something else entirely, so just hang on a second. It's just recently been discovered that Malcolm Fraser, a former Liberal, of course, thought that John Kerr should have warned Gough Whitlam formally before dismissing him. As the 3 Liberals here, very quickly, do you think he was right about that? That there should have been a warning?
Well, if Gough didn't know that it was possible for the Governor-General to dismiss him, then he was, had his head buried, well down in the sand. It was the common talk. He threatened it, he joked about it. He joked, who's going to get to the palace first? Gough must have known that, but he thought he had him in his pocket, and I think that's one of the things that really upset Kerr, of course. But Gough was so arrogant about it that he thought it could not possibly happen. So Gough certainly knew it was in the realm of possibility. He should have known it was in the realm of possibility. He shouldn't have treated Sir John Kerr so badly and so stupidly. He mismanaged him appallingly badly. So I don't, and I do think it's fair enough for John Kerr to say that he wanted to do everything he possibly could to avoid the Queen being dragged into this dispute. Which is what would have happened if Gough had been allowed to run off to the Queen and say, sack John Kerr. So I think John Kerr acted quite properly in upholding the constitutional provisions to resolve a deadlock between the 2 houses, and he wasn't obliged in any way to forewarn Gough.
Okay, very quickly, Philip, where do you stand on warning?
I suspect we should remove the power for a Prime Minister to revoke the Governor-General's mandate.
Okay, Peter, do you think there should have been a warning given before dismissal?
That one's a bridge too far, John, I think.
I'd prefer not to express an opinion about it because...
Okay, well...
what I want to say is that the role of the Senate is to keep the executive under the appropriate rules to check and ensure. And if this was the way in which that objective that practice, that requirement of the senators, the States House was able to be undertaken with John Kerr making a mistake or not making a mistake. The result was a result which was a proper result, and I leave it at that.
Okay, thanks, Peter. I'm going to give John the last word because you are outnumbered, but you have to be brief, please.
Oh, if you're going to ask a question. Well, first of all, I'd just say to Peter, I never prefer not to express an opinion myself, but let me say this. The Senate has not been really a States House in its entire existence. It's very much a political house, and a lot of people talk about it as an effective house of review. It's a very powerful upper chamber. Really, only the US Senate can match it in terms of its power, and I've often said that I think it's at its best and at its most effective and using its powers most usefully as a house of scrutiny in this country. But let me just say this. Context is all important in this dismissal issue. Quickly, I would say to you, remember this. The opposition of 1972 to 1975 never accepted the legitimacy of the Whitlam government. There was a born-to-rule mentality. It meant, of course, in 1974, when supply was withheld in the Senate, there was a double dissolution, our only joint sitting. But here's the record. Remember this. In the life of the Whitlam government, since Federation in 1901, so that's 71 years, the first 71 years of Senate existence, 68 government bills had been rejected. In the 3 years of the Whitlam government, 93 bills were rejected by the Senate. Those statistics speak volumes. And yes, if we can make improvements and accept a better process even without constitutional change, all to the better. But as far as the events of 1975 is concerned, putting aside my comments about Kerr, the real lesson from this, it must never, never happen again.
Well, we are completely out of time, but I just wanted to thank the four of you for maintaining the rage and enthusiasm.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you, Peter.
Funeral party before that.
I was delighted with some of the observations made by my old friend Gough Whitlam. It is perfectly true that we talk to each other every week. It's perfectly true that as Defence Minister I was a regular visitor to his office. And people were of the view that, of course, I was telling him what was going on. I can say to this distinguished audience, there was never one confidence breached, not one. And I regard him as a man of tremendous integrity and tremendous honour.
We used to exchange messages by handwritten notes across the chamber or by that wonderful old device, the telegram, or by letter. I often recalled that when Jim was Minister of Defence in the Fraser government, he had greeted his counterpart from Turkey in memorable fashion. He had said to the visiting minister, "Excellency, we had a man named Paul who wrote a letter to Ephesus. He never received a reply." The Turkish minister responded with panache, "Excellency, I assure you that the letter was delivered. Turkey's postal service is world class." Accordingly, since then, I have sent cards or messages to Jim, not only from Ephesus, but also from Rome, Corinth, Thessaloniki, Crete and Cyprus, all inspired by unanswered letters in the New Testament. In his career, Parliament was as significant as the ministerial offices he held with distinction. His influence, his abiding interest in the great affairs of our country, his fascination with the intricate interplay of the political machinery, his knowledge of and respect for the Constitution, all came from his love of Parliament. He understood completely the indispensable role of strong political parties as the mainstay of our parliamentary democracy. That is one of the reasons why his friendships and regard reached across the House and across the parties to his jousting partners and peers in wit, like the late Fred Daly and the late Mick Young, the other great leaders of the House. Whether or not my great predecessor, Sir Robert Menzies, ever sent Australia's most famous political telegram, not only the Prime Minister of Australia, but the overflowing congregation in the last great Gothic cathedral to be completed in the Southern Hemisphere will endorse the sentiment. Killen, you were magnificent. We used to exchange messages by handwritten notes across the chamber, or by that wonderful old device, the telegram, or by letter. I often recalled that when Jim was Minister of Defence in the Fraser government, he had greeted his counterpart from Turkey in memorable fashion. He had said to the
It's okay. Wouldn't hurt to hear it twice. It was such a good speech. We also wanted to present something inspiring today, which can hopefully reassure everyone that in spite of everything that happened during that tumultuous time, there were friendships on opposite sides of the Parliament which survived and endured. We have just watched Jim Killen at his 80th birthday, which Whitlam attended. Then in 2007, almost 32 years after the dismissal, Mr Whitlam delivered the eulogy at Mr Killen's funeral. Today, we are pleased and proud to have with us Diana Killen, eldest daughter of Jim, to fill us in on how and why that friendship lasted till death parted them. But firstly, Diana, can you explain the Killen the Magnificent anecdote to those of us who might have forgotten or might be too young to remember?
Well, we're back at the 1961 election on the 9th of December in the Brisbane seat of Mostyn in south-east Brisbane. By the end of the day, and the election party held at our home, it was pretty clear that the government was in real trouble. In those days, election parties were held in the member's private home. There were more than a few, very enthusiastic election helpers who rapidly drank far too much than was good for them because they could see the way the vote was heading. I was 11 and a half at that point. My sisters were 8 and 3. So my mother had to get those children to bed. I recall vividly waiting up until the last person was gone and helping with the washing up. At that point, the Labor majority stood at around 3,000. For the next 10 days, there was recount after recount, postal votes coming in, and we waited, and the telephone rang off the hook. McMahon rang, McEwen rang, Father Bergen, who was the Catholic priest who presided over the church across the road, came over to say he was talking to God. But Menzies did not ring or send a telegram. So it was 10 days on the Monday week after the election that finally at 10:30 the result was known and Killen had won by 110 votes. There were, of course, lots of conversations and rumours afterwards that it was communist preferences that had got him over the line, but I can assure you that the DLP preferences would have done the job. So at that point, Kevin O'Donoghue, who was the chief staff writer for the Courier Mail, managed to get through on the phone and said, of course, I'm sure the Prime Minister's been in touch. What did he say? And Dad said, oh, it was simply a private call to say congratulations. Oh, come on, Jim, must have been more than that. What did he say? So Dad said, he simply said, Killen, you are magnificent.
And it never happened.
No, so that went down in history.
It's one of the great stories.
Yes, it is indeed.
So can we begin by you telling us how they came to be such great friends, and what was it about the two of them that made them such great friends? Because they were so clever, because they loved Parliament?
First, if I say a bit about the complexion of the Parliament they both joined. Whitlam, as you probably know, became the member for Girrawah in 1952. Dad became the member for Mostyn in 1955 election and entered the Parliament in 1956. We've already heard today about how different the Parliament was then. Some of the things we haven't recollected are that all the members in this chamber were men. There were 2 women in the Parliament. That was Senator Nancy Butfield, I think, and Annabel Rankin. And it wouldn't be until 1971 and later in 74 that there was a sprinkling of women in the Parliament. We've also heard how close people were in those days. You walk in King's Hall and you'd run into members of the press, you'd run into members of the opposition, members frequently crossed King's Hall to visit people in the other place, as it was often known. For those who worked in the small broom cupboards upstairs in the press gallery, it was very easy to get access to people. There was also very, very few places to go in Canberra. Members ate largely in the parliamentary dining room. They stayed either in the Hotel Currajong, which I gather was unheated in those days, or if they had deep enough pockets, they stayed in the Hotel Canberra. The House sat very long hours. There were long, often tedious adjournment debates. And in the House, there was a much greater variety of backgrounds than we see today. Of the Parliament in the 1950s, or the Parliament that Dad entered, there were 91 returned servicemen. That's almost half the Parliament. That to me says something about the spirit of collaborating, whatever one's views, opposite views very often, but treating other members of Parliament as honourable opponents who were all in their own way endeavouring to build a better country. We had people like Sir Wilfrid Kent-Hughes, who was mentioned earlier today. People like Kent Hughes was an Olympic athlete, had served in 2 world wars. We had people like Fred Daly. We had people like Clyde Cameron, who had been an out-of-work shearer in the Depression. We had people with legal backgrounds like Whitlam, an extraordinary range of people. And I think the male-dominated atmosphere certainly encouraged the rather vituperative language that was used on occasion. People did not hold back from insulting their opponents, but afterwards they would often go and have dinner together. There was an occasion where Fred Daly and Dad decided, well, I think it was Fred's idea, to stage a real ding-dong argument across the House after the 1961 election so that new members could see how things were really done. So they piled into each other. Fred said to Dad, "You can say what you like, Killen, bring it on." And then afterwards, some of the new members were absolutely astonished to see the two of them having dinner and sharing a joke. So one of the things that I remember Dad saying often, when he entered the Parliament, Artie Fadden said to him, "Remember, Jimmy, not all the good bowlers are on the one team." And I think there was a level of tolerance that we certainly don't see today.
True.
Mm-hmm. So you asked Niki about how they became friends. Of the 26 years that Dad was in Parliament, 23 of those were spent with Whitlam. They had very different backgrounds. In fact, their backgrounds, some people have said, would have suggested that they should have been on opposite sides of the chamber. Whitlam with his scholastic, scholarly background, father who was Solicitor General, Killen, who had grown up in the bush, had then had the chance to go to Brisbane Boys Grammar but run away from school so he could become a jackaroo and send some money to his widowed mother. So he needed to educate himself as he got older, which he did partly through joining the Air Force, and that's where he became interested in politics. So one of the things they shared, and I think the thing that most strongly bound Whitlam and Killen together, was that unshakable belief in the importance of parliamentary democracy and the Westminster system. We often had Badgett and Evatt's, the King and his Dominion governors at the dinner table, so that was often discussed in our household. And both Killen and Whitlam had legal minds to bring to what they did. And they enjoyed Parliament, as you heard in the clip of Gough speaking. Both of them actively enjoyed the whole process of Parliament. And I think that was one of the reasons that they stayed friends afterwards.
Mm. And they were both very well read, though, and very witty, and had a great love of literature and poetry. And you were going to tell us a bit about that.
They did. I mean, they both prided themselves on their oratory. And as you'll recall, speeches in this Parliament were delivered, not read. And I know that my father admired Churchill's speeches, he admired Menzies' speeches, but he did say that for him, Gough Whitlam was one of the best parliamentary performers he had ever seen. And both of them were adept at pulling together classical allusions, poetical allusions. They had encyclopedic memories. I know the stories of Gough are legion, talking about all sorts of occasions at length. And I know that Killen, if you gave him a few talking points, he could get up and speak extemporaneously without notes. There are some of his scribbled notes in his papers at the National Library, but for anyone but Killen, they're illegible. And there's really 4 or 5 headings on a page, and that's the extent of the notes. I think one of the, well, let me go back to a couple of the differences. Killen, as most people know, loved racing. He loved a bet, he was friendly with horse trainers, etc. Whitlam wouldn't have bothered going to the races unless it was an official function. Killen embraced his Irish heritage, both orange and green. Some people say that's why he was so impossible. I think they had, in many cases, they had similar tempers. They were fiery and impatient and irascible at times. I heard stories of teeth grinding on one occasion, and I can visualise my father sitting at dinner cutting his steak with extra vigour as he muttered the name of one of his colleagues on occasion. They both enjoyed humour, but I think their humour was somewhat different. Dad was given to practical jokes, and we won't go into many of those because there simply is not time this afternoon. But one of his first practical jokes, when he came to Canberra as a new MP, he shared an office with Fraser, who was also a new MP at the time, and Nigel Drury, who was the member for Ryan, who was a very quiet, conservative man. Killen told Fraser that Fletcher Jones were offering a free suit to new members, and all one had to do was ring up to obtain the free suit. I don't know if Fraser ever followed through, but that was the story. One of the things they did enjoy was humorous exchanges in the Parliament, and I want to read this. It's from the Hansard record so that I get the words right. Most of you will know that in 1971, Killen had been Minister for the Navy in the Gorton government, and on the 18th of March 71, he was sacked by Bill McMahon, who was the new Prime Minister. I happened to be here on that day. I was to have lunch with Dad, and unusually he was late. I remember clearly where I was standing in his office, looking out the window, when he came in and he said, "I've been sacked." So this is almost 12 months later. It's a debate on the Marine Sciences Bill on the 17th of May 1972. Whitlam says, I quote what was said on the 16th of May by a new Minister for the Navy, Dr Malcolm Mackay, of perhaps a different calibre from his predecessor. Killen interjects, larger or smaller? Whitlam replies, the new man is of a lesser calibre but a bigger bore.
That's beautiful.
That was not scripted, I assure you.
I just want to refer to a passage in your father's autobiography which alluded to the agreement that they had made that whoever died first, the other would do the eulogy at the funeral. And he relates a story whereby Mr Whitlam, who had had yet another disagreement with Clyde Cameron, was complaining to Jim about this bloody party, this bloody morbid party. And Killen said to him, what do you want to happen when you die? And Whitlam replied, I just want you to get up and say, let the Senate be his pyre.
Well, as we know, that didn't happen because fate intervened.
Not in that way, but no. Maybe in a different way. Of course, that's not how it worked out. In any case, your father was also very frank about his enmities and friendships on both sides. He was kind about Bill Hayden and Fred Daly, criticised William McMahon and praised Malcolm Fraser. He admired Fraser. He said he could show a lot of compassion, and Whitlam also had a self-deprecating humour, which qualities that might not be immediately obvious to people later on, but nevertheless that was part of their charm for him. Now, Diana, you were here on November 11, 1975. You were at the National Library. And can you tell us how you heard about what happened and what you did?
Well, it was very interesting hearing how other people heard what was happening. And because I was simply over the road doing my job, I didn't hear anything until somebody came through and said, "Hey, you better come over the road, the Prime Minister's been sacked." So a few of us trotted across the road and we stood on the grass opposite Parliament House. And recalling this, I think I was absolutely stunned. I have a very strong visual memory for lots of events, but I remember less about where I was standing and who I was with and what I was wearing on that occasion than many others. I was stunned because this was just such an extraordinary event, and while there had been rumours around, I guess the upbringing that I'd had and all of the talk in our household about the Constitution and conventions, etc., I was stunned that this had happened and we had lost a Prime Minister. I had voted for Whitlam in 1972, which was the first time I was eligible to cast a vote.
Why? Why did you vote for Whitlam?
Because, as I said to Dad, who could vote for McMahon? Sorry. Dad he understood when I said that and, demurred.
Didn't try to talk you out of it?
He didn't, no. I was living in Canberra at that point, so I exercised my vote here and not in the electorate of Mostyn, where he may have had more consternation, but I would have casted a vote against him. Yes, that was quite an extraordinary event.
And you did catch up with your father that evening,
yes.
And you went and had dinner. So can you tell us about the dinner and what his frame of mind was, how he felt about it?
Sure. We regularly had dinner when I was living in Canberra, and we went to the lobby that evening for a quick dinner. Dad was extremely downhearted, quite morose, and didn't want to be with any of his colleagues. Usually he was happy to have dinner with people. He loved to talk to people on both sides of the house. But often when he was dejected about something, he simply wanted to be with his family. He had a way of accepting things, even as cataclysmic as this, and he'd say, well, there it is. It's happened. So we just talked about anything but the dismissal over dinner. And then it was a short dinner because he needed to go and be interviewed by George Negus, along with Keating, and I think you mentioned Ivor Greenwood and John Weldon, yeah.
And did you talk about it much subsequently after the event? Did you ever discuss it?
Not really. Dad benefited from the event in that he became Defence Minister in the Fraser government, and he was pretty busy after that. He also didn't always discuss things with his family. He discussed them with colleagues, but he was very strict on not breaking confidences. Where I really found out about things was fairly recently. I looked through some of his speeches, some of his papers, and realised that he had written a review of Whitlam's book after it was launched at the National Press Club on, I think it was the 8th or the 9th of February, 1978. Yeah. So he'd also, in the review, which was published on the 14th of February, it was 14th of February 79, he had disclosed that he had changed his view on the clarification or codification of the reserve powers of the Crown. So of Whitlam's book, he said that what he saw in that book was fury, 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 like an Atlantic gale. And he described his own change of heart as his own road to Canossa, in that he thought that if the reserve powers of the Crown or the powers of the Governor-General had been clearer at that point, more clearly set out, then the events of the dismissal would perhaps not have happened.
Yes, okay, good. Just finally then, looking back now over the 50 years, how do you reflect on it and what impact do you think it had on you and your view of politics and Parliament and the relationship between the two men?
Well, the relationship between the two men clearly continued. I know from Phil Liddicoat, who's here today, who was Dad's Principal Private Secretary, both when he was Defence Minister and beforehand when he was Navy Minister, that Killen said he visited Gough afterwards and Gough visited Killen's rooms here. They closed the door. What they said to each other is lost to history. But we do know that they continued their relationship and their friendship. For me, I thought the dismissal was truly a cataclysmic event. I think it, as other people have said today, it changed the nature of the relationships across the Parliament. And I think the Parliament is the poorer for that. The poetry seems to have gone out of the place. When Dad was sacked by McMahon and was likely to go back during the winter recess to his practice at the bar, Whitlam sent him a telegram. Anyone who knows Tennyson's Crossing the Bar will recognise this. Whitlam said, "One clear call for me, and may there be no moaning at the bar when you put back from sea." And it was signed Leader.
That's beautiful. Well, thank you very much, Diana, for being here today and sharing your thoughts. Thank you.
My more mature years are hard work. What age are you, Barry?
75.
75? Oh, well, you've got plenty of time. Very young.
Yeah, thank you.
You were working for... Were you working in the ABC in 75, were you?
No, I was in a court in Melbourne. I was a court reporter for the Melbourne Herald.
Court reporter, you're very good shorthand.
I came to politics very late.
You will speak up because I'm deaf.
Yeah, I will. So we'll get started, I think.
Yeah.
Well, welcome. It's great to have you here. Of course, John Howard was Prime Minister for 11 years, from 1996 to 2007, and it remains the second longest term as Prime Minister, behind Bob Menzies. I've interviewed you many times. The one that I always recall, though, was the 15th of July 2001. And that's because it was the first episode of Insiders, and for the credibility of the program it was important for me to get the Prime Minister on. And I thought, maybe I haven't got a great shot at this because
you'd introduced the GST about a year before, and that cost you in the polls for a while. South Australian, the Western Australian and Queensland governments, I think, fell after that period, and you had a by-election the next day. So there was an element of risk for you to come onto the program. If there'd been a swing of 6 or 7%, it wouldn't have been a pleasant morning. But you did it.
I did. I remember it very well. I was pretty hoarse. And that wasn't because of the by-election. The by-election was good. We held Aston on that occasion.
You did.
There was another Aston by-election much later and we didn't. But the reason I was hoarse was that I cheered the Wallabies to defeat the British Lions in the third of their matches, and I had a great pleasure in presenting the trophy to John Eales in the face of Tony O'Reilly, who played wing three-quarter for the Lions and had come to Australia coinciding with their visit to lobby me on behalf of his newspaper interests. He wasn't a very happy camper that night, but I was hoarse, but I was very happy. I'm glad the program got launched. I still watch it, don't always agree with it, not really, you know, but it's a good program because it provides some Sunday morning entertainment for a lot of people.
Back to that by-election, because Chris Pearce was your candidate, and he held the swing to about 3.5%, and you came onto the program and said the government's back in the game.
Yes, I did. I remember that.
Because the impression was that that you weren't at that point. And a lot of, I think, historical reflection on this says that the tamper that came after that, and then when the planes flew into the World Trade Centre, that's what won the election for you. And I know that you've argued since that. So what was it about that period leading up to that by-election that satisfied you that you'd put the worst behind you, and that maybe the momentum that Labor was building up had stalled?
I think that was part of it. I think the Labor Party then got itself into a terrible tangle on tax. I think Kim Beazley was unfortunately misrepresented as arguing that there could be circumstances in which tax increases were good. Now, theoretically, I understand why he would put that, but it didn't seem to be a very sensible thing in the teeth of a by-election. There was also a lot of confusion about knowledge nation, and it was derisively called noodle nation by some of my more mischievous colleagues in the Liberal Party, and Barry Jones, of course, in his wonderful, entertaining, endearing style, responded as to why that was unfair. But I do think that we had done a number of things, starting with the immediate response to the loss of the Ryan by-election. Ryan in those days was the only really true blue seat in Brisbane, and we'd held it forever, and we lost it, and the lady who won it for the Labor Party would only hold it 6 months, and then we'd win it back at the general election. But we did some pretty dramatic things on excise. We cut the excise on fuel, and we abolished automatic indexation. That decision was not very popular with some of my close colleagues, the Treasurer in particular, and I could understand why. He reacted how I would have reacted if Malcolm Fraser had been in my chair at that time.
Yeah. Before we get on to what we're essentially here to talk about, and that is the dismissal and not insiders and the Wallabies and the rest of it, but...
Sorry about the Wallabies. I'd like to get a bit of a plug in for them.
Yes, I know. Well, you're talking to a Victorian, so you're wasting your time.
Well, you had a very famous Wallaby, Weary Dunlop.
Oh yes, but he wasn't famous for that though, was he? He was more so
He was a famous Victorian.
Yes, he was a part. That's true. I want to talk about this building just before we get on to it. This building.
Oh yes.
Because you were here for 14 years. What was your feeling when you moved from here?
Oh, very sad. As a debating chamber, this was unrivalled. It was intimate. You could, almost reach over and have a punch an opponent. Not that you ever felt like doing that, but and I was tremendously impressed with the presence. Jim Killen's daughter a few moments ago, and he was a wonderful parliamentarian. But I have to say that Gough Whitlam was all round probably the best parliamentarian I experienced. His recall was terrific. His presence was, you'd never forgot it. And I just think the whole ambience, the woodwork, the colour, and the Speaker's chair. I mean, we foolishly said that we were going to bring the Speaker's chair back. And then when we got into the new place, we just suddenly occurred to those of us who thought it was a good idea that you couldn't transplant this beautiful piece of woodwork into the new Parliament House. New Parliament House provided wonderful facilities for members, staff, and importantly for staff. I mean, I don't know how anybody worked for anybody in this place. But as a debating chamber, it's terrible, I think, compared with this place. And I mean, all my memories of Parliament are memories, most of them were on this side, but in fact, I'm sorry to say all of them were.
And now, of course, it's...
Except for a brief period when I came in, Fraser was still the Prime Minister.
Yeah. Well, you were Treasurer here for a while.
I was Treasurer here. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I've forgotten that.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, good point.
No, make a note of it. Make a note of it. And it also houses these days, of course, the John Howard Library.
Well, that's a great institution. It's not only commemorates the work of a great government, but is also, I hope, a fountainhead of ideas about governance, and we try in different ways to do that. And it's located in Canberra because I decided to give my prime ministerial papers to the University of New South Wales, and they correctly thought ADFA was the place where they should be, because for one reason or another, during the time that I was Prime Minister, there were a lot of military operations, and some of them were widely supported, some of them not so widely supported, but they happened, and as always, the men and women of the Australian Defence Force distinguished themselves. So I'm very happy that ADFA and the University of New South Wales is connected with the library, and I hope it continues.
Right. We'll get on now to the dismissal. You came in 1974.
Yes. 1
year before the dismissal. That was one hell of a year in this chamber.
Oh, it was extraordinary. I remember reminiscing with Tom Hughes, who was also sacked by Billy McMahon. He was the Attorney General in the Gorton government. And I thought that was a mistake by the member for Lowe, I think it then was. But I remember reminiscing with Tom about how the first 18 months of my time in Parliament was extraordinary. And it was. We had the joint sitting. The first sitting of Parliament I went to was a joint sitting. And then we had, of course, the Loans Affairs, the Dramatic Developments, a special sitting in July to which the then Prime Minister Gough Whitlam convened. And then, of course, we had the dismissal. It was extraordinary.
Because you'd only been in politics for a year or a little over a year, how did you feel during that period? Were you trying to get yourself up to speed on the Constitution, or were you in any way in the loop, given that you had just arrived?
Oh, I think it's fair to say that I had some, because of acquaintances. I was, many people know, I was very close to the then Senator John Kerr, who in many ways was my political mentor. I probably learnt more from him about the reality of politics and what matters, that politics is a battle of ideas and not a public relations contest. I think I learnt that from him. And he was a source of advice to Malcolm Fraser. He was also very close to Bob Ellicott. And Ellicott was a source of advice to Fraser and made his views known on the powers of the Governor-General in a well-remembered press release. But I supported the Fraser decision, and it wasn't Fraser alone. He went around every member of his shadow ministry at a meeting and asked them. My recollection is that it was overwhelming, the support that was given, and John Faulkner said earlier at another session that context is everything, and the context in which that decision was taken was the context of believing that the government was chaotic. Now, obviously, these things are conditioned a bit by partisan feeling, but also by reality, and you have to remember that when Billy McMahon lost to Gough Whitlam in 1972, unemployment in Australia was about 1%. Now that's astonishing. You never have 1% again. Maybe I should retract that immediately, but I find it hard to believe. That's because we hadn't have it. It was a different world. And part of the context in which the Whitlam government operated and we as an opposition operated was that the world dramatically changed economically in the early 70s. You had the quadrupling of world oil prices, you had the collapse of the Bretton Woods Agreement, you had the floating of the American dollar, all of those things, and what we thought was partly that, oh, this is unbelievable and its impact in Australia is all the fault of the Whitlam government. We said that, and some of that was true. Some of the decisions the government took aggravated an already difficult position. But I supported the decision, and as time wore on, I wanted it resolved. I didn't like the idea that tension was building in the country, I didn't. But I nonetheless continued to support the decision, and I felt that it wasn't Fraser's fault, although he and Whitlam together were two very determined men who were ruthlessly intent on their objectives. And I use the word ruthless in its correct sense.
But on the one hand, you've got, in terms of ruthless approach, Whitlam was determined to govern without supply.
Yes.
But it was Fraser who denied the government supply. Well, isn't the denying the supply in the first place more egregious than governing without it?
Well, it depends whether you are provoked into denying it.
You also talked about the government being chaotic, and fair enough, that's undeniable at that point. But if it had been allowed to run its course, wouldn't the Australian public have taken care of that?
You could argue that, but you could equally argue that if you had the means at your disposal legally to bring on an early election, and there was a genuine belief throughout the coalition that by deferring supply, eventually the government would call an early election.
Yeah.
And now that was unfounded. Now, whether it would have, if we hadn't initially deferred supply is, I don't know, I don't ever know the answer to that.
Your colleague Philip Ruddock told the last session that now there should be bipartisan support to prevent the Senate from blocking supply.
I don't agree with that.
And neither did Nick Minchin, and he was very quick to say so. He didn't agree with it either. But so to this day, you still think the Senate ought to retain that power?
Well, I think the original Federation Compact was something of a barter between the population centres of Sydney and Melbourne and the rest of the country. And the price of federation was a strong upper house, built not on the rather nostalgic belief that it was a state's house. I don't think, and in this respect I agree with John Faulkner, I don't think the Senate has ever really been, strictly speaking, a state's house, but I think it was a compact. And it spread power around, and I think it's worked well. And the fact that it held together in circumstances of 1975 when enormous strain was brought on, very significant. I would myself only like to see two changes. I'm sorry to embarrass Faulkner by saying I agree with him again, but I would get rid of the nexus. The other change I'd make is that I'd remove the requirement that you had to automatically have a double dissolution every time the Senate twice rejected the same bill. I think that's ridiculous. And I actually proposed that when I was Prime Minister, but it sort of went down like the proverbial lead balloon in many cases. I think even that might be seen as some people from, I use my words carefully, the less populous states, they might see it as an attack on their power. I don't think you should upset the Federation, the basic Federation Compact, except in those respects.
What do you think about four-year terms?
Oh, I'm very much in favour of them. Bob Hawke approached me when I was Prime Minister, opposition leader, about four-year terms, and I said, look, I'd agree with them if maybe I sort of attached some conditions to them. And then I approached Mark Latham when he was opposition leader and I was Prime Minister, and we had an inconclusive conversation, and he wanted to have a grand day where you had the federal elections, state elections and local government elections all on the same day. I didn't think you could organise that in Australia. I've always been in favour of it, and I would say to Susan Lee, to the Prime Minister, get together on it now and don't attach conditions. I mean, it is ludicrous that you've got four-year terms in all the states and the National Parliament doesn't. I mean, it's just crazy. And and maybe it's something you could agree on without too much haggling and rancour, but anyway, that's a matter for those now in authority.
You raised Mark Latham's name, so I'm going to raise his now. I hadn't intended to. But the day that he came out of that studio and in a very aggressive way shook your hand and leant in towards you, did you immediately think, this is not going to look good for Mark Latham?
Oh, only partly because he'd done it before and the television cameras had missed it. He met it before at the Channel 9 studios before our one and only debate. And I just made a mental note of it. I thought it was unwise of him to do it for his sake. And so I was sort of, I thought he would do it when he came out of that studio, and I wasn't disappointed. But I wasn't all that crestfallen, although he probably thought it had the desired effect. Although I do feel that, and I did get a lot of negative comments about his behaviour, particularly from women.
I just want to go back to one other aspect of the dismissal, and that is the Malcolm Fraser obituary that he wrote. It was edited but was never published, which the Australian ran this week, was suggested that on reflection, decades afterwards, maybe I think it was 1999, when he said that on reflection he thought that the Governor-General should have been more open with Gough Whitlam. Have you changed your view around that at any stage?
No, I haven't. My view very strongly is that Sir John Kerr was the meat in the sandwich. It was, fate cast him in a very difficult position. I think many of the attacks on him have been unreasonable and not based on reality, and certainly in complete ignorance of the context. I have to say again that Malcolm Fraser made those observations at a time when he had become, how should I put it, alienated, self or otherwise, from the Liberal Party. He was not trying to be all that helpful. God rest his soul, but, and I mean, I put on record that Malcolm Fraser initially was very generous to me. I was a new backbencher. I remember he rang me after he became leader. I voted for him. I was open about that. And he said, I want to make you the Chief Opposition Whip. I said, thank you very much. It took me all of 5 seconds to say that. You never say no when you're offered something in politics like that. He rang me the next day. He said, you're sacked. I said, what have I done wrong? He said, I've had a disagreement with Bob Ellicott about whether Bob can carry on doing a bit of legal work. And I thought Bob was absolutely right in his insistence on that. And so Bob won't serve in the ministry. I want you to be Shadow Minister for Consumer Affairs and Commerce. And I said, well, thank you very much. But he was very kind to me. But later on, as everybody knows, he became very critical. He criticised me over what he thought was lack of response to Pauline Hanson, and criticised our policies on refugees and immigration generally. And he was, by that time, he was pretty disconsolate with the Liberal Party, and it was revealed that he had allowed his membership to lapse. Now, having said all of that, I still, on the merits, do not share the view that he then expressed and others have expressed earlier today. Now, whether it was true that it would have been a case of who got to the palace first, I don't know. I do know this, that the preoccupation with the personality and attitude of John Kerr was very much in the minds of Labor people. My piece of direct evidence of that was the night of the dismissal. I was talking to Bob Ellicott in King's Hall, and we walked across it. We came across Jim McClelland, who we both knew. I mean, Bob knew him far better because McClelland and Ellicott were far more senior people in the Sydney legal profession, but I do know him. And he just said to both of them, he said, you had the Queen's man in the bag from day one. And I think Bob said, oh no, Jim, that's not reasonable, you're rational. Now, they were good friends. I think everybody knows that, and everybody knew that John Kerr had done a lot of legal work in the ongoing disputes inside the Ironworkers Federation. He had advised Laurie Short, who epitomised that right-wing kidney of the New South Wales Labor Party at the time. And I just thought that was a revealing comment. And others in this room know this far better than I do, that there were many people who were close to the then Prime Minister and McClelland know how much reliance was placed on his relationship with Kerr. Now, everybody can have their theory about the frailties and foibles and strengths of the major players, but I find it hard to believe that there wasn't a strongly held belief on the part of the former Governor-General that his security of tenure might be at risk.
So he generally feared.
Well, I don't find that hard to believe. Let me put it that way. Yeah. I can't put it any more strongly than that.
Yeah.
Can I?
No, you can't. That's quite definitive. Based on those who did have a lot of contact with Malcolm Fraser before leading up to November 11, they had no doubt that he wanted to tough it out. He wanted to tough it out. He wasn't about to back away.
No.
But there's a lot of evidence that some senators were about to crack.
Yeah, there was. I mean, I think, maybe it was Scott Ryan who touched on this earlier, there was this difference between blocking and deferring supply. I remember one that people were concerned about. He's no longer with us, the late Eric Bessel, who was a senator from Tasmania. I remember in an interview he did on an ABC program, maybe it was Four Corners, I'm not sure which, he corrected an interview. An interviewer who said, oh, you blocked, he said, no, we haven't, he said, we've deferred supply. We would never vote against supply. Now, that stuck in my mind. It seemed to be a very revealing comment. But was there, I didn't think there was as much nervousness. Now, mind you, I was a member of the House of Representatives, and I remember that there was a feeling on the part of the senators that we didn't understand their position. I remember at the meeting of the joint parties, the morning of the 50 years ago, I was sitting next to the late Peter Durack, who was a senator from Western Australia and who ended up at one time being Attorney General in the Fraser government. And he was complaining about the attitude to me, about the attitude, we're good friends, and of many people in the House of Representatives, and they didn't understand the pressure that senators were being put under. Now, I see Peter Ray over there nodding, and I could accept that that was probably the case. And I didn't think that people were going to crack, but I do give Fraser enormous credit for holding the show together. And he spent a lot of time with people who had doubts. And I know from my own experience that the relationship you have with the members of your parliamentary party, your backbench, is the most important of all. And you have to invest an enormous amount of time in it. You can't delegate it to anybody, even a senior colleague. You've got to do it yourself. And all leaders encounter people who are unhappy with what they're doing and what the government's doing. And the only way you can meet those concerns, try to meet them rather, is just to spend a lot of time personally. And Fraser was pretty good at that. Maybe later, not so much, but he certainly was then. And he held it together.
Yeah. Diana Killen and others have spoken about the one impact of the dismissal was that the friendships across the aisle that existed in the 70s kind of went out of the system, and there wasn't that kind of camaraderie across the aisle after that. You were there right in the middle of the 70s, but did you feel that the atmospherics in politics changed, or was that, if it happened, was that more due to the personalities?
No, I think it did. I think the reps people in the Labor Party felt aggrieved. They felt they'd been cut down before their time, and they said that, and they were very clear about it. And they had a few rhetoricians like Gough and the late Mick Young who could do that very well. Although I think that dissipated after a while. I only experienced May 74 to November 75 under the old dispensation, so I don't have a lot of comparison to draw on, but I think it dissipated after a while, and I think some of the mythology surrounding the events that we mark today have been overdone. It was a clash of wills, a political contest. Maybe constitutional crisis is too elaborate a description, because crisis suggests you end in blows. You don't. We didn't end in blows. I think the country remained incredibly calm. I think people misjudged the fury at the impasse as some kind of reversal of attitudes towards the government. I mean, the government was unpopular. And once the impasse was dealt with, normal hostilities were resumed. And, I mean, Fraser won a majority of, 55 in a House of 124? I thought I did very well in 96, but it was nowhere near as good as that. And in 1977, he lost 2 seats. And that was really sort of a repeat of 75. I remember the day after dismissal, I flew back to Sydney and I sat next to a very decent man, Alan Moulder, who was the Labor member for Evans. And Evans was a terribly marginal seat. I mean, it was Fred Osborne held it and lost it, and then anyway, he said, "Oh, gee, I hope there's no violence. We don't want that, do we?" And there's a bloke who probably thought he was pretty realistic, and he knew he was doomed, but I thought it was a heartfelt expression of a very decent man. We didn't want that, and we didn't have it. So I do think we have to calm down the rhetoric about how big a crisis it was. I mean, it was unprecedented in the sense that it's the first and only time that a Governor-General has removed the commission of an incumbent Prime Minister, but it wasn't the first and only time that the circumstances began to accumulate for that to occur. It's just that, as in May of 74, Whitlam went to the Governor-General and said, "I'm at an election." Why did he have an election then? I think because he thought he'd win, and he did. Why didn't he have an election in 75? Because he thought he'd lose, and he did.
But that's a reasonable judgment for any Prime Minister to make at any time.
Oh, of course, I'm not, and that's my point, Barry. Maybe we should
But without getting sacked by the Governor-General.
No,
but
you can equally argue that if one or other of them had taken a different view, and I have no doubt that the views of Whitlam and Fraser were conditioned by their perception of public opinion.
We're just about out of time, but you did mention the size of the victory in 75, and if Anthony Green's here, I hope he doesn't take issue with me on this, but I think...
Who's this?
Anthony Green, who knows a bit about this.
You better be careful.
He knows a bit about this stuff. But I think in 75 was the last time that a major party won a majority of the primary vote. That's how big it was.
Simple majority?
Yeah, simple majority.
Yeah, well, I didn't. Yeah. I got 47.
Yeah.
And Kevin Rudd got 42 when he won.
Yeah.
Shows you how the... has been fragmented. That's true. I mean, it's probably right. I wouldn't argue with it. Anthony might, but...
Yeah, but given the size of the majority and then to confirm it again in 77, did he do enough with his period in office?
Oh, I think on certain things not enough was done, though. On other things, I think he was conscious of the strain that had been imposed on the broad consensus. by the events. I think there was some of that. I don't share the view that Malcolm Fraser was completely unaffected by the strain the system had been placed under. No, I don't share that view. Definitely not.
Well, we really do appreciate you for turning up here today and being the only former Prime Minister to appear here in person. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
What are you smiling about?
Oh, we're just having a joke with each other.
There's not a big audience left.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats. It's been a long and fascinating day, and I hope it continues to be fascinating as we reach its conclusion. We're very privileged to have, I'm not sure what the collective noun of presiding officers is, but a brace, I suppose, is as good as any, of presiding officers. They're well known to you, but as undoubtedly most of you will be aware of the particulars of when they served. Starting on my right, Anna Burke, of course, served as the 28th Speaker of the House of Representatives and was the first Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, who was a female. And she presided from 2012 to 2013. Of course, Tony Smith, and obviously enough in quite challenging times, as we all recall. Tony Smith, of course, served 2 terms as Speaker of the House from 2015 to 2021. Margaret Reid, of course, was the first female President of the Senate and held that office from 1996 to 2002. And finally, Scott Ryan was the 25th President of the Senate, serving from 2017 to 2021. A lot of what we expect to cover has already been covered. That's one of the problems of being at the end of the day. So I am going to cut to the chase. And I'm going to start, for no particular reason, with Tony. The key question to be asked here is, could the dismissal happen again? And we'll go to some more granular questions later, but I'd be very interested in your view to that central question.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to be here with my fellow former presiding officers. Could it happen again? Well, obviously it could. Is it likely? I think it's extremely unlikely. I think there are arithmetic reasons for that. I mean, the composition of the Senate is very different. We've heard today about casual vacancies and the lack of them before that. Fundamentally, the size of the Senate too, which increased in 1984 for the 87 election has really helped minor parties for all sorts of technical reasons. Scott Ryan can talk to you about all over dinner tonight. And just that composition of the Senate itself, when you look at it, it really was save a couple of independents. There weren't minor parties. It was Labor and the Coalition. So I think having that circumstance arise again, the way the Senate is today, and you see that trend continuing, you'd have to get a broad coalition of groups within the Senate prepared to do this, and then they'd need to stick. I think actually getting senators to stick is probably harder today. You see that in all sorts of public policy debates today. And I don't say this in a disparaging sense, but getting them to stick on something as hard as that, I think, is much harder than it was in 1975. It's hard to get some of them to stick on the more moderate policy challenges they're dealing with. So I think that's sort of the arithmetic. The other is Paul Kelly's obviously made the point that we'll never see the likes of Kerr, Whitlam and Fraser again, and I think that's a really important point. If you delve deeper, the character of the entire parliament, with Labor being out for so long, and how that affected the capacity of their ministers who had no experience, I just don't think, and you would have, and certainly the Hawke government made sure of it, you would have a repetition of circumstances that gave the excuse to be able to do this. A loans affair, and characters like, obviously very passionate, but Connor and Cairns, I just wouldn't see that reoccurring. And the scrutiny within, cabinets and governments, I think, is something different. And then the other, which I won't spend a lot of time on, is just procedurally. Things are a little bit different. Our appropriations bills are a bit different today. We've got a former Treasurer here in John Dawkins. We have some continuing appropriations. Money wouldn't run out as quickly, is the short answer. There'd be money within departments, so it's not necessarily a good thing, could make it go on, but it's a different sort of proposition. But I'll finish on this point so everyone's got time. I mean, there are a lot of things that could have gone wrong, and a number of commentators have made that point, and I'm glad we've looked at that in terms of how it would happen again. So I mean, the Speaker found out the Prime Minister had been sacked from the Prime Minister, not any other way. Now, the Speaker might not have been at that lunch at the Lodge. What would the Speaker have known going into the chair? So there's a whole range of these things. There's no doubt, we've got a former clerk here, and Bernard Wright, no doubt lots of procedural things that could be done if you had the knowledge that this might happen, not least of which is ensuring those bills returned to the House before they went anywhere, that sort of thing. So in summing up that third point, in vast contrast to 1975, if this happened again, people would be ready. And they'd be ready, and that would mean all sorts of defensive action would be contemplated, planned, and ready to go. And I mean, I think that point that it was just a lot could have gone wrong, and I'm not quite sure what would have happened if all of it hadn't come to pass in the way that it did.
Thank you for that. Before I go to the Senate side, so Anna, are you also somewhat sanguine about the prospects of it ever occurring again?
I mean, constitutionally, it still can happen again because we haven't codified the reserve powers, nor do I think we should. Even though I'm a complete monarchist, sorry, that was a complete slip of the tongue. No, it wasn't. It was a Freudian for the laugh from the audience with a surname like Burke and being this Catholic, being a complete Republican. But in a legal sense, as you would probably appreciate more than any of us here. It can happen again. Will it ever happen again? No, it won't. And I think more so because of the lessons of 75. No Governor-General would ever do that again. No Governor-General would think they were above the will of the people. The people had voted in the government of the day. And John Howard was always the great advocate of the people always get it right. So who had the right, besides the people, to determine to throw the government out on the day? It couldn't happen today because, as Tony rightly points out, the composition of the Senate. Nowadays, there's nobody ever going to get a majority in the Senate again. Mind you, the worst time I ever had in my 18 years in Parliament was when the government of that day enjoyed a majority in both houses. We got the worst legislation I've ever seen because there was no scrutiny of it. John was right. That is the joy of the Senate. It is the scrutiny of the legislation, not blocking supply. It is their role to overlook everything that goes through, not to determine that they have the will of the people. No, they're the house of scrutiny, not review, not the state's houses, but that's what they're there for. But the composition nowadays and where we're going in a fragmented vote means that we've got individuals now determining the outcomes in the Senate, not even parties, not even collections, and they'll just morph and morph and morph to create divisions, not because they like each other, but because they hate the government or the opposition of the day. And so it'll never happen because you'll never get the Senate voting as one to block supply. Social media won't allow it to happen. The instantaneous information flow will mean that the press gallery will be onto it before everybody in the House is. And the greater lesson of 75 is that the presiding officers were the ones who should have been informed by the Governor-General and or his staff. The clerks should have been informed because they're the ones who are running the parliament. How do you run a parliament not knowing who is actually the Prime Minister coming into the day? It was just appalling all round. It won't happen. The other thing that was missing in 75, there wasn't a female voice amongst any of those decision makers. The one woman whose name it was taken in wasn't consulted. I'm fairly convinced nowadays, with a paucity of views and backgrounds in Parliament, even though we've sort of coalesced over, you know, and I'm as guilty as anybody being an ex-trade unionist, you know, doing the absolute typical Labor person and lawyers and all the rest of it. But there's a greater mix of ethnicities, genders and viewpoints in the Parliament nowadays that I just don't think that that decision would have been taken. Having said that, because considering it was taken in secret with very few people around, I just think, yeah, a female voice may have said to somebody, you know, probably it's not the right thing to do.
Now, moving over to the Senate view, are you similarly of the view that it's highly unlikely that the circumstances would ever exist for a repetition, Margaret?
My view is that it could happen again. The basic structures are still much the same. I think it's unlikely that it will happen again because 1975 was traumatic. I was in Canberra at the time, I think I was president of the Liberal Party, and I was very concerned by what was happening and the impact. The concept of no supply in this community was a pretty, you know, significant thing. No salaries for public servants, no salaries for defence people. One didn't know where it might finish up. So it was a matter that was of great concern. And I don't think it will happen again. It has, in fact, only happened once in 125 years. And I would hope that that event has taught us all something about how we conduct the Parliament and what we're there to do. We're all there to make sure that it works for the benefit of the people, really. So when I say that that it can happen again, I think that's correct. And I do say that I hope it won't happen again. I don't think it will happen again. But you get the right combination of characters and you're not quite sure what might happen. You know, it's a pretty volatile place. You need to be vigilant to make sure that it doesn't happen, and if it does, that it is resolved appropriately and fairly promptly. But you can get some strange personalities in the chambers.
Really? Extraordinary.
Particularly the Senate.
Now, so the final answer to the question, the broad, Scott, what's your view?
Well, the last decade's taught me you never say never. If I'd sat here in 2015 and said a property developer more famous for a reality show was going to be elected president, lose an election, refuse to accept it and get re-elected, people probably would have thought I was off my tree. So firstly, never say never. I agree with the reasons it said it's been unlikely in the main, and there are a few. Firstly, and let's be blunt, you're never going to have another Prime Minister like Gough, who treats the Senate with such contempt, misreads it so badly, and puts himself in the situations we've heard so much about today. Everyone now knows, including those that might want to change the powers of the Senate, which I don't, everyone now knows you can't treat it like Gough did, or you do, and you're putting yourself at risk. Then there's the practical. We can't keep a secret in that big building 10 times the size up at the House because of modern technology and gossiping. And that room out there in King's Hall is roughly the size of the main committee room. And I still find it amazing that for over an hour there were discussions and events going on that side of the building that didn't come to this side of the building. Whether there should have been official communication or not, the fact that it didn't just make its way across, there is no prospect, having lived through some difficult times in the big building with technology, that would happen. And finally, there's the piece that Harry Evans, who was here and worked for Odgers, and famously made a bet that Kerr would not sack Whitlam. He then became our longest-serving Senate clerk, of course, and said that swore him off gambling for the rest of his life. He wrote a long paper on how it's just not practical. Every time in the Senate now where there's a contested issue, the clerk has to write advice to every possible party on every possible option, including the minor parties and the independent senators, and it's very much all gamed out. So that risk we've heard about today, which was quite real, that the Senate could have gummed up the process of the passage of supply that was a condition of Fraser's commission, I think it would have happened, but probably it could have definitely been made much more difficult. That's not likely to ever be in doubt again, and in essence, everyone in the Senate, and I'm looking at former senators here, games out every possible option. So the assumption that it would just get through, that Reg Withers, Malcolm Fraser and Sir John Kerr made, you couldn't make that either.
Well, you mentioned a lack of communication. One of the things I'd like to next raise was something that arose from the discussion after lunch, and I had cause to look at the 6th edition of Odgers. And this was quoted briefly by John Faulkner, and the quotation on page 87 is that an extraordinary feature of the proceeding was that the Senate was not advised that there had been a change of government during the luncheon adjournment. If the Senate had been advised of the change of government, it's unlikely that the former government leader in the Senate would have proceeded with the passing of supply. Obviously, Senator Withers, Leader of the Opposition when the Australian Labor Party was in office, knew what the position was and did not oppose the speedy passage of the appropriation bills. And then he goes on to have regard to steps the Senate could have taken if it had been informed. It was posited by John Faulkner that there was a responsibility, a fundamental responsibility of the Governor-General to apprise the Senate of the fact that there had been a change of government. I'd like your reaction to, as the presiding officer of the Senate, as to what your expectations would have been if you were in the same position that you were in 1975, and how you would have expected information to be conveyed by you, to you.
So when I heard that, I thought about that because as a normal matter of course, the formation of the government is advised to the Senate in a formal sense by the person nominated by the Prime Minister as the leader of the government, tabling the ministerial list, which all happens publicly after the swearing in of a ministry and a public counting of elections. So I hadn't actually thought of that particular provision. And I haven't had time to interrogate as to the appropriate form of how a communication should be made about an unexpected change of government that may not be public. And I would say that, in my view, if it was done by deference to the nominated Prime Minister making an announcement to the House first before the Senate, I think that would be inappropriate, because we have only very tight constitutional differences between the chambers, and what preference in that regard should not be given to one over the other. So if that was the logic for Malcolm Fraser being able to do it here prior to it being transmitted to the Senate, I think that would have been inappropriate. But I'll be honest, I haven't thought that through. What I will say is I would be much more annoyed that Tony hadn't told me, or one of the myriad others hadn't, rung the phone, they couldn't text, or at least yelled across a very small room to say, have you heard? And we go back to that extraordinary series of events that led to the Senate being uninformed, I would contend both officially and unofficially in that sense, deferring to what John said earlier. But I'll hasten to add, I haven't thought through that formal notification provision at length, because it's the first time I've heard it today.
Well, I just want to get each of your reactions to that formal notification question, and then so you can have some time to collect your thoughts about this. To put yourself, and I suppose this is really primarily a question for Scott and Margaret, to put yourself in the position what you would have done if you had been apprised of this information over the luncheon adjournment. But if I could deal first with this question of notification. Do you have any views about that, Margaret?
It's hard to know at this stage what one might have done at the time, but you would expect that the presiding officers would have been informed or received some advice from Government House as to what had occurred.
Yes.
And things then may have unfolded quite differently.
Yes.
And
I might come back to how they would have unfolded differently, but do you agree with that, Tony, from your perspective?
Oh, look, absolutely. I mean, as I said earlier, things could have gone wrong. I mean, if Speaker Scholes, as I said, wasn't at the lunch, he wouldn't have known. What would he have known as Speaker in terms of who you recognise in the House, who had order of preference, what the order of business was, etc. They weren't ministers anymore, and there was only one minister, as John pointed out earlier. The other thing I think that is really compelling is this isn't a case of there was a sequence of events and they would have got to the presiding officers, because a public statement had been made. Okay, word didn't just leak out through the Labor Party, and I think the way they made those in those days, I need someone to help, is they pinned them on the board, didn't they, somewhere, and the media release. So to put out a media release without informing the presiding officers, or at least giving them a copy of it so they knew how they could run their houses, is one of the many things that was missed. And of course the other one, which was touched on earlier, is, I mean, if the presiding officers have known, I would have thought the first thing they would have done is pause. You can always do that. You can simply say that, in my former case, the House is adjourned till the ringing of the bells, and you move as athletically as you can for the door, and to find out what is going on and who's what. And in the case of the Senate, I mean, if they had have known, I'll have to defer to my former Senate colleagues, but there would have, the very least, you'd think, after a pause, been a procedural fight over who could actually move those bills, given there wasn't a single minister in the Senate. So no, I think the Governor-General should have let the presiding officers know and do it, even if it was by phone call.
And in this case was even more important, because the presumption was Fraser becomes Prime Minister once the supply is passed. That was the actual terms of the agreement. So he's not informing the Senate that they're now determining who the Prime Minister is, which in essence was what happened. It wasn't until supply was agreed and passed. And everybody said, oh, Gough would have known, but Gough was such an institutionalist. He was such a believer in the Parliament. And this is what he said in Hansard on the 21st of October. So before all this, the government Any elected government based upon the majority in the House must be able to govern. This is an issue not just for this present government for me, it's a principle of fundamental importance for all future governments and Prime Ministers and for Australia. So for him, the thought that somehow anybody else besides the people could determine what was going on was just an anathema. But nobody said to the Senate, and I blame Gough as well and everybody else who was at that lunch for not telling the Senate, actually, who becomes Prime Minister is now in your hands. But from just a constitutional procedural fairness, the presiding officers run the Parliament, not the government. And there was no respect for the Parliament in any of this. It was my biggest issue with it at the end of the day.
Do you say that the Senate would have been in the position of effectively choosing the Prime Minister because your thesis is that in the event that the Senate hadn't been in a position to pass the appropriation bills for a lengthy period, then the Speaker would have had the opportunity of going to Government House prior to a condition upon which the commission had occurred not being fulfilled, and that would have put additional pressure on the Governor-General to reappoint the then member for Girrawah. Is that the thesis?
Well, yeah, I mean, I actually faced this in the hung Parliament. You know, the apocryphal day I became Speaker was the day when there was a motion of no confidence. The misogyny speech was an actual motion of no confidence in the Prime Minister. I thought on that day our government was going to fall by a vote of the Parliament. I was sitting there counting votes. I didn't go to the toilet for 5 hours. I now have, I literally did not leave the chair because we didn't have the numbers. Because I thought if I go and I put in a Deputy Speaker who would have been a Labor vote, we won't have the numbers on the floor, the government will fail, and then we'll go out to Government House and say, I've lost, the Prime Minister has unfortunately, as we recently saw in Tasmania, the confidence of the House. And then the Governor-General says, well, okay, under those circumstances, go back, see if you can get it, or call an election. That's a genuine way that this can play out. Still does. But from my terminology, whether Labor ministers would have blocked supply or not put the vote is another question, because they may have sat around and said, no, it's not appropriate for us to block supply. People's livelihoods are depending upon it. We're watching that in the states as we speak now. You know, federal employees having to go to food banks. I don't think any Labor senator wanted that. But I just think there was an appropriate thing to tell the people that they were making a decision not just about supply, but the consequences of it.
Well, going back to that question that I raised, and this is a question for you, Scott, and then Margaret, putting yourself in the position of holding the role that you subsequently held on the 11th of November 1975, you did get a communication from either Government House or you're sufficiently within the inner circle to have been told what had occurred over the luncheon adjournment. What would you have done?
Well, I'll start by saying this is a best guess. I was 2.5 at the time, and so I'm always, reticent to answer such questions. But about being present at moments, I wasn't. But what I would say is the profound difference between being Senate President and House Speaker most of the time is that almost always the Senate President does not command this automatic support of the majority of the chamber. And so it is a very different role in that sense. So I can the Senate, I would have rung the bells at the normal time. And then my inclination would be for let the chamber to play out rather than Tony's, which would be to take time to seek clarity. If someone had moved an adjournment, I would have put it. The standing order issue that was raised earlier, that would have become immediately apparent if I was aware or the clerk was aware, because if someone had tried to bring on the appropriations bills. I have to say, I don't think that's in any way substantively significant. It's only procedurally significant. There was always a majority to defer the bills in the Senate. Therefore, there's a majority to suspend standing orders and make up whatever rules they want on the day to pass the appropriations bills. So that would lead to a time delay, but would not lead to a substantive change in the outcome. And in the end, as a Senate President, you are in the hands of a very, very fluid chamber. And so, absent someone suggesting a course of action, my inclination is always to let the chamber play out. But I would have drawn the chamber to the attention that we do not have a Minister of the Crown. And while the standing orders were rewritten, they are substantially different, similar in these provisions. You are then stuck with party leaders in the Senate, so you'd have to force them through significant procedural discussions, and as everyone that's ever watched the Senate knows, that can go for 6 or 7 hours on occasions. I once had the same question that Anna did, can I leave to go to the bathroom? And the clerk helpfully informed me, mate, you're the only one that can say close the doors and stop the bells.
And if you had have been informed during the period where there was these procedural manoeuvres that the House of Representatives had passed a motion of no confidence in the new government, would that in any way have affected the course that you would have undertaken?
Only to the extent that if I was advised of it, I probably would have informed the chamber of that fact to ensure they had the information. But, you know, and I do need to flag this. I mean, it is historically inaccurate and constitutionally flawed and erroneous to compare our constitutional arrangements to any of the state parliaments in their upper houses, the House of Lords or Canada. You know, this is a completely unique constitutional arrangement. So the whole matter of no confidence, it's a matter for the House, it's a matter for the Governor-General to consider if they wish, but that's not a matter for the Senate in any way, other than we can pass motions of no confidence that don't have any conventional significance.
And Margaret, what's your...
It's really all very hypothetical. I mean, I cannot tell you what the numbers were in the chamber in 1975. I certainly wasn't there. But, you know, what actually were the numbers and what might have happened. And at the time in 1975, 50 years ago today, when the Senate met, none of them knew that they weren't ministers and proceeded in a certain way, and John Faulkner wrote about that recently.
Yes.
There's a lot he knows about a lot of things, actually, and...
Did you say there's a lot that John
one doesn't
Faulkner knows
ignore
about
him
things?
lightly. But in fact, when the Senate met at presumably 2 o'clock on the 11th of September,
yes.
There were a group of men there who thought they were ministers of the Crown, and they in fact weren't. So for us to sort of go on talking about what if, is a bit meaningless in a way. And it wouldn't happen...
We'll move on.
No, but it wouldn't happen like this now. You know, some mobile phone would have told people what had happened. None of us had mobile phones then. I think we still had typewriters with balls and, you know, not... It's so different. It's very hard to reconstruct and to say what you might have done. What numbers was the presiding officer in the Senate presiding over? There were 60 senators, one was in the chair, one was sitting at the minister's table, and there's 50, if I'm right, 58 others there, any one of whom could have
I think it was 30-28, I read that.
No, but any one of the 50 could have moved suspension of standing orders about this or that.
Well, can we pick up on something that Scott just said, which ties into looking forward somewhat rather than backwards? And I raised in a discussion we earlier had with Scott my musings that if the debates about federation had been unsuccessful in the 1890s and it had slipped in to the early part of this century and it occurred post the Parliament Act in the United Kingdom in 1911, we heard the discussion by Paul Keating earlier today about the consequences that flowed from the landed gentry and the House of Lords blocking what was described as Lloyd George's people's budget. And it occurred to me that in circumstances where federation had occurred after the House of Lords had lost its ability to block supply or effectively exercise a veto over any House of Commons legislation. Whether our constitutional arrangements would have been different, you were very strongly of the view that would not have been the case because that was part of the grand bargain in putting together federation. Perhaps you'd like to deal with
Harry
that.
Evans has also written at length on this. There was no prospect of federation without a Senate of the form we currently have. It had, and unlike almost every other upper house in our state level, and particularly in the UK or Canada, our Senate has always been elected on exactly the same franchise as the House of Representatives, and that is constitutionally required. Unlike Victoria, which had a property franchise, unlike New South Wales, which had appointed, and Queensland, which I believe had a combination of both. And for that reason, the financial clauses nearly broke apart the federation debates time after time after time. And the power of the Senate to block all legislation was only limited by its power to not be able to initiate certain money bills or amend bills for the ordinary annual services of government, which itself is subject to a whole other set of rules because the Senate can amend some money bills. It just can't amend some. And so there was no prospect of what happened in 1911 in the UK, where an unelected chamber made up of people born in certain families blocked budgets and budget measures out of governments that were popularly elected. Australians have 2 votes. There aren't many places in the world where you have 2 votes. And if I might be a little bit contentious, I haven't done the most recent election, but I was discussing with Anthony today. If I overlay the national vote for the House or the Senate over the 2 chambers, regardless of the malapportionment of 14-1 that's in present between Tasmania and New South Wales, the Senate is actually still a more proportionally representative chamber. And it has been at most elections. Now, I'm not saying that should form government, but what we have is a government that is usually secure in office through a majority, but with respect to former Prime Ministers of my own side, who once said in office but not in power, I would say respectfully our Senate guarantees that a government can be in office without untrammelled power.
And does anyone else have a view in relation to that question of...
Yeah, would it have been different if it had taken
Yes.
longer? I agree with Scott. I don't think so. I mean, what we have to bear in mind is our federation was unique for all the reasons we know, but apart from those leading the charge, I mean, the premiers in the colonies who became states were in charge. And they had a lot of time to consider all this. They did have some experience in various colonies, so certainly in my home state of Victoria, they had lots, governments had lots of trouble with the upper house in the 1880s. And so it was a condition, and I think it's one that was always going to be there. I mean, the only other bit of context that I think is important is I do think at least some of them, maybe more than some of them, did think they were creating a state's house. Deakin, quite rightly at the time, said, I don't agree, this will become a political house, because the parties were just starting to form that first year of federation, famously 311s, and he did say that I think in 1897. He said, well, you might think that, but this will be a political house in the end. But no, I think there was always going to be a powerful Senate because of the way our federation occurred.
And I'm not... I love Keating, but I don't think their unrepresentative swill. I think they're representative, they're there, they keep the checks and balances. And if we look worldwide, we've actually got one of the best models going. Yes. It mightn't always be perfect, yes, but it's a phenomenal model, and I don't think we should tinker around with it willy-nilly, because it actually has served us incredibly well. And even coming out of this constitutional or political crisis, yeah, the fabric of our democracy has held up, and I think we ought to be incredibly proud of that and sing its praises, particularly in this day and age where there is such a lack of faith in our institutions, in our democracies and in our elected representatives. So I don't think we should be trashing it. Maybe there's always chances for looking and reforming, but I think we should be actually incredibly proud of what we've got and maintained over all these years.
And look, I want to talk about the issue of reform in a moment, but I'm initially going to put you, Tony, on the spot. We've heard from 2 of your colleagues who you served with at various times, who were former Liberal members of the House of Representatives. Philip Ruddock expressed the view that he would support a constitutional change in order to remove the Senate's ability to either block or defer supply. It was heard from former Prime Minister John Howard, who said he would oppose it. What do you say?
I wouldn't support it. I think where we started this morning is one of the most important issues, that with the power there, I'm going to address it from a policy perspective and a pragmatic perspective. With the power there, I do think that warnings, counsel and everything would have happened. What does that mean in the future? Well, I think if suppliers blocked, the ignorance of 1975 for whatever reason just won't be there. It'll be absolutely reversed and those conversations will be happening. But look, the practical problem, even if you have that view, I'm a little bit older than Scott. I was 8 when all this happened, but as former Prime Minister Howe said, context is very important, and all I remember is my parents' friends arguing with each other all over Christmas. But I don't think that referendum would succeed. Now, you've got to remember, in 1975, with everything that happened, the combined primary vote, was about 95% for the major parties. Okay, and now with the composition of the Senate, I just would not see the Senate giving up that power. And they would campaign on it flat out. And members of the House of Representatives don't do this for good reasons. They've got other things to do. And the constitutional referenda on the nexus was went on 1966, and it failed in conjunction with the most successful referenda in our history. So I just don't think it had happened. With 67, sorry, yeah. I just don't think it would happen.
You actually have anticipated a question I was going to ask, and I was going to go to each of you and ask, well, if there were any constitutional reforms that particularly appeal to you as worthwhile and achievable, other than that have either been mentioned today or haven't been mentioned, but in the context of that, I was wondering whether or not each of you would address this question of the nexus between the House of Representatives and the Senate, particularly in circumstances where we're talking about an intention of the present government to expand the membership of the House of Representatives. Perhaps I could start with you.
Oh, that's not fair. Surely all the former Liberal members can go before me. I think it's a difficult question in this day and age with the disenfranchisement of the populace and the parliaments. If we went out there with any referendum at the moment, my deepest fear is that it will be shot down in flames regardless of what we put forward, and would create such antagonism between the parliament, the government and the populace that it'd just be dangerous to do. And I say that genuinely and not happily. So I think you would have to go into anything you were doing with a solid commitment that there's bipartisan support, there's sound rationale for it, and that then you'd have to get on board all the minor parties. So you'd have to get on board not just the Greens, One Nation, the Teals, whoever they are. Otherwise, it will implode, and I don't see a good outcome for that. Again, the constitutional change is very difficult. As we've said, 44, 8 have got up, and that was before social media, it was before Twitter, it was before all those other things came along. I genuinely fear that putting out anything without a solid basis that was actually championed by the populace and not the parliament isn't going to succeed. You're not going to tell me that the majority of people understands the nexus between the two houses. Half of this room has looked around going, and we're all, inside the bubble. So I think it's really quite difficult. Is it a good thing to do? Yes. Is it a wise thing to do? Probably not.
Margaret, do you have any views about any particular reforms that you'd like to see, or do you have any views on this issue of the nexus? Margaret?
I don't think it would be worth running a referendum on it, because I think a lot of people wouldn't fully understand and may be suspicious of what the politicians are up to by putting it forward. And if both major parties and others say it's a good idea, they'd be very suspicious. And if there's division between the major parties, they'd be very suspicious.
And would you agree with that in the context of 4-year terms as well? Would you have the same view in respect of any proposal in respect of 4-year terms?
Well, you're going to fall over on that on the 8-year Senate.
Well, hence
it
the next
just
question.
won't run.
Yeah.
And somebody this morning said, if you can't do it in 3 years, you know.
Yeah.
3-year terms are not entirely satisfactory, but I think there are more important things for the Parliament to be doing than spending its time talking about 3 or 4-year terms, the nexus and things like that. I don't think we're enhancing democracy by fiddling with it in that way.
Scott, any
Can I
views you have about
contrarian
reform?
and say, I don't think breaking the nexus is a good idea. We have a great provision in the double dissolution provision, which was used in 1974, was almost used in 2016 until the Senate acquiesced before the need for a joint sitting was called. Both circumstances, by the way, the joint sitting would have been very close.
Yeah.
You are going to completely nobble the idea of a joint sitting of Parliament, which allows the House to use its essentially double numbers to overwhelm the Senate after an election if you can expand the House by a couple of hundred members. So you're basically wiping away what is a truly unique element of our Constitution, which it prevents what happens in the US, which is deadlock, unbreakable, or Canada, between the chambers. We're the only ones that have that, and it has worked. So I don't think it's a good idea. It's motivated by, as I was talking to John before, and discussions I've had previously when I was the Minister, stopping the Senate having fringe parties get elected on 1 or 2 or 3% of the vote. You can do that the way the Germans do it, through having an electoral floor with preferences distributed and a whole range of reasons to stop that. On the other issue that was proposed, if you want to remove the Senate's accountability powers, then you remove its power to block supply. Because it was Gough who said all politics is about power and all power in government is about money, or something to that equivalent. And that's what 1975 was about. The Senate's power over estimates to call officials, in the end, all comes down to its power over the money bills. And if you take away that power, you will have upper houses as denuded of genuine scrutiny ability as our state legislative councils where they exist.
Now, we've only got a couple of minutes, and it's very rare to have 4 presiding officers here to share their views, but one of the final thing I really wish each of you to address is a more subtle question, and that is there any particular ability, and what is the extent of the principal way that presiding officers can exercise perhaps some sort of informal persuasion to diffuse brinkmanship and the creation of a crisis before it really gets out of control? And what are the roles for presiding officers that perhaps can seek to diffuse situations which might involve conflict between the houses? Perhaps we just go down the line, start with you first, Scott.
Very brief. Tony, I met when I was at university, and we were lucky to be with each other. We'd known each other very, very well. And so we had a very, very open relationship. Our officers knew each other. And occasionally that would mean, a bit of cooperation between, we can say this now, Tony, where the Senate could be a bit more bolshy and push back on the executive on whether it be funding of Parliament or the Parliamentary Library or COVID controls or something. And I'd speak to Tony because he could deal with the Prime Minister in a different way to the Senate President. And we'd always exchange information about what was going on. And so that we were never surprised by what the other person was doing. And I think the open channels and trust of communication between the 2 presiding officers, and we both had a unique understanding of the very different role that we both played because of the nature of the chambers, but respecting them both.
Yeah, the presiding officers can work together, but that's not going to solve your problem. It's what influence they may have, and that's not really their role. But even if they did have a role, it depends entirely on the makeup of the chamber itself. Who are you dealing with? What sort of people and what motivation do they have? So you could talk about it for a long time, but it's only when you're faced with the issue that you put your brain into gear and actually try and find a solution to the problem.
Yeah, I agree with Scott and Margaret said. I mean, very limited. I mean, you're there as the impartial chair. You're the Speaker of the House, but really the Speaker for the House. That's probably a better term. And the rights of all members are there. Now, that doesn't mean people won't come to you and talk about things, what it is they're trying to achieve. But in terms of trying to diffuse the sort things resulting from the sort of crisis we're talking about, I think no. I mean, I think that the job of the presiding officer is to get in there, make sure everyone's has a fair go, the business gets through, it doesn't get bogged down, and maintaining that discipline. And that's part and parcel of our system. I mean, we all work very closely with the clerks the entire time we were there, and they would give very candid, honest advice. At the same time, they're being asked for advice from all sorts of other members of Parliament on suspension motions. They're going to move, and you've got, quite rightly, there's a complete brick wall. So I could walk into that chamber and a suspension would be moved, and I'd sometimes question whether it was in order, and the clerks would smile and say, yep, it's in order. We've seen it, we can't talk to you about it, and on you go from here. It's a bit of a tricky one. So in terms of how things were that day, I mean, it would have been a very tough job for the Speaker. Right now, he was probably on his way back from Yarralumla, hasn't parked his car out there for a while, but it would have been very, I imagine it just would have been a very
Would you have broken down the gates? Would you have back and then driven through the gates?
Well, I don't think it would have mattered. I mean, I think, look, it's a really important point, and I just think I should say this. I mean, there are all sorts of processes, procedures, advising presiding officers. The tactic was to move with speed, and there are a lot of corners cut that day. I mean, when any bills passed, I mean, Scott and I spent a lot of time writing to each other, right, as you know. I mean, both clerks have to sign the bill to say it's in identical form. Both presiding officers have to say, yes, this has been through the House. Then it goes out to Yarralumla. I'm not sure that happened that day. Everything I've read in the last week preparing is that Malcolm Fraser took the bills out himself. So there was, and the stuff we're talking about with the suspension of standing orders, I mean, there was a lot of corners cut. It could have all slipped up, but and I think in the case of the Speaker, the refusal to see the Speaker, and even then, it was only after the Speaker's office requesting again and again that he's going to adjourn the House, making an appointment. I think all that is part and parcel of it. As soon as the Governor-General could, he was going to dissolve the Parliament, and that's what he did.
The presiding officers had no role to play in this because they're the independent voice of the Parliament. They're the Parliament. They should have been involved in no way, but they should have been informed so that they could have run the House in accordance with that knowledge. The people, as Tony rightly points out, that may have actually been able to give everybody some advice if they'd been going on were the clerks, the keepers of the knowledge. I don't think people appreciate what fonts of knowledge those individuals are. I certainly did. 2 years as 12 months as acting Speaker and then 12 months as Speaker in a hung Parliament. Yeah. They were an absolute godsend. So the knowledge held there. But every day something went down during that hung Parliament that I didn't know about from my own side, nor should I. Yeah. Nor should I. I didn't ask, I didn't inquire, I didn't go to caucus, I didn't get involved. I flattered with a minister. We never discussed what went on in Cabinet. I threw her out of the Parliament one day. She was breaking the rules. It didn't make for a good evening that night. I can tell you, I locked the Leader of the Opposition in the Parliament. That was probably more fun than throwing him out. That was pretty fun too, I must admit. But
is that when Pine made it out?
Yeah, Pine made it out. But you are the keepers of the institution of those standing orders. So you shouldn't be involved in the politics, but you should be involved in upholding the standing orders and the dignity of the Parliament. And by the Governor-General not telling the presiding officers on the day, they actually couldn't uphold the dignity of the Parliament.
Well, on that theme, which has recurred throughout the day, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful session, so thank you.